I mean, I'm not sure what there is to say in terms of preparatory remarks, other than, in the subversion of the subject essay, I think we did get this idea of a subject of science that was the result of graph number one and this idea of the kind of autonomous relationship of how a subject is produced by a signifier, but he does not elaborate much further than that. So this is a very dense piece, in the sense that he also raises a bunch of uh, aporias and questions that never actually get fully followed through with. For example, towards the end of Science and Truth, there's a whole conversation about what science was for Aristotle, but Lacan leaves a lot undone. Um, no, but at the same time, if you take a thinker like Jean-Claude Milner, he believes this text is almost like a definitive statement regarding Lacan's position on science, as Lacan was trying to distinguish himself from both uh, Kojève and Koyré. So we'll see how this plays out. And I think the thing to note about Science and Truth also, of course, is that it inaugurates the Cahiers pour Analyse, this kind of magazine, which was this really highfalutin effort to formalize Lacanian thought by a bunch of Althusserian students, including Miller and Badiou. So I think it's useful for us to do readings in the various Cahiers texts after we've got our bearings on this one, because the concept of suture, for example, is introduced here, and that then becomes something which is elaborated on. So there's a lot of vignettes, conceptual vignettes that are introduced in Science and Truth that are then formalized and debated in great detail. The stakes and the consequences are more fully fleshed out. So we're sort of entering into like high nerd category, territory rather, of Lacanian stuff here. So this is where uh, the math freaks like have orgasms, right, when they're reading Lacan. That's the sort of territory that we're entering into. Um, it is deep water to enter into, but after we did Subversion of the Subject, I'm not too afraid of deep water anymore. Go ahead, Andrew and Ellie.
Yeah, I think you brought up a lot of good points because this is, I think, a really definitive, uh, I guess you could say break, but also a stance on Lacan's understanding of science. But it shouldn't be seen as like a pessimistic one. But I would say, since you mentioned Milner and Milner is my guy, I think that Milner adds like a sort of really Virgil-like, figure for this essay. And I think the one thing I want to propose as a sort of thing to keep in the back of our minds when we read this essay, since we just finished Subversion of the Subject, of juxtaposing what does it mean to subvert and what does it mean to split subject, right? Because we watched in the last essay the process of subversion, but at here what is emphasized is Spaltung, the splitting of the subject as a meta psychology, which we're talking about the subject of science, which though they are in a sense knotted as one and the same, we have to see this as distinct from the individual who is affected by the unconscious in the clinical setting. We're dealing with a topology of a subject of science who is split between knowledge and truth. And the one thing that I'll just add is that we get an existential axiom of there is of what science is for Lacan, what psychoanalysis is and does, and that there is a subject of science, right? So that is the existential axiom that, of course, it's not said, in one axiomatic statement. It's broken down, but through the help of Milner, we understand that the subject is distinct from an empirical individual, and that this existential statement is affirming that, like I just said, that there is a subject of science, and that psychoanalysis operates on this subject, right, as its praxis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's also the historicist claim about Cartesianism, which brings us back to my favorite book, The Hidden God and the Birth of Rationalism, because it's also having to do with this idea of how in European society and beyond, not just Europe, of course, how is science as a mode of quantitative reasoning and rationalism, I think, too, right? Um, affecting subjectivity itself. So there's always that historical piece that I think is very essential. Go ahead, Luis.
Yeah, following up from what Andrew said, I really like what he said about how we're focusing on the spouting, right? While in the previous text, it was about the subversion of the subject. And I think that from here on, right, there is more interest in what's happening within analysis, right? And there's the discourse of the analyst. I think already with transference, right, seminar 8, there is a lot of focus on what's going on in clinical settings, right? So there is the science, right? The science in which the analyst in the analytic setting comes to the realization that the analyst son is split, right? And how does he come with that realization that's what we are dealing with, right? That is scientific knowledge.
Yeah, and what's the title of Seminar 13? The one that inaugurates Science and Truth inaugurates 13?
The
Uh,
object
the,
The object. It's
analysis.
called The
yeah,
Object. Yeah. So part of the rationale as to why science matters there is this question about objective truth, objectivity, what is the object of psychoanalysis, etc. So I think that's also related to it as well. Um, yeah. So I think, um, we can talk about this notion of splitting, but one thing that Ed Pluth mentions about this notion of splitting, of course, is you would think that why is Lacan so sort of concerned with producing these kind of dualisms? Isn't he the one who says that ultimately it's not life and death drives, but primarily every drive is a death drive? Isn't Lacan the one philosophically, as Cordella, the Lacanian philosopher, points out in her book on Spinoza and Lacan, isn't Lacan ultimately like a monist? Isn't Freud a monist? Isn't psychoanalysis non dualistic? And Ed Pluth makes a beautiful point, which is it may appear that Lacan is a dualist, but this is part of the reason why he invents the Mobius strip, because the Mobius strip is a way of showing that dualism is actually a perceptual error and that like an antinomy is not an antinomy in essence. I found that to be a very interesting point. Um, so yes, the splitting of the subject does not bring us back to some philosophical conundrum of Kantian dualism or anything like that per se. Um, so I think we should begin. Matan, are you prepared to be our reader?
Yes, I am. I'm sorry about this dramatic lighting. It's useful for me to cover up my utter lack of formal content and my embarrassing sunburn.
Oh, nice. Where did you get a sunburn at?
I took my car to the shop in LA and I was just kind of blindly walking around for a very long time because it took a mechanic a long time. I happened to come across this was in the news recently. I didn't even know it was there, the Tesla Diner. It's like a drive-in movie theater for Teslas or something. I don't know.
Do you own a Tesla?
No, I
Okay.
own a very crappy car.
Oh,
Uh,
good.
Door handles just fly off all the time when I try to
My
open the
favorite.
door. Yeah.
Well, at least you can afford a mechanic in this economy. My God, that's a testament.
Yeah.
Okay. If there's no further comments, I propose we begin.
Yes. This is the typescript of the opening class of the seminar Lacan gave during the 65 to 66 school year of the École Normale Supérieure on the object of psychoanalysis, as you said, seminar 13. As a lecture for the École Pratique des Hautes Études, The text of this class came out in the first issue of, you mentioned Cahiers pour Analyse, published by the Epistemology Circle. And interestingly, he says things about epistemology here in this essay. Anyways, shall we begin? Yeah. Shall I say, and I'm speaking as Lacan here, that I established the status of the subject in psychoanalysis last year? I went so far as to develop a structure that accounts for the state of splitting, or Spaltung, where the psychoanalyst detects it in his praxis. He detects it on a more or less daily basis. He accepts it as a given, since the mere recognition of the unconscious suffices to ground it, and since it also submerges him, so to speak, by its constant manifestation. But for him to know the status of his praxis, or to simply direct it in keeping with what is accessible to him, it is not enough for him to take this division as an empirical fact, or even for the empirical fact to become a paradox. A certain reduction is necessary that is sometimes long in completion, but always decisive in the birth of a science. Such a reduction truly constitutes its object. Epistemology takes upon itself the job of defining this in each and every case, without having proven, at least to my mind, equal to the task. For I do not believe that epistemology is fully accounted in this manner for the decisive change that, with physics paving the way, founded science in the modern sense, a sense that is posited as absolute. Science's position is justified by a radical change in the tempo of its progress, by the galloping form of its interference in our world, and by the chain reactions that characterize what one might call the expansions of its energetics. In this situation, what seems radical to me is the modification that has occurred in our subject position, in the sense that it is inaugural therein, and that science continues to strengthen it ever further. Poiré is my guide here, and as we know, he is still unrecognized. I did not thus just make an immediate pronouncement concerning psychoanalysis's vocation as a science, but it might have been noticed that I took my lead last year from a certain moment of the subject that I consider to be an essential correlate of science, a historically defined moment, the strict repeatability in experience of which perhaps remains to be determined. The moment Descartes inaugurates that goes by the name of cogito. This correlate, as a moment, is the defile of a rejection of all knowledge, but is nevertheless claimed to establish for the subject a certain anchoring in being. I sustain that this anchoring constitutes the definition of the subject of science. Definition to be understood in the sense of a narrow doorway. This lead did not guide me in vain, for it led me at year end to formulate our experienced division of subjects as a division between knowledge and truth, and to accompany it with a topological model, the Mobius strip. The strip conveys the fact that the division in which these two terms come together is not to be derived from a difference in origin. Whoever lends credence to the technique for reading Freud that I had to impose when the task at hand was simply one of synchronically resituating each of his terms will be able to proceed in reverse chronological order from the Ich-Spaltung, to which death put an end, to the articles on fetishism and the loss of reality, to observe that the doctrinal revamping known as the second topography introduced the terms Ich, über Ich, and even Es without certifying them as apparatuses, introducing instead a reworking of analytic experience in accordance with a dialectic best defined as what structuralism has since allowed us to elaborate logically, namely the subject, the subject caught up in a constituting division.
Okay, so we should just make a couple notations here. I think the first would be that the object of natural science is discovered at the point at which those objects can have a kind of quantified essence. Number two, the point on 727 about cogito, I take to mean that Descartes establishes the necessity of like the anchorage point in being, as what is necessary for the subject not to be deceived. This whole notion that he develops in the Meditations. So this necessity of the subject of science, therefore, has a certain relation to being that Descartes opens. Existence is established as a prerequisite for the affirmation of scientific truth. That's Descartes' division, that's Descartes' contribution, but then there also, as we will see in the, well, if you guys have ever read Lacan's wide-ranging commentary on I think, therefore I am, this whole like, he develops like 6 or 7 different alternatives to this. I think where I am not, like he updates the Cartesian I think, therefore I am with the Freudian unconscious and develops all of these very ingenious, elaborate alternatives to it. But I think the point that I'm gaining here, and I want others to weigh in on this, is that Descartes thinks this division of the subject of science. Now, maybe somebody could say a little bit more about this idea that the subject of science ultimately necessitates, like, what, in other words, what is the meaning? And we saw this in graph 1 in the subversion of the subject, where the splitting of the two parts of the subject was on the side of like being and non-being. So there's like a certain negation of being in existence, perhaps. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, I think that's what Lacan's whole thing about the signifier does, is that it splits and differentiates the distinction between existence and being. Whereas like for Descartes, thinking is aligned with being or being there. And I would say that Descartes is inaugurating the cogito as the modern subject, insofar as that there is a modern universe, which Coiré points out, which stems from the introduction of it via Galileo, right? And mathematizable universe versus the world of antiquity. And I think looking at the Meditations, or it's the Discourse of Method, whichever one, it's like he starts off with assuming that he is deceived, but then he still relies on God as the guarantor of the field of certainty, and that God in this world can grant him the ability to doubt, right? And so in essence, what I understand with Descartes, cogito, and modern science is that the modern subject of science who is inquiring on a field of the other, be it God, or just want to use the term other, or field of signifiers, is given the possibility of doubting, and it's granted by that field, right? That field of the other. And so, it's interesting because even after that, then Descartes' res extension is grounded in a sort of geometrical postulate of a mathematical universe, right? But I think for like Lacan, like we talked about this, it's this distinction between existence and being, sustained by the signifier, but that it has to do with the fact that when he's thinking, he's not there where it was, right? And so when one is thinking, one's being is somewhere else, right?
Where it was,
Where it
I
was,
once was.
I once was, or where it was, I shall become, right? So there's this thing of like, where when one's thinking, one's not there in the place of where the other is, right? The signifier is always, or the subject of the signifier is always inquiring on the field of the other, right? And that's the unconscious field, at least for the metapsychology of psychoanalysis.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. I mean, I think the Meditations are a trip, because in a certain sense, he's trying to do these sort of like thought experiments that would prove that he can develop certainty without any reliance on the senses. In another variant, he's trying to prove that he could develop certainty about knowledge on the presupposition that the world is totally an illusion. And then yet another meditation, he's doing that, but he's then pretending that the whole world is controlled by an evil demon. So there's these kind of barriers that he is erecting. And in each instance, the subject of science is this, what Lacan calls anchorage point in being, that becomes necessary for the ascertainment of knowledge, ultimately. So I love teaching Descartes' meditations. Actually, students, I don't know if anyone's ever taken a philosophy class. They are really fun. They are really, really fun to go through. And so, yeah, I think this is straightforward enough. There's obviously quite a lot to be said regarding this idea. I think the point, though, is not so much, Andrew, that it is knowledge in being, but Lacan refers to it more so as unknowledge as in being. So it's actually that where knowledge is not guaranteed, the doubting subject. The Cartesian subject is the doubting subject on the side of an anchoring in being. Go ahead, Akshay.
So I guess two things. One was, I guess I'll plug the identification seminar again, because the first 7 chapters are going through sort of Descartes. And then there's all of these Euler circles about the thinking in being. But I don't know. I don't know. That's all I wanted to say. But I guess I will add to this kind of with the centrality of doubt, it's making me think about and he says that, what makes the subject of science is sort of a modification in subject position, right? So, and I get I don't know if this is too vast and orientalizing a divide, but in the sense that for Descartes, doubt is the ground of knowledge, right? It's through submitting everything to doubt that you kind of arrive at this new form of certainty, as opposed to which I guess you could frame a sort of faith, an assumption of sort of harmony in the world. And there's something kind of humiliating in the Cartesian version of knowledge, right? Because it's not as good as it could be. It's not ideal, right? In that sense. I don't know if that makes any sense, but sort of the non-ideal character, right? And the other thing about being and existence, right? Because being is a respectable philosophical category in antiquity, but existence is not, right? Existence is only for moderns in the sort of existential sense of meaninglessness, the kind of or worseness or trashness. I don't know. So all of those themes I think had something to do with subject position. So I'll just yeah.
It's a remarkable refutation also on God's existence as the doubting subject being capable of possessing an idea of objects in the world that are of a status of perfection. And that's one of the big sort of conclusions of the meditations that I find super, super rich and interesting, such that there's almost this kind of claim about the possibility of the comprehension of infinity by any subject. And so in order to exert that type of thought onto objects, Lacan is saying, and I think, of course, we should note here that Pascal becomes the continuator of the Cartesian legacy in an extremely important way, insofar as what Pascal does to the subject of science. Well, Lacan says he's the one who invents the object A, right? So Pascal, as the figure who comes in the wake of Descartes, becomes, I think, absolutely essential. Jonas, please.
So from the last reading, the Subversion, I did actually have an idea of where science fit into the graph. So with the first graph, it's Althusser's subject. You're just interpolated into it. There's a thing, a discourse, and the subject is interpolated. You're already hooked. It's just a simple kind of like two-measure thing. But the subject of science is between the on graph 2, between the big other and the signified big other. And that's defined by the ego. So science is the attempt to pin down these points in discourse. That was just a thought I had. I didn't share it when we were reading the group, but or reading the thing, but
Yeah, that's great.
that
But
was
then
just a thought I had.
no,
yeah.
that's really great. But then that also evokes the commentary from seminar 16 regarding the big other as bard and the two versions of God in the Abrahamic tradition, the God of the philosophers and the God of the real, in a certain way. Because keep in mind this, Pascal's God, right, is a contemplation on God in the wake of the subject of science, right? So it's like, how is God thinkable in the wake of the subject of science? And I think that is what Lacan refers to as the God of the philosophers, right? But if we remember the God of the philosophers, and Luis, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't the God of the philosophers ultimately positing a consistent big other? It's not positing an inconsistent big other. Is that right?
I would say that's what science is attempting to do, is to create a consistent big other.
Yes.
So
I think so. I think that's right.
Yeah,
Because,
I mean, to add,
go ahead.
yeah, to add something else, this is related to Descartes, is that I don't remember seminar 12 or 13. He talks about how Descartes alienates truth, right? So what Descartes does to pre-modern sciences, let's say, right, or thoughts, is to alienate truth, right? In his by his speculative methods, right? He separates knowledge from truth, and by doing that, he creates, of course, a truth that is absolute and unreachable, right? And this is the God of the philosophers, right? The absolute rationality of
Right.
God, right?
That's right.
The absolute mind, the Spinozian, and then comes the Spinozian God, right? In contrast, we have the God of Abraham, the one that speaks. And what is particular about the God that speaks is that we can ask about its desire, its enjoyment, right? And we cannot have that hint with the God of the philosophers because the God of the philosopher doesn't speak, right?
Yeah, and isn't it also true that Pascal is a little more unique because he sort of also tries to smuggle in the God of the real, if I'm not mistaken, that's part of one of his innovations. Because Lacan has that whole point in Seminar 16, you may remember, where he's constantly saying that what Pascal is trying to preserve and also to resurrect in the wake of science and rationalism is the Old Testament God, which is not the God of the philosophers. The God of the philosophers ultimately would result in pantheism, God as nature, etc., right? Spinozism, right? The pantheist controversy, etc. I don't think this is Pascal's orientation, but go ahead, Andrew and Ellie.
Yeah, there's a handful of things that I just wanted to comment on. And I mean, really, it was what actually brought up about what makes the subject of science, or Descartes' inauguration of the subject or modern subject, interesting, is that it poses the subject's position. And I think this ties in very well with when we think of the subversion of the subject, right? I mentioned this point, I'm going to just double down on it, that of course we're dealing with a subject that is one and the same, interrelated via the Mobius strip, right? When we're talking about the clinic, we're talking about an individual who is knotted by jouissance, Romeo knot, and affected with the A by the unconscious. And what we're dealing with right here, and the subversion of subject, is not only that, but also the subject of science, who is submitted by the signifier. And what Akshay said about the subject's position made me think about this distinction between Lacan and Freud and scientism, because, and scientism not as a pejorative, because he will use the term scientism, but it just means that there is a sort of, you could say, mystification in modern science. But Milner says that, like, you know, there is this, there are the ideals of science, and then there's the ideal science. And we could see that the ideal is very much aligned with what appears to me of like the ego ideal, but in modern science, that would be the, what is the ideal science that we're trying to achieve with our ideals? And I think that is related to the subject's positioning of itself within the discourse of science and via the signifier, because even though this does interrelate with the university discourse, remember Lacan says that the discourse of science is related to the master's discourse, because what the master's discourse does via the S1 in the form of knowledge is that it uses the signifier to intervene on an already constituted field of knowledge or constituted field of signifiers, right? And that's how I take, you know, what's going on with that. And the last thing I'll cap off on is something I shared it in the Discord, because Matilda mentioned Cahiers pour Annalise. Volume 2, there is an essay called Return to the Science and Truth by Adrian Johnston. And he points out that the scientism, or science in the discourse related to the formula of fantasy, has to do with the way that the subject of science and psychoanalytic object, objet A, are both in a conjunction and disjunction and a lesser than or greater than formula. That is what the logence signifies. The losange in the middle is this combination of how the subject has a conjunction with objet A and a disjunction simultaneously, as well as it relates to as it being lesser than or greater than objet A. And I think as far as a lesser than and greater than, we could see formulate itself in the Fibonacci series with Pascal that we witnessed in seminar 16, with knowledge and truth, and how that is also related to jouissance in the subject, right? Yeah, that's all I'd say.
Yeah, and we also saw that at the uppermost part of the full graph of desire. On the left-hand side was negative, on the right-hand side was positive. So I guess the interpretation on that side referred us back to the wonderful example of like two ways of formulating a metaphor out of the mother's desire. One would be like negative vis-a-vis Hamlet, and the other one would be on the side of the subject of the drive, whereby the basic operation would be some kind of proper subversion on the battery of signifiers themselves. Yes, that's very interesting, Andrew. Thank you for that.
Sorry, I remember the last thing I was going to say. I mean, we have to think that he's building up on the there is no universe of discourse, because that's what the Russell set via the signifier as S and A are formulating.
True.
When he talks about science as a discourse, this is what science is trying to do. It's trying to be the discourse of all discourses as the universe of discourse. And it's only from psychoanalytic topology of the signifier that we see the impasse of science. And as Paris says, that science is in this pseudo-formalism as well as a pseudo-formalization, right? And it's through understanding that via the signifier that we see the impasse of modern science in its sort of pseudo-formalization, and why Lacan is so obsessed with mathematics and set theory to encapsulate what the discourse of science is doing.
Okay, great. Let us get back to the text in a moment, but then we'll hear from Akshay, but we also do need to say something regarding these transitions in Freud, because this actually, the paragraph 1, 2, 3, paragraph 4 is actually quite important, I think. But go ahead, Akshay.
I mean, it's the last thing I'll say in response to what Andrew was just saying. Like I don't think the scientific discourse is just all the discourses, right? Like, it's not like if you collected Buddhism, Jainism, and all the world's religions, you'd get scientific discourse, like, and it's like, what is the conceit of objectivity, right? Like, it's that I give you the world without us, right? Like, in the most, like, this is when the universe started, and we don't need like a subjective observer to kind of like, and that I don't know, I think that sense of a knowledge that's without us is connected to the sense of like a knowledge without conceit, right? Like, but like there's this constant movement of like reappropriation, right? Like in this Copernican Ptolemaic sense. To give like a practical example, like if Darwin is like, oh, we're all descended from apes, and this is a description of us, like that's objective, it's sort of like humiliating, but you can still recuperate that and sort of be like, oh, but we're the most evolved of our species, and look at us, we even know about evolution. That like in the one's own humiliation freely accepted becomes like a source of pride, you know. But so I don't know, but there's something about that moment at which something in the position of the subject is shifted, and something about objectivity, right? Like, which is, I think, the connection there with science, because in some sense you are turned into an object. You're not given this like valorized kind of description.
Yeah, there's a little passage from Jean-Claude Milner about the subject of science that I want to read apropos Lacan's understanding of Descartes, and I'll just read this very interesting point, because the whole point that we didn't mention, which I think Milner says is essential, is the idea that for Descartes, the subject of science is a subject without qualities. And it is, quote, this is Milner, he says, physics eliminates every quality from existence. Therefore, a theory of the subject that wishes to respond to such a physics must also strip the subject of every quality. What were the qualities of a subject precisely thinking, reflecting, doubting, knowing, perceiving? This subject, constituted following the characteristic determinations of science, is the subject of science. The qualitative markings of the empirical individual are not appropriate to this subject, whether they are somatic or psychic, nor are the qualitative properties of a soul. The subject is neither mortal nor immortal, neither pure nor impure, neither just nor unjust, neither sinner nor saint, neither damned nor saved. Even the properties that for a long time have been believed to constitute subjectivity as such are not appropriate. The subject has neither self nor reflexivity nor consciousness. So I thought that was a very helpful point from Milner. Yes, so that's essential. I think we should now maybe start by rereading whoever lends credence to the technique for reading Freud that I had to impose. Maybe we could pick it up back there. Please.
Sure thing. And it's like good Pavlovians, we want to inflict a painful shock and then repeat it over and over again. So it's good to go back here.
Yeah, sorry, Matan. I think, well, you know, there's a lot going on here, so it's worth it.
Yes. Whoever lends credence to the technique for reading Freud that I had to impose when the task at hand was simply one of synchronically resituating each of his terms will be able to proceed in reverse chronological order from the Ich Spaltung, to which death put an end, to the articles on fetishism and the loss of reality in 27 and 24, to observe that the doctrinal revamping known as the second topography introduced the terms Ich, über Ich, and even Es without certifying them as apparatuses, introducing instead a reworking of analytic experience in accordance with a dialectic best defined as what structuralism has since allowed us to elaborate logically, namely the subject caught up in a constituting division. After that, the reality principle loses the discordance that supposedly characterizes it in Freud's work when, on the basis of a comparison of texts, it is thought to be split between a notion of reality that includes psychical reality and another that makes it the correlate of the perception consciousness system. The reality principle must be read as it is in fact designated as the strain of experience sanctioned by the subject of science. It suffices to give this some thought for the following ideas, which are disallowed as overly obvious to assume their proper place. For example, that it is meaning that they're banally true. For
So wait, that's
example,
just sorry. That's just extremely useful because is he not talking about the spalting right there? The reality principle must be read as it is in fact designated as the strain of experience sanctioned by the subject of science. That to me is speaking about this split itself. But there's also this other more complex point he's trying to make about the evolution in Freud's own understanding of the object of reality itself, which I think one could even draw a comparison to Lacan's criticisms of Freud's theories of objective reality itself. Andrew, go ahead.
It's Ellie, actually.
Sorry, Ellie, please.
No, it's just, I mean, I'm reading Seminar 7 right now, and I'm at the part where he talks about the Entwurf at length. And so, you know, I feel like he's really evoking that idea here, where he's kind of comparing, like, in the Entwurf, what Freud's ideas regarding the reality and the pleasure principle are there compared to, like, beyond the pleasure principle and getting towards the end of his work. And so I find that really interesting that, you know, he's evoking that split here. And I use the word split intentionally.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, and those two essays that he mentions of the loss in reality, which is it's the loss of reality in neurosis and psychosis and fetishism.
Yeah.
Because what like Lacan's commentary on it, at least in 3 and 4, seminars 3 and 4, is that these constitute like something in which, okay, and we all know this, it's like, okay, there isn't this reality right here and you have a subject, but it's like the subject actually constitutes its own reality from something that's lost. And
Yeah.
I mean, going back to the Entwurf, this whole notion of the child who hallucinates the breast, and it's like it's not just seeing the breast as a hallucinatory form, but that it's able to, through the consciousness perception, looked at all the different vectors to constitute an object that is metonymic of a reality itself. I think that's exactly what Freud kind of returns to in his later years, is some of these key principles of Entwurf onto these later essays of how, well, both psychosis and neurosis, you know, through something traumatic, have to replace reality with something of an object. In the psychotic, it's a delusion, right? In the neurotic, it's something of fantasy. And in Lacanese terms, it is this objet as the sort of like virtual point where the subject is able to try to be somewhere.
Well, and for the pervert, it's adopting both. Like, my mom has a penis and my mom doesn't have a penis, and I'm going to choose to believe actually that my mom has a penis, even though, you know, I might accept that there is evidence to the contrary. I will still hold that superstitious belief.
Yeah, and it's funny, the example
and disavow.
The example that I used with the pervert, like with my buddy Nick, was like, you ever watch that series Bates Motel? I feel like the character Norman Bates is like a pervert in the sense that he wants to be the child of the mother and also reign like the name of the father of castration. So it's like, you know, with this like split of the pervert, it's like it wants to be both that child that is like, you know, weaned by the mother and in this imaginary fetishism, but also have the ability to evoke castration at the same time. Right.
Wow, brilliant, guys. Yeah. No, it's extremely useful. Matilda, please.
Yeah. I feel like in the background are all these ideas that we're bringing up around like the near stage and some sort of constituting division of the subject.
Hold on, you're getting slight feedback. Not feedback, but like maybe something is rubbing against your microphone.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. It's just like...
Let me check I'm on the right microphone.
Yeah, try.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's fine. It's
Okay,
fine.
sorry if it's not great. I think that whatever structuralism is articulating here, that is that it is elaborating logically what Freud is like setting out in his second topography. This dialectic that is the subject caught up in its constituting division. I do think that is referring to like the near stage, and I think from what I can tell, like I don't know if he's referring, if that's structuralism for Lacan, or if Lacan is referring to like what's being developed in like the epistemological circle that he's around. And at least in like the suture paper with Miller, the analogy that he provides is like the constitution of the series of numbers, and how like in order to get the series of numbers going, that you have something of this constituting division. That's like basically an analogy with the near stage or something. But it's just more like minimally and technically and kind of symbolically clear, or formally clear perhaps. And I think we got like caught wind of that in the Subversion essay with like the -1 and all that business. So I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, that's really good. I think that it could refer to that. I think it's also, well, we should continue to read because I do think actually this comes back up. And in the Subversion essay, doesn't he also mention by the end of his discussion on the first graph, which is like, I tried to use that point or say that point. I'm not sure if it's totally accurate, but I think it is, that like graph 1 is the prehistory of the full graph. And as such, it's like the subject of science is the originary point of the full graph. Jonas made an interesting point, which is the subject of science emerges upon graph 2, which would be different than the mirror stage notion. So that's something we can table. There's a slight question about this. Akshay, please.
So I mean, like I agree with what Mathilda was saying. I think it is partially about the measure stage, but also like, I mean, how do you put it? Like, I mean, it's interesting because like what Freud says about religion in general, right? Like, and the master trope of religion is the fetish, right? Like, and the fetish is a concept that modernity comes up with to describe those who are not modern. And those who are not modern are the subjects who don't have reality, or they have reality except for this one, they behave like perfectly normal people. But then you kill a snake and they're all like, oh my God, you killed my totemic deity. They go crazy, right? Like, but I mean, so I guess like what modern reality excludes is the sacred, right? Like in the sense of, and that's how you get secular reality, like through this kind of exclusion of the sacred, which would be an exclusion of fetishism or superstition, right? Like any kind of support of the subject. I mean, as opposed to like the subject of science for whom the support is this notion of reality, right? Like, so, and to go to this, I mean, because like there's the mirror stage, I guess it's like you have the subject and their reality. And like, if they think very highly of themselves, this reality may look divine, right? Like, kind of like, but I mean, I think the kind of like anti-humanist aspect of like a scientific description is kind of like, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like you're confronted with an ugly world. Like I feel like I'm not being very rigorous at this point, so I'll just stop there. But I think it has something to do with like the mirror stage in the sense that our very concept of the world reflects us, right? Like at the level of, but
Well, yeah, I mean, well, hold on a second. Yeah, Luis has a point. Go ahead.
I think that, I mean, who's, we can say, okay, what is the subject of science? Is it the Cartesian subject, the Lacanian subject, the Kantian subject? What are we talking about, right? And I think it's the same subject, and I think this is what we are pinpointing, right? That Descartes anchors the subject, but the subject that Lacan is pointing out, the Freudian subject, let's put it that way, it's not exactly what Descartes defines, right? So the subject, even in the first graph, still the same, and that's why we can see the subversion of the subject in different positions. We can understand the subject, right? Because the subject at the end is not a substantial entity, right? So it is a split, right? And this is the Freudian subject, as he defines it. So this subject of science is more like a referent, right? Something that Descartes found during his meditations. He didn't define it as Freud did or Lacan does it, but he points it, right? That's the reference point.
It's also a new iteration in individualism, insofar as the cut of truth as the doubting subject, like the anchorage of being, is the only anchorage point, or you could say the only lighthouse, wherein the religious subject was not anchoring the truth of the cosmos in their own individual ontological status, whereas in the Cartesian model they are. And
No,
keep in mind, this whole thing he's talking about, Mobius strip, is a division between truth and knowledge. And the truth is on the side of the anchorage of being. It's on the side of this Cartesian discovery. Go ahead.
Yes, I apologies for the excess of enthusiasm, but I mean, like, I like in the sense that I mean, I agree with what Luis is saying, but like, with Descartes or with Freud or with Kant, like the support for each of their theorizations is objective reality. Right? Like, it's from the position of objective reality, you can be like, oh, what is the subject? What do they need to have? Space and time, right? Like, but like, it is within a sort of like cosmology of the individualist subject, right? Like that you can have any of these notions, right? Like you have to sort of presuppose that to get to all of these other steps. I think, I don't know.
I just wanted to add to both your all's point, because I think Luis did bring up a good point about how like Descartes doesn't define the subject in the way that Freud does. And I wanted to read just a small part that actually goes continuous off of what Daniel read from Milner, is that, and again, it goes back to the point that Descartes' being is predicated on thinking and doubting. The I think, therefore I am. Whereas for Milner, he points out for Lacan, and this is like the ingenuity of Freud, is that there is thinking in the unconscious via the dream, right? Which is a totally different thinking than the thinking granted by Descartes. And he says in his lemmas, if there is thinking in the dream, then there is an unconscious. The dream is the royal road to the unconscious. And a definition that derives from the theorem in the lemma is that to affirm that there is an unconscious is equivalent to affirm that it thinks. And with the unconscious is like, of course, it's not this substantialized thing. It's structured like a language. It's still in a reality that we could symbolize or call objective. We don't have to get in a debate of what that means of objectivity, but we agree that science is aimed at some objectivity, and that Freud is able to locate a place called the dream that is the royal road of the unconscious, that thinks differently than the Cartesian subject that is only thinking about the cogito as, or philosophy as, conscious thinking, or we get a phenomenology as to be conscious is to be consciousness of something.
Excellent, Andrew. That is extremely helpful for this discussion. Please, Jonas, and then we'll go back to the text.
Okay, hang on a sec. I just got to get something real quick.
Sure.
You know what? Never mind. I got to write this down.
Sure. I mean, I think the other point about Freud's conception of reality is that when he talks about reality, he's talking about reality principle, but that is only invented after he discovers the pleasure principle. So it kind of goes to the point that Andrew's talking about Freud's discovery of the, you could say, of the subjective split within reality as such. So Um, yeah, it's striking though in this reading, in fact, how close Freud and Descartes are in their method of they're both thinking the determination of the subject in some sense. So,
So I got
Jonas,
what I was going to say.
go ahead. Go ahead.
So there was this, I don't know, I'm just maybe remembering an occurrence I had with someone where we were talking about like deja vu and like whether or not you could actually study it. Like, how would you objectify deja vu? We all know we have it, but you could never really do it scientifically. Like, there's this pocket of human existence that's always outside the view of science. And there was just kind of a conversation I had with someone, but I guess it parallels with dreams, where like, is there thinking in that moment? Is there actually something there? Or do we all just keep saying, like the alternative would be like, is your green red and my green is your blue or something like that? And that we could never really know. Or is there actually something there?
Jonas,
That-
he actually
Yeah, man,
talks about
you would really benefit from reading Clement Roset's magisterial essay, "The Real and Its Double," because he shows that the phenomenon of deja vu shows that there is like a split in the knowability of reality itself, and he thinks that deja vu also points to the fact that reality itself is structured like an oracle. It's a very interesting essay. I cannot recommend it enough.
Lacan
Okay.
specifically talks about deja vu in Seminar 3.
Oh yeah.
And it's really good because it does relate to trauma tone and the application of condensation and displacement. So I think in that sense that is probably up your alley, Jonas, because it doesn't have to do with this like, oh, is like this sort of subjective, like, oh, this is my truth versus your truth, but no, that there is something there that can be unraveled via the structure of language, right?
Yeah. That idea is also like it's very much tied into this notion that reality itself is in a constant source of repetition. So deja vu is this profoundly disorienting moment of the realization that everything that happens twice or something like that. It's crazy shit. But it is similar to Lacan's commentary in the four fundamental concepts of psychoanalysis about how what does he talk about when one wakes up from a lucid dream? One has to re-enter a new dream in order to wake up from the dream or something crazy shit like that. So it's like very sci-fi. That's where like it becomes science fiction, and I really find it interesting. Okay. We are going slow, my friends. Maybe too slow for our own good. Maybe this is how it should be. Matan, would you be so kind?
Sure thing. The reality principle must be read as it is in fact designated as the strain of experience sanctioned by the subject of science. It suffices to give this some thought for the following ideas, which are disallowed as overly obvious, as banally true, to assume their proper place. For example, that it is unthinkable that psychoanalysis as a practice and the Freudian unconscious as a discovery could have taken on their roles before the birth, in the century that has been called the century of genius, the 17th, of science. Science should be taken here in the absolute sense just indicated, a sense which does not efface what formerly went by the same name, but which, rather than harking back to its archaic roots, draws to itself the latter's lead in such a way as to better demonstrate its difference from any other science. One thing is certain, if the subject is truly there, at the nexus, the nude of that difference, all humanist references become superfluous in science, the subject cutting them short. In saying this about psychoanalysis and Freud's discovery, I am not concerned with the incidental fact that it was because his patients came to him in the name of science and because of the prestige science conferred upon its servants, even its lowly ones, at the end of the 19th century, that Freud was able to found psychoanalysis by discovering the unconscious. I am saying, contrary to what has been trumped up about a supposed break on Freud's part with the scientism of his time, that it was this very scientism, which one might designate by its allegiance to the ideals of Brooke, themselves passed down from Helmholtz and Dubois-Reymond's Pact to Reduce Physiology, and the mental functions considered to be included therein, to the mathematically determined terms of thermodynamics, these latter having attained the virtual completion during their lifetimes. That led Freud, as his writings show, to pave the way that shall forever bear his name. I am saying that this way never sheds the ideals of this scientism, as it is called, and that the mark it bears of the latter is not contingent, but rather remains essential to it. Its credit is preserved by this mark, despite the deviations to which it gave rise. Freud having opposed these deviations with timely sureness and inflexible rigor. Witness his break with the most prestigious of his followers, Jung, as soon as Jung slipped into something whose function can only be defined as an attempt to reinstate a subject endowed with depths, with an S, that is a subject constituted by a relationship said to be archetypal to knowledge. The said relationship was not reduced to that exclusively allowed by modern science being no other than the one I defined last year as punctual and vanishing. That relationship to knowledge which, since its historically inaugural moment, has retained that name, cogito. It is due to this indubitable origin, blatant in all of Freud's work, and to the lesson he left us as head of a school, that Marxism is unable, and I do not believe any Marxist has seriously contested this point, to attack his ideas on the basis of their historical extraction. I have in mind
Okay,
here.
hold on a second. He said Marxism. We have to stop. I see. So I suppose what he's trying to say is that Marxism has been unable to, cast a shade of doubt or claim that psychoanalysis is illegitimate on the basis of the scientific verifiability of psychoanalysis. What do you guys think that he's saying here in this paragraph?
I was taking it as like being able to or unable to really not only account for like psychoanalysis, but like on this major point about the modern subject or the split subject of science. And I think Paris talks about this in his like
Yeah. Well, I think
how psychoanalysis in its sort of structural topology of knowledge can account for Marxism, whereas Marxism in its notion of science cannot account for the emergence of psychoanalysis in relationship to modern science. But I guess like it's like I don't know, is it also like what is he talking about Althusserian structure?
I think I know what he's saying.
Yeah.
Because we need to read the next paragraph that follows. What he's saying is that the theory of it being a bourgeois science is what's being rejected. That's what's being rejected. Matan, would you just read the next paragraph and then stop at Renou's being, and then we will understand it, please.
Yeah. I have in mind here his affiliation with the Society of the Dual Monarchy, Freud remaining confined within Judaizing limits in his spiritual aversions, and with the capitalist order that conditioned his political agnosticism, who among you will write an essay worthy of Lamennais on indifference in political matters? And I would add, with bourgeois ethics for which the dignity of his life inspires us in us a respect that has prevented his work from attaining a stature otherwise than in our misunderstanding of it and confusions about it, comparable to that of the only men of truth we still have, revolutionary agitators, writers whose style leaves its mark on language. I'm thinking of someone in particular, and the precursor of the thought that Renou's being.
Excellent. Yeah, exactly. So it's Freud undeniably discovers science insofar as he propels a new thought that renews being in the Cartesian tradition, on the one hand. On the other hand, the Marxists have been unable to attack his ideas through historical materialism, insofar as historical materialism would understand the generation of a system of thought vis-a-vis a theory of the class struggle. And his point, really, at the first point, is that, yeah, Freud practices what Philip Rieff calls anti-politics. Yeah. And moreover, he writes in the mode of a revolutionary in his own right, which is very much like a Rosichnère kind of point. So I think Lacan actually is correct here. In other words, vulgar Marxists can't really deny psychoanalysis as some kind of bourgeois science. And of course, there were in the French Communist Party all kinds of people wanting to do that. Right? This goes back to the Tbilisi affair with Althusser when he was censored by the Stalinists for being interested in Freud. Go ahead, Jonas.
So I was thinking, I mean, there might be a sort of bourgeois dimension to what Freud says, but in a way, there's something transhistorical about psychoanalysis too.
Yeah.
You know, it's like people who've never read anything about psychoanalysis, I see them knowing a little bit. It's like they're making discoveries about other people without having been given instruction. I think psychoanalysis is based in like a more basic human understanding. I mean, whatever. We got the science thing that it is or isn't, but I see people thinking psychoanalytically in the world, you know, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the challenge that Rosichnère's Freud gives to us, right, is that the subject of science is only one of Freud's revolutionary contributions. But there is also a thinking of the subject of politics in Freud, which Lacan doesn't see in Freud, right? If anything, the subject of politics in Lacan is thought vis-a-vis his own dialogues with Heidegger, frankly, and like metapolitics and all of that stuff that he talks about, the unconscious of politics and things like that. But he's never really thinking Freud's contribution at this level. And again, I would just recommend Balibar's essay on the invention of the superego to understand this point about Judaism and Freud's relationship to capitalism and communism. Go ahead, Matilda.
Is my microphone any better?
It's still a little shaky, but it's not
Okay.
terrible.
I don't know what's going on. I feel like the word truth, like I never know what to make of it, is like the locus is truth, is the other the locus of truth? Is truth the place of the subject? That seems to be like alienated from knowledge in some way. I don't, that's not exactly what I was trying to say. It's that like truth here, at least with regard to like revolutionary agitators, like they put truth to work. Lacan says like Freud puts truth to work. And I was reading in like the Cahiers pour analysis, and apparently somehow truth within this like milieu of people gets turned in by Badiou to the event, and which is tied to like revolutionary activity. And so I just curious by all those references to truth with regard to activity and revolutionary activity. And just you're welcome to comment. Just one last thing is like, I think, like you think Lukács, like he's always interested in like genealogies of thinkers, and even like Engels, like criticizes like certain types of materialism that weren't like the right type of materialism. And who knows, maybe like some of these people come up within their writings as like not proper materialist, and like in that way that like Freud's genealogy could be like stained in some regard. But I think since the question of Jung comes up here, and this subject that Jung has that's endowed with depths, a subject that is constituted by a relationship to knowledge. That is a very similar sentence to how he refers to Hegel, with the way Hegel ties knowledge and truth together with desire, and how the subject retains a connection to knowledge of antiquity, or antiquity's knowledge. And so I think it's closer to like an Althusserian point against kind of like a ideological subject. Like Jung, to me, is actually quite Hegelian, like a Gnostic Hegelian in some regard. And I think maybe what he's specifying here is that like Freud, in following scientism, avoids an ideological subject, and that this subject, and to speculate, I wonder like if the subject doesn't have, is not constituted by a relation to knowledge, from the beginning, like, or is it meaning that like for the subject, knowledge is always constructed, or I'm not exactly sure. That's just the things I'm gonna say.
Wonderful. Yeah, I mean, I think the point about Jung is that, as I see it, is that whatever it is that Jung is doing, he's diverting from, from sort of being a revolutionary in the tradition of Descartes. So you could call that the ideological subject, although I think that I'm not sure if that's the best phrase for it, insofar as what the Jungian subject is deriving, the foundation of this subject, it's based upon a correspondence between interiority and knowledge. And what's missing is this status of the subject as punctual and vanishing, right? So therefore, like the Jungian subject, you could say, is like the least dialectical, perhaps. This spalting between truth and knowledge is not even present for Jung, right?
Yeah, with Jung, it's like he gets away from sexuality and he thinks libido is psychic. But then like the way I think of Jung, and I may be butchering it, but what does Frederick Jameson say about what is it, the antiquarian historicism? And I think when you read Jung, you see him, even though he is like hyper scientific with psychology, at the same time, he appeals to ancient texts of antiquity or Gnosticism, as Matilda pointed out, and Eastern philosophy to try to find the truth of the unconscious, because he doesn't think of unconscious as repression or structured around repression. He thinks that the unconscious is just that we're just unaware or not conscious of it. So it's all about making the unconscious conscious, which is radically opposed to what Lacan and Freud are trying to do. Even though Freud does say that at one point, does not adhere to that. But I think, I wouldn't say that Jung is similar to Hegel, because I don't think
I think that Hegel's more in line with this Cartesian operation.
Yeah.
But the point is that Hegel's dialectic begins from the subject of desire.
Exactly. And the Kojevian Hegel as well. And regardless of like, if we say Hegel has an end of history or not, that's besides the point. But I think, that is absolutely correct. It's like, it's not only on this master slave dialectic, but it's on desire, and not that there is this sort of fetishism of antiquity that Jung is after, that we could bleed into today. And that's what causes individuation through complexes, or the other term for complexes in his metapsychology is archetypes, that bleed back all the way to antiquity, Eastern philosophy, and scripture. And that's why I say like antiquarianism in the Frederick Jameson sense, because it seems like you should go through the text and see civilization and the unconscious in these scripture, whether it's the Bhagavad Gita or the Nag Hammadi or etc.
Well, we should be careful. Matilda is like some type of Jungian. right?
I'm not, I just grew up in the theosophical bookstores, you know?
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Luis.
Yeah, I mean, talking about Hegel, it depends how you read Hegel, right? If you see Hegel as a pre-Kantian, then you might say, okay, he might be a Jungian, right? His subject is a substantial subject, right? A metaphysical subject. But we read it as a Kantian, then maybe not, right? Maybe we're aligned with Hegel, right? But the point I want to make is that, I mean, I think there is something revolutionary about Lacan. And I think we need to compare, of course, the relationship that the Marxists, or at least the Orthodox Marxists, and we need to think that at that time, of course, the party was very strong, right? So what the party defined as truth or what is to be done, then everybody had to align with it, right? And we have to contrast this activity towards uh, the ethics of psychoanalysis, right? Which is not based on a certain truth, right? Like Antigone, right? It's an act not grounded on a knowledge, right? On the contrary, it's an act done on the fact that you are being at the moment. There is no conversion between being and thought, right? And therefore there is being the act without thinking, and you will only be as a thought after it, right? So I think we can see how he reads, of course. I think, of course, Lacan has a reading of Hegel much more of a pre-Kantian Hegel, right? As a much metaphysical Hegel, Thomistic Hegel that converges thought and being, right? Well, we can hint that maybe there is something about that, right? But that's certainly his reading. And that's why he reads Marxism in that view too, right?
Excellent. Akshay, please.
I kind of agree with Mikhail also because like at the next page we're going to get a reference to the beautiful soul, right? Like in the tenderness of the beautiful soul, which is like a direct reference to Hegel, but also like which is like maps on very well to like what he's been saying about Jung, right? Like, and I think it's I don't know, yeah. I mean, I did see it as sort of just I mean, I was reading the correspondence the other day, and like it's interesting because like Jung is like actually quite well read as like a philosopher. He's like, and in all of this other like theosophical stuff, like he's reading whatever Orientalist literature exists at the time. But like, but he's also like very appreciative of Kant. Like he's actually like these philosophers are very smart people. Freud has not read them, does not care like in a way that's like, and because he's reading thermodynamics, right? Like he's not at all trying to like map on this like harmonious vision of like the entire the depths of human knowledge. He's like, no, it's about sex, right? Like, and I think that's what he's calling scientific, like this kind of like the humiliation with which he speaks, right? Like rather than an elevation, right, like of humanity in some sense. I mean, and I think that's what he means by there's no escape into the tenderness of the beautiful soul, right? Like it's I'll stop.
Okay, bye. Sorry about that. Akshay, thank you so much. That's extremely helpful. I'm excited to get to this next section. I think we should move to it. As always, this is so insanely thought-provoking and excellent. What's on your back in action? With
Yes.
sunburn and everything.
Did we
Don't
read
worry,
any
we
more
won't put
since
the
I've
video
left?
up online. Don't worry.
You know what? It's not showing up as pronounced since
I'm
feared it
a good
would.
Lacanian. I know how to preserve your shame, right? To veil you. I'm just kidding. Although that's what he believes, right?
Yeah, although I'm willing to
Modesty is
humiliate
most
myself
important.
for views if you want. I don't know.
Yeah, it's really not that
You want to
bad.
do some challenges
I
or
have
something?
I have worse than you.
Anyways, where did we leave off? is it I will nevertheless, because I left for 5 minutes. I'm not
Please, yeah,
sure.
I think so.
Okay. I will nevertheless have to rehash them, these debatable certainties which he is hasty to put behind him, even if it entails a certain heavy-handedness. To say that the subject upon which we operate in psychoanalysis can only be the subject of science may seem paradoxical. It is nevertheless here that a demarcation must be made, failing which everything gets mixed up and a type of dishonesty sets in that is elsewhere called objective. But it is people's lack of audacity and failure to locate the object that backfires. One is always responsible for one's position as a subject. Those who would like to may call that terrorism. I have the right to be amused, for it is not in a setting where doctrine is fair game for bargaining that I should fear obfuscating anyone by formulating that guileless errors are the most unforgivable of all errors. The psychoanalyst's position leaves no escape, excluding as it does the tenderness of the beautiful soul. If it is a paradox even just to say that, it is perhaps once again the same paradox. Be that as it may, I posit that every attempt or even temptation in which current theory persists in being a relapse, further incarnating the subject, amounts to errancy, even ever fruitful in error, but as such faulty. For example, when the subject is incarnated in man himself, nothing in such theories but a child. For man is then taken to be primitive, distorting the whole primary process, just as children are taken to be underdeveloped men, masking the truth about what originally happens during childhood. In short, what Claude Levi-Strauss has denounced as the archaic illusion is inevitable in psychoanalysis if one is not steadfast in one's theory regarding the principle I just mentioned. Only one subject is accepted as such in psychoanalysis, the one that can make it scientific. Which suffices to indicate that I do not believe that, in this respect, psychoanalysis lays claim to any special privileges. There is no such thing as a science of man, and this should be understood along the lines of, there's no such thing as an insignificant savings. There is no such thing as a science of man because science's man does not exist, only its subject does. My lifelong repugnance for the appellation human sciences is well known. It strikes me as the very call of servitude. But the fact is that the term is also incorrect, except in the case of psychology, which has discovered ways to outlive itself by providing services to the technocracy, sliding, as it were, as a sensational article by Canguilhem concludes with truly Swiftian humor. Like a toboggan from the Pantheon to the prefecture of police, psychology will thus meet with failure at the level of the selection of creators in science and of the encouragement and backing of research. It is easy to see that none of the other sciences in this class constitutes an anthropology. Consider Levi-Bruhl and Piaget. Their concepts, so-called pre-logical mentality and supposedly egocentric thought or discourse, refer only to the assumed mentality, presumed thought, and actual discourse of science's subject, not science's man. The upshot being that too many people now think that limits, mental certainly, weakness of thought presumable, and actual discourse, a bit tricky in the case of the man of science for he is someone rather different, lend weight to these constructions, whereas the latter, while probably not devoid of objectivity, are relevant to science only insofar as they contribute nothing about the magician, for example, and little about magic. And if they contribute something about the traces of these latter, the traces are of but the magician or magic, as it was not Levi-Bruhl who traced them. The reckoning in Piaget's case is still more unfavorable. He contributes nothing about children and little about their development, missing as he does what is essential therein. And as concerns with the logic he displays, the child of Piaget that is, in his responses to statements whose series constitutes the test he undergoes, Piaget comes up with nothing other than the very same logic that governs the enunciation of the statements that make up the test, that is, the logic of the man of science, in which the logician, I will not deny it, in this case, maintains his importance. In sciences that are far more valuable, although their status stands in need of re-evaluation, one finds that proscription of the archaic illusion, an illusion we can generalize with the expression psychologization of the subject in no way fetters fecundity. A case in point is game theory, better called strategy, which takes advantage of the thoroughly calculable character of a subject strictly reduced to the formula for a matrix of signifying combinations. The case of linguistics is subtler, as it must take into account the difference between the enunciated and enunciation, that is, the impact of the subject who speaks as such, and not of the subject of science. This is why linguistics revolves around something else, namely the battery of signifiers, whose prevalence over signification effects must be ensured. Here, too, antinomies appear, scaled to the extremism of the position adopted in object selection. What is clear is that one can go very far in the elaboration of the effects of language, since one can construct a poetics that owes no more to references to the mind of the poet than to its incarnation. It is in the realm of logic that the theory's various refractive indices appear in relation to the subject of science. They differ, these refractive indices, as regards the lexicon, syntactic morphemes, and sentential syntax. I'll pause here because I see one of the two Big Cinerelli participants would like to make a comment.
I was about to say vanishing mediators. At first, I was like, wrong couple.
Wow.
Um,
Nick is really your other girlfriend. It's true.
Exactly. Shout out to Nick, who's not here. He's the vanishing mediator. I like this. I haven't read Piaget, but I think, like, from what I understand, somebody correct me if I'm wrong about Piaget's psychology, is that there's something of like knowledge or language acquisition to him that I think someone like Chomsky picks up on. But
Piaget has like cognitive stages of development. So it starts at like sensory motor, which is basically like perceptual, all the way through like abstract reasoning.
Right. Yeah. And I guess like that juxtaposition between this sort of like, I guess we could say like pitfall of Piaget versus what he gets into at what Baton read at the end with game theory and linguistics is interesting because it brings up this question that Bruce Fink talks about in, I think his essay in Reading Seminar 11 is called On Science and Truth, because in the beginning of Seminar 11, he talks about science and truth, Lacan does, and the question of whether or not psychoanalysis is a science. And he talks about the reformulation of it is, what would a science be like that could account for psychoanalysis? And he talks about this notion of the conjectural or conjectural sciences. And why they bring that up is because game theory, according to Lacan, is a conjectural science. And what makes game theory interesting from what I read about it is that, you know, from the non-Lacanian standpoint of game theory, a lot of the combinations of reasoning and logic that happens from the players is not on the player itself, for whether it's selfish reasons or self-interest or whatever the case, its own sort of rational judgment, but based upon the reactions of the other who's playing the game. So the other's dictation is what dictates the subject, and we see that in obviously logical time. And I think that's quite fascinating because, well, if that's true, and linguists or game theory is conjectural in that sense, because like it goes with incomplete evidence and has to add on over time, then linguistics kind of seems to be in that similar domain because it's invested in enunciation and the enunciated of the subject. But like, I guess it's from Lacan, it takes for granted the battery of signifiers, which is endowed of the other, right? And I think game theory focuses so much on the other and not the subject's reasoning. And then the linguistics focuses so much on the wholly instantiated individual who speaks signifiers and signs, and takes for granted the other, right? So I think like we're in this interesting paradigm, but they undermine the whole Piagetian stage of, cognition in a sense, right? In their scientificity, which for Piaget is empirical. It's psychology, of course, but it's in a sort of sense like a weird understanding of empiricism and behaviorism, to be crude. But I think, with the conjectural sciences, if linguistics is that, I don't know. But I find that interesting. I don't know what any of y'all think of that, but those are like my thoughts from studying game theory over the past couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, I would only add that I really only know Piaget because Lucien Goldman was turning to him in his own conceptions of Marxist humanism, and he developed a theory called genetic structuralism, which adopted this Piagetian kind of approach to collective group consciousness as also capable of being analyzed as evolving in stages. So it's kind of like an evolutionary structuralist account. And I was thinking to myself that, part of Lacan's theory of the four discourses is also a mechanism for deriving a kind of account of the oscillations of consciousness, like within a discourse, or even like the movement from one discourse to the next. And I think that Goldman was trying to do something quite similar to Piaget. And I would only, if anyone is interested in this, you can go back to that audio that I sent you, which is also transcribed and translated into English, of Lacan's extensive commentaries about the inadequacy of Goldman's theory of the subject, i.e., of humanist Marxism, because Lucien Goldman was the most famous humanist Marxist in France at the time. I think it's fair to say. So, right. So you can see that it was actually at the conference in Baltimore in, I think, 1967, if I'm not mistaken, the famous structuralism conference, where he gets into this precise inability of Piaget's theory of the self to account for these distinctions between enunciated and enunciation and things of this nature. And I think that I'm not sure. I mean, I think perhaps the question to ask would be, like Christopher Watkins has done this very interesting recent book on the resurgence of humanist thought within post-structuralism, right? So we often think about this debates on humanism and anti-humanism as, we should remember, it's very much like a 60s, 70s problem. And I do think that the discourse has changed quite a lot, just as a heads up, like just in general. So some of these things that Lacan is saying are caught within polemics also, of course, having to do with the Heideggerian Sartrean debate about humanism. So they're caught up into these sort of vicious debates, which are no longer our debates. Okay, go ahead, Akshay.
It's true. One of my friends actually just came out as a humanist last week. It's a shame, but I mean, like in the there is I don't know. I thought it gives some context with the Levi-Strauss kind of thing, because like I mean, in Levi-Brulin people, it is sort of like there's savage thought, which is sort of different because it's savage. But Levi-Strauss, like, well, while he maintains that kind of like, oh, there's a difference between savage thought and like modern thought, he's like very invested in sort of like defending its rigor and that it is a form of thought and like not superstition, right? Like so I don't know, I mean, I guess like and the way he does that is like he sort of he turns it into a combinatory, right? Like, so when he looks at a myth, he doesn't look at like a particular myth and say, oh, this was a jaguar myth about fire, so this was about fire. He looks at like the same myth in like over 1 million iterations over like 1,000-kilometer radius, and small details in the myth keep changing. Like in one myth, like the jaguar gives the people fire and they get education and everyone lives very happily. In the second myth, he does that, but then like as he's leaving, one of the small children throws a knife at his wife, and that's why the jaguars never forgave humanity. And I mean, so it's like interesting, like that there's these tiny variations, and like you can only kind of detect the meaning of the myth through this kind of like combinatorial nexus, right, rather than any one particular. Okay, I forgot why I brought this up, but I mean, the last thing I would say is like there's the kind of like I think he is kind of going like any theory of the subject is doomed because it's sort of offering a theory of the subject, right? Like in a very like Raymond Williams kind of way, that like no description will ever really totalize. Something will always fall out of it, right? Like whatever that discourse represses. And like Freud is distinct from other theories of the subject because he's not offering a theory of the subject, he's offering a failure of the theorization of the subject, right? You'll try to theorize it, but you'll arrive at meaninglessness. And he's contrasting that to this kind of like stagism, like where, because again, Levi-Strauss is sort of like critiquing the idea of like stages, where he's like, oh, yeah, because a lot of like sociologists would be like, primitive society is like the child version of modern society. So like what it is a less developed version of this, right? But there's no attempt to kind of articulate the object for itself. Like, but then what is this vision of society kind of independently? Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Brilliant. That's really great. Thank you for that background. Jonas, please.
So, for game theory, where I first learned about it was in like cognitive science or like evolutionary psychology and stuff, where like we accept that the human mind doesn't work perfectly as written out like mathematically, but there's kind of this attempt to like still use game theory or something like that as a measure of how far away from that does the human mind work, like with people with like gambling, they don't see true chance, they have a cognitive bias. But could you measure the difference between the sort of mathematical game theory and cognition on the other hand? It's just kind of a silly attempt to pin things down. But I don't know, it's just my experience with game theory, I guess.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess the
Yeah, that's why I brought up like logical time in that.
well, I think that sorry, one thing I was going to say is this very important way of utilizing certain concepts from game theory and from cybernetics become a way for making scientific claims of psychoanalytic truth beyond cultures and across cultures. That was the famous Gregory Bateson contribution of the double bind. And so the logic of Oedipus, the Oedipal complex itself, can be thought through the cybernetic concept of the double bind. And even Girard, in his book on violence and the sacred, praises Batson accordingly. So did Deleuze and Guattari. And so that was like a seminal contribution that aided the scientific strength. It strengthened the scientific position of psychoanalysis ultimately. So go ahead, Andrew.
I was just gonna add, like, what's interesting about Lacan's appropriation of game theory is using the prisoner's dilemma in the logical time essay, because, like, the word only says that one of you is free, and you have to use your own deduction without speaking to one another about how you think you're the free subject. And there's like 5 discs, 3 white, 2 black, and one of you is the 2 black. But
That's not the game theory prisoner's dilemma, though.
it's his reinvention of the game theory's version.
The prisoner's dilemma in game theory is like you and your fellow inmate are in a cell together, and if one of you sells the other one out,
right.
then it frees that person
Yeah.
who sells the other one out. But if you both sell each other out, then you get
and they both end up guilty, right?
Well, it's basically like you're hinging on your partner not selling you out to get the biggest payoff, but then if neither of you sell each other out, then neither of you, like, your sentences remain the same. So basically it's like there is a way to win the game, but it's also contingent on the other player's actions.
Exactly. And that's the main thing about like the formula of game theory is the other's actions. But what I'm saying is, like, Lacan apparently probably misheard it, like, because apparently he heard this prisoner's dilemma at a dinner party with somebody, but it
was a logic problem.
Yeah, it's a logic problem.
This is separate from the game theory version.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying that he's applying a game theory principle about this logical time thing. But what I'm trying to say is that what he's trying to do is show that human reason ends up in a sophism about the perfect solution regarding who is the free subject. And the reality is that every prisoner thinks that they're the free subject, and they end up in, I guess it's the double bind or a deadlock.
No, not a double bind. Yeah,
a deadlock because they all move at the same time, and then they all stop at the same time, and they have to end up in this process of understanding.
yeah.
But
So the double bind is the mystery of the collapse of the proper function of a father across cultures, insofar as the father must be a father both of affirming the law and prohibiting it. That's the double bind of Oedipus.
yeah,
So
yeah,
but
that was a slip.
Okay, I'll say one thing about the prisoner's dilemma and the anticipation of logical certitude, all of that shit. That's a tough piece of Lacan to get through. But I always like to teach it vis-a-vis Alain Badiou's application of it to communist politics and theory of the subject. Maybe one day we'll do that.
Yeah, we should.
It makes it a little bit better for us Marxists to really digest, at least for me. Okay, so he's continuing on and on here about logic and grammar, and talking about how his logic is not ultimately deriving strong claims from the logic of grammar as such. But maybe, Matan, you can pick up back where we were. I think you're at 731, paragraph 2. Is that right?
It
Is
is
that right?
I believe so.
Okay.
It is in the realm of logic that the theory's various refractive indices appear in relation to the subject of science. They differ as regards the lexicon, syntactic morphemes, and sentential syntax. Hence, the theoretical differences between linguists such as Jakobson, Hjelmslev, and Chomsky. It is logic that serves here as the subject's navel, logic insofar as it is in no way linked to the contingencies of a grammar. The formalization of grammar must literally circumvent this logic if it is to be successfully carried out, but the circumventing movement is inscribed in this very operation. I will indicate further along how modern logic is situated. See the third example below. It is indisputably the strictly determined consequence of an attempt to suture the subject of science, and Gödel's last theorem shows that the attempt fails there, meaning that the subject in question remains the correlate of science, but an antinomic correlate, since science turns out to be defined by the deadlocked endeavor to suture the subject. One should descry therein the crucially important mark of structuralism. It ushers into every, quote, human science, unquote, it conquers a very particular mode of the subject for which the only index I have found is topological, the generating sign of the Mobius strip that I call the innerate. And I actually, I recognize this shape. I'm laughing. That made me laugh as well, but maybe for different reasons we could share. Because that's actually the logo for Meta, the Facebook company. It's an infinity loop with a false twist.
Yeah. Well, I'm laughing because we're now getting into the nerdy stuff, in fact. So buckle up, everybody. This is
the subject is, as it were, internally excluded from its object. The allegiance to such a structuralism manifested in Claude Levi-Strauss's work can be accredited to my thesis, assuming I confine myself for the moment to its periphery. It is clear, notwithstanding, that he highlights the scope of the natural classifications savages invent, especially their knowledge of fauna and flora, Levi-Strauss emphasizing the fact that it surpasses our own, precisely because he can argue for a certain recuperation occurring in chemistry, owing to a physics of sapid and odorous qualities otherwise stated, to a correlation between perceptual values and molecular architecture arrived at by means of combinatorial analysis, that is, by the mathematics of the signifier, as has been the case in every science to date. Knowledge is thus clearly separated here from the subject along the correct lines, entailing no postulation of insufficient development, which incidentally would not be easy to substantiate. What's more, when Levi-Strauss, after having extracted the combinatory latent in the elementary structures of kinship, reports that a certain, quote, informer, unquote, to use the ethnologist's term, is himself fully capable of drawing the Levi-Straussian graph, what is he telling us if not that? Here again, he extracts the subject from the combinatory in question, the subject who on the graph has no other existence than the denotation ego. In demonstrating the power of the apparatus constituted by the mytheme and analyzing mythogenic transformations, which at this stage seem to become established in a synchrony simplified by their reversibility, Levi-Strauss does not presume to deliver up to us the nature of the myth maker. He simply knows here that his informer, while able to write the raw and the cooked, though lacking the genius whose mark has been left there, that they can't do it, however, without checking at the cloakroom, that is, at the Museum of Man, a certain number of operative instruments, otherwise known as rituals, that consecrate his subject existence as a myth maker. In checking them, what in another grammar would be called his assent is rejected from the field of structure. See Newman's grammar of assent, somewhat powerful, albeit written for execrable purposes. I will perhaps be led to mention it again. The object of mythogeny, thus, is not linked to any development or stasis of the responsible subject. It is not concerned with this latter subject, but rather with the subject of science, and the closer the informer himself is to reducing his presence to that of the subject of science, the more correctly is the collecting of myth versions carried out. I believe, however, that Levi-Strauss would have reservations about the introduction during the collection of documents of a psychoanalytically inspired approach, a sustained collection of dreams, for example, with all that would entail by way of transferential relationships. But why would he, when I maintain to him that our praxis, far from altering the subject of science, the only one about which he can or wants to know anything, is entitled to intervene only when it tends towards this subject's satisfactory realization in the very field that interests Levi-Strauss? Is this to say that a non-saturated but calculable a subject would be the object that, in accordance with the forms of classical epistemology, subsumes the body of sciences that one might call conjectural, which I myself have opposed to the term human sciences? I believe it to be all the less indicated as this subject is part of the conjuncture constituting science as a whole.
Okay, I propose that we stop, if for no other reason than I think we might want to reread this, and we would also benefit from reading some of the source material of Levi-Strauss as well as commentary on this. Otherwise, we're going to be infinitely lost. I myself will confess I have only like a kind of vague sense of where he's headed with some of these points, only because I'm not like a Levi-Straussian. I think Akshay has done the most work on Levi-Strauss here. Go ahead, please.
I would just, I mean, the three references, and I think they're a bit scattered. I'm not sure you have to, like, I think there's one to, I mean, there's the Raw and the Cooked, which he mentions. There's, I think there's, I mean, and it's the sort of allusion to, sorry, there's this other paper on the savage mind as well, right? Like, where he kind of lays out this notion about, like, in savage thought, like, there's like more astronomical knowledge and knowledge about flora and fauna. But like, yeah, I mean, sorry, I guess it's not that helpful. I mean, Raw and the Cook might be helpful to look at, but like, yeah, sorry, I
Maybe
don't
you
know
could
why
maybe you could help us
this
in the
thing to say
Discord.
something. Yes, sure, that sounds good.
You know what I mean? Just because I think I'm just a little bit lost. But also this movement of suture and logic is like a whole new plane of thinking from where we were. So we've already been going for 2 hours. I think we should stop and start fresh again from that. Go ahead, Matilda.
Yeah, time has expired, so time's up. I would just briefly like try to summarize like the chunk. Like I feel like once Levi-Strauss was brought up on the bottom of page 729, it seems like the main theme is like we don't incarnate the subject. Levi-Strauss denounces and like this is like in falling with Levi-Strauss as well. What's he say? I think Levi-Strauss agrees basically that one shouldn't incarnate the subject, should stick with the subject of science, and that and he's been going through like the different varieties of what he calls conjectural sciences, but he refuses to call them the human sciences. And that even to some extent Piaget, even to some extent, and certainly with game theory, certainly with linguistics, that these subjects or these sciences like hold to the subject of science, that in fact the subject is their object. Because, you know, like it would be easy if you could just say, of course, it's human sciences. Of course, like the human subject is the object of these sciences. And logic is a bit special because it tries to suture the subject of science or to rid itself of the subject of science. And he refers to, see the third example below. And that's referring to when he gets to talk about the truth as cause, and it's four guises under the different causes of like the material cause, the formal cause, the final, and I'm forgetting one. But science, which is the third example below, is the example that of truth as cause in the guise of the formal cause. The third example, or science, in that regard, is the one that tries to like dispose of the subject entirely. So I think logic is being kind of collated with science in general in the third example. And then he says that like structuralism is basically trying to like import this idea, this Mobius strip subject into all of the fields in a very rigorous way. And that then he goes on to talk again a bit further about Levi-Strauss. And this is more like saying, in Levi-Strauss's example, who's trying to hold to the subject of science, that Levi-Strauss believes that that knowledge is thus clearly separated here from the subject along the correct lines, and that even a like informer who's like a part of the culture that Levi-Strauss is studying could in theory write the raw and the cooked, because Levi-Strauss is staying with the subject of science, which doesn't require like any like prerequisite knowledge or something, and that in fact they would do an excellent job, the local informer. And that when it comes to psychoanalysis and the collection of dreams, Lacan kind of notes that Levi-Strauss might shift around a bit and be a little concerned about that example because of transferential relationships. But I think basically that Lacan is like also saying that someone like the local informer could also be a really good mythographer of dreams, and it wouldn't really require a subject endowed with depths or something like that.
Yeah. Excellent summary, Matilda. Bravo. Very nice. I think you basically nailed it. I think you really did a nice job in summarizing that. Yeah, I think that the local informer, is he trying to say that the local informer, the distinction would be between their immersive like experience with the culture or something is like not necessary for them to
I think the point is that Levi-Strauss is just a mythographer and just collecting, and that like his method could be utilized by the local informer in just the same way. Although the only caveat is that the local informer would have to like check the rituals at the door or whatever that meant. I'm not exactly sure what that meant, but like it would, they'd have to like set some things aside, but like as subjects, they could perform the mythography,
Got it.
something like that.
Actually, please.
I think my reading of it is sort of like it's Levi-Strauss he has this whole thing about he's like mythical thought. It's not irrational. In fact, it's like primitive science, right? Like not primitive in the sense of like, but simultaneously, like when he shows his writings to the people that he's working with, they don't really care, right? Like they're not subjects of science. They're not invested in this research question, is mythical thought scientific or not? So when like Levi-Strauss is like, here are the elementary structures of kinship, I have an algebraic equation that like explains how in different societies you have a parallel relationship either between the mother's brother and the husband, like is it the uncle is venerated or the father? But people don't care, like because Levi-Strauss cares because of his world, right? Like, and I think the line, this line, that paragraph, is entitled to intervene only when it tends towards, the very field that interests Levi-Strauss, right? Like, so yeah, I don't know. The point about the dream correction, I'm not really sure what to make of either. But like, again, like what I was struck by was this question of like ritual, right? Like, like in the sense that, yes, there is a person here who could write this down, but their relationship to knowledge is again not of Levi-Strauss, publisher and popularizer of like anthropological science, right? Like they seek assent from this ritual structure to like authorize their reading of it, right? Like which, like in the sense that like their subjective relationship to knowledge seems different, like it's a different situation. So that's what I think sort of the contrast he was drawing out was, but I'm not, yeah.
I didn't speak exactly to what just actually just brought up, and so that does help.
All right, comrades. Good. Thank you all. Good. Very nice session. Very happy to be reading this text with you guys. And we shall meet on Thursday. And again, if folks are interested, you can also join me earlier in the day to have a session with Paris as well. So thank you very much. Until next week. All right. Greetings, friends and comrades. We are now on session 3 on our study of science and truth. I think, Matan, where did we leave off with Paris? Because Paris's comments were all generally around, I think, in the English page number 732, 733, 734. Right? So technically we are...
I think we only read 731.
We only got to 731.
Yeah, only that section where he discussed.
Well, there's a lot of distinctions later on, though, that we did touch upon in our conversation. But yeah, Luis is right in terms of how far we got in the actual text.
Okay. Well, let's go back. It's good to review either way. And now we can review some of the points Paris raised for us as well. I was even reading Ed Pluth's commentary from some points raised earlier, and we have Farhang with us. Farhang has actually done a lot of work on Paul Ricoeur, and I was talking to Farhang a moment ago that there is an offhanded jab that Lacan puts forward earlier in the text to Freud. What's the text called? Freud and Philosophy? Yeah. Which is emblematic of this general problem, which you remember that passage in Science and Truth where Lacan makes an argument that you cannot ground a conception of Freud's relationship to science based on a culturalist historicism. he said that if you do that, then you make psychoanalysis eligible to be criticized by the Marxists. And that's one of the reasons why it's important not to fall sway to some culturalist understanding, and that Freud, in fact, was developing a relationship which was not a break from science. Whereas Paul Ricoeur argued that, in fact, Freud did break, especially from, I guess, natural science. Although I'm much less familiar with Freud and philosophy. And then there's a funny anecdote, which is that Ricoeur attended 5 years of Lacan's seminars, and Lacan was personally upset that he didn't reference Lacan himself as a great figure of psychoanalysis in Freud and philosophy. Although Farhang says that he is mentioned, but it wasn't, he wasn't mentioned enough, right?
It's just mentioned in passing a couple of times. I just checked again.
Okay.
But he told Ricoeur to come to his seminar so that he would learn his mistakes. He was told to go there because he said, I hear you don't know Freud, so let me teach you. And Ricoeur told him at the end of the seminar he didn't understand what Lacan said, which set him off. So Lacan asked him to go to dinner so they could talk it out. And at dinner, apparently, it got very heated. Lacan yelled and made sure that Ricoeur got the check for the dinner. He said, you deserve that. And then when Ricoeur was walking away, Lacan said, okay, let's be gentlemen about it. Let's talk again. And they decided to take a cab to head home. And Lacan was going to drop him off. But at one of the intersections, Lacan got so mad, he got out the cab at the red light and left Ricoeur with that tab as well. That's Lacan 101.
I love it. Oh, that's funny, man. Oh my God. Okay. Well, so yes, so our method is to read line by line, interruptions as you wish. We don't raise hands per se, so folks can feel free to kind of intervene at a point where Matan, who's our reader, where it seems appropriate, to just sort of jump in with a point or comment. And if I feel that we've read to a point where it merits a group discussion, I'll pause Matan's reading and we'll do so. So with that said, shall we begin? Yeah. Right. Well, I would say I will indicate further along how modern logic is situated. I think from this paragraph, which is about 4 or 5 down, if we proceed from there, we should be okay. If anyone wishes to make some other preparatory remarks or has any lingering questions from Paris's intervention last time, feel free to do so. But if not, I propose Matan reads.
Okay. I will indicate further along how modern logic is situated. See the third example below. It is indisputably the strictly determined consequence of an attempt to suture the subject of science. And Gödel's last theorem shows that the attempt fails there, meaning that the subject in question remains the correlate of science, but an antinomic correlate, since science turns out to be defined by the deadlocked endeavor, the very endeavor to suture the subject. One should descry therein the crucially important mark of structuralism. It ushers into every, quote, human science, unquote, it conquers, a very particular mode of the subject for which the only index I have found is topological, the generating sign of the Mobius strip that I call the inner eight. The subject is, as it were, internally excluded from its object, something like alienation. The allegiance to such a structuralism manifested in Claude Levi-Strauss's work can be accredited to my thesis, assuming I confine myself for the moment to its periphery. It is clear, notwithstanding, that he highlights the scope of the natural classifications savages invent, especially their knowledge of fauna and flora, Levi-Strauss emphasizing the fact that it surpasses our own, precisely because he can argue for a certain recuperation occurring in chemistry, owing to a physics of sapid and odorous qualities, otherwise stated, to a correlation between perceptual values and molecular architecture arrived at by means of combinatorial analysis, that is, by the mathematics of the signifier, as has been the case in every science to date. Knowledge is thus clearly separated here from the subject along the correct lines, entailing no postulation of insufficient development, which incidentally would not be easy to substantiate. What's more, when Levi-Strauss, after having extracted the combinatory latent in the elementary structures of kinship, reports that a certain informer, to use the ethnologist's term, is himself fully capable of drawing the Levi-Straussian graph, what is he telling us, if not that, here again, he extracts the subject from the combinatory in question, the subject who on the graph has no other existence than the denotation ego? In demonstrating the power of the apparatus constituted by the mytheme in analyzing mythogenic transformations, which at this stage seem to become established in a synchrony simplified by their reversibility, Levi-Strauss does not presume to deliver up to us the nature of the myth-maker. He simply knows here that his informer, while being able to write the raw and the cooked, though lacking the genius whose mark has been left there, cannot do it, however, without checking at the cloakroom, that is, at the Museum of Man, a certain number of operative instruments, otherwise known as rituals, that consecrate his subject existence as a myth-maker. In checking them, what in another grammar would be called his assent is rejected from the field of structure. See Newman's grammar of assent, somewhat powerful, albeit written for execrable purposes. I will perhaps be led to mention it again. The object of mythogeny, thus, is not linked to any development or stasis, a lack of development of the responsible subject. It is not concerned with this latter subject, but rather with the subject of science. And the closer the informer himself is to reducing his presence to that of the subject of science, the more correctly is the collecting of myth versions carried out. I believe, however, that Levi-Strauss would have reservations about the introduction during the collection of documents of a psychoanalytically inspired approach, a sustained collection of dreams, for example, with all that would entail by way of transferential relationships. But why would he? When I maintain to him that our praxis, far from altering the subject of science, the only one about which he can or wants to know anything, is entitled to intervene only when it tends toward this subject satisfactory realization, the subject of the dream, in the very field that interests Levi-Strauss. Is this to say that a non-saturated but calculable subject would be the object that, in accordance with the forms of classical epistemology, subsumes the body of sciences that one might call conjectural, which I myself have opposed to the term human sciences? I believed it to be all the less indicated as this subject is part of the conjuncture constituting science as a whole.
Okay, let's take an inventory here. So, yeah, I mean, in some of the secondary literature I was reading on this dense passage, they point out helpfully, I think, that what Lacan is trying to say is that there is a similar relation between the role of the psychoanalyst as a kind of impartial how they conduct themselves with analyst science within the clinic contains the same impartiality as does the anthropologist in the Levi-Straussian sense. On the one hand, which is why he's making this reference to transference and the neutrality and things of that nature. Earlier, I thought that he was trying to derive a strong contrast between his idea of the Freudian subject of science with Levi-Strauss, but here I think he's saying that there's actually quite a lot of overlap as I'm reading it. We did go over this concept of suture. Is everyone clear on the definition earlier when Matan just started as to what is being indexed to this notion of suture? I say it also because of the importance of this concept, obviously, in the Cahiers pour Analyse and the various essays from Miller to Milner to Badiou and others. Right? So it names the relationship of the subject to the discursive chain. The subject figures as an element which is lacking, as like a placeholder. The subject is therefore missing from the chain, but it is at the same time not purely absent. That is like a formal definition of this notion of suture. It's a highly elusive and paradoxical idea. I think as a concept, I quite like it. I mean, it's a very Lacanian notion, right? Because we moved from this conversation on grammar and logic now into suture, girdle, and now we're doing this comparison between Levi-Strauss on science. Does anyone want to jump in with thoughts, questions, or other speculations?
So I really like what you said about how he compares the subject of science with that of the anthropologist, right? Because I always found fascinating how you can be an anthropologist and or try not to intervene into the field of your study, right? Of which he's pointing out that the anthropologist or ethnologist, whatever, will always try to erase his presence, right? To let a space of objectivity, right? And that's the similarity that the anthropologist has with the subject of science, right? That they need to erase themselves from their object of study to create objectivity.
Which is a good point, because he also wants to say that the humanist subject cannot do this because it presupposes the subject as possessing a fullness, which goes back to the comment on Ricoeur. It goes back to the comment on Jung and this notion of, sort of harmonious interiority is presupposed also with Piaget. So there's something about the notion of the lacking subject which allows for greater scientificity to be had. And this is why it's like, you know, so essential. And then as a sort of interesting point as well, Science and Truth was delivered, I think, a year to 2 years after Lacan is barred from IPA. Right? So in that sense, he's even more interested in both preserving his methodology as in concert with science, but perhaps in an exaggerated modality. He's also trying to say that the future of psychoanalysis as an institution will succumb, and we see this later in Science and Truth, will succumb to state capture vis-a-vis psychology, because psychology is prone to this lack of scientific rigor as well. Other thoughts, Akshay?
No, I mean, I guess I know a little bit about the Levi-Strauss. So like in so much as the like, I mean, in the Savage Mind, he kind of has this like argument about like savage thought is like bricolage, and he kind of wants to defend it as a form of science, but in the sense that but he wants to maintain kind of a difference between like the two forms of science, but still the sort of like the distinction where he goes like Lacan, I mean, that the object of misogyny thus is not linked to any development or stasis of the responsible subject, but like in the sense that you might have a reading of myth as like being about ethical dictums, and he's kind of saying no, it's not ethical dictums, it's like it's science, right? Like, and in the sense that like the comment about flora and fauna, because like Levi-Strauss again kind of like trying quite like at length to dispute this notion that it's like, oh, it's less developed thought, and his example of this is that actually the taxonomy of plants are like much more sophisticated. They know much more about stars, you know, various things. But simultaneously, like the way in which he presents that argument is like in highly scientific terms. Like he doesn't do it in quote unquote like kind of the language of the savages or anything. He like presents it in the language of chemistry. So there's something about he wants to recognize this as science, but simultaneously from this different mode of science. That like and the last thing I'll say is because I think the distinction with Levi-Strauss is sort of about the comment about magic and whether or not it's a zero function or the absence of a zero function. Because I think what changes when you introduce dreams is that you can't sort of sustain Levi-Strauss's notion of the symbolic, which sort of doesn't lack, in Levi-Strauss, like sort of in a, but yeah, so I'll just stop there.
Yeah, that's very, very helpful. And we need to be, I think, prepared for this move that he makes of this new distinction that he's about to develop.
Last thing,
Please.
but just in connection to magic and this comment about the ritual, right? Like, and again, like I think all of these terms, magic, ritual, in relation to science, in relation to what authorizes the subject, right? Sort of, and what like gives them a certain force, and kind of, I mean, I don't know, the point that this his informant, you know what I mean? I mean, I forget exactly what my point was, but I mean, like, essentially, what's shifting here between like magic. I mean, I was sort of going over Adam Smith's sort of like theory of moral sentiments. And his teacher actually is like this guy, Francis Hutcheson, who's like really into the moral sense, right? Like, in a sense of what is the modern moral sense, it's like disinterested piety in relation to the deity. So it's not for a reward of any kind, right? Like, which is again sort of magic, right? Like in the sense that, is this disinterested or is it for an exchange? Are you getting something out of it? And why are you following this rule? Like, why does it authenticate you in whatever way? Yeah, I'm sorry for the
No, it's extremely, extremely helpful. I guess that's very helpful. And to add one point to this question of that at the very outset of the passage we just read of suture, is also embedded within the concept of suture is a theory of structural misrecognition. That the subject as placeholder covers up a lack, but this also indicates the fact that there is like a void over the subject. So it's like this splitness is structural, and that is essential to the subject of science, which we already saw in Subversion of the Subject. The subject of science is like almost like that which we were talking about with Paris too. It's also theorized ontogenetically, and Paris kind of walked us through that. And that Gödel's last theorem is incorporated to show that this structural misrecognition is in alignment with the incompleteness theorem itself, and that is embedded within any formal system. It's kind of like a strong claim, right? Which, in full transparency, is something that I have only a vague conception of. But this is the level of claims that are happening here. Please.
I would just append on to like the thing about Gödel and like any claim about mysticism. And like, I mean, I guess with Gödel, it's sort of like, oh, to really fully conceptualize this system, you'd have to go to like a system one exponent higher, right? Like, and you'd have to do that infinitely. But like, in a sense, that's sort of also the claim of mysticism, right? Like sort of, it's bounded. There's a veil. Beyond this, you can't see, right? Like sort of, but
if I could just jump in real quick.
Please.
I guess I think what's kind of clear to me is that there's like, I think a claim he makes on 731 at the very bottom is that I guess all sciences kind of derive their knowledge from a combinatorial analysis. And he calls it the mathematics of the signifier, so that it's like broad enough to encompass all the different disciplines. And that the subject in question is extracted from that combinatorial analysis. So knowledge, which is a product of the combinatorial analysis, is separated from the subject. I guess in Levi-Strauss, he's saying like correctly. and that Jung didn't do that. He says about Jung that the subject is constituted by a relationship said to be archetypal to knowledge. And I guess what I'm wondering about is maybe how to understand that claim. Like, is it the case that if the subject is constituted by a relationship to knowledge, and the caveat that he kind of like adds, like that why Levi-Strauss was like correct in his separation was that it entails no postulation of an insufficient development of the subject. So like, I suppose that in Jung's view, like there is a development of the subject that goes along with knowledge. Or as maybe knowledge develops, there's like a subject that evolves or something. It's hard to know like what's at stake in that question. It does sound to me like, you know, when we're dealing with like subject and object and like, I think of Hegel, I think about kind of like the self-development of the concept and how like the subject that like appears in this narrative kind of like develops and shifts along with knowledge.
Yeah.
And then just to finish, like this idea that the subject that we're dealing with, its index is this topology of the Mobius strip. Where there's a division, I guess, like he says the subject is internally excluded from its object. Is that object knowledge? Or, I mean, because like, just to kind of throw out a perplexity is like, he says the Mobius strip is basically the topology of the status of the subject, which is divided. Like the Spaltung, he glosses like Freud's later thoughts on fetishism, which all are kind of incorporated here. And so I just kind of, and then he's going to later say that the object A is like placed in between truth and knowledge, or somehow like inside the division. And that like for psychoanalysis, like its object is object A, like its object of inquiry. He doesn't call it like the science of psychoanalysis, but like its object of inquiry is the object A.
Right.
And Jung, I've seen that the object A is compared to the archetypes. I'm just kind of now throwing out like a contrast to think about the difference between these two paradigms. And that's about all I have to say. Yeah.
I understand the figure eight and the reference to the Mobius strip to emerge at a moment at which he's talking about this subject of the combinatorial with structuralism proper. And it's that intermeshing, right? That the Mobius strip can think these two modalities together.
Yes.
So, for example, in the subversion of the subject, we know that the ontogenesis of the subject is born from this metonymic confrontation with a signifier, for which the application of combinatorial mathematics can help us sufficiently think that, but it cannot think the excess that propels, or like the between need and demand, desire is produced structure. It's like that second level structure. So you think the overlapping of those two vis-a-vis Mobius strip, which I know Andrew has thought about a lot as well. Please, the big Sig, jump in on this.
Yeah, I think like this all ties into like what I wanted to kind of point back to on pagination 861, towards the middle when he says, "I will indicate further along how modern logic is situated." Then he brings up the suturing of science as the sort of determined consequence of what is happening in modern science, and that ultimately in this relationship, which he compares to Gödel's last theorem about failure of the consistency of the system, that it can't account for its own consistency, or I'm butchering it, the verbiage of the axiom or of the theorem, but how ultimately science ends up being defined by the deadlock of the endeavor to suture, which I think is just indicative of like, what we could see displayed in the Mobius strip of science, or the subject of science, split between knowledge and truth, and how in psychoanalysis, which is its praxis is the subject of science, or within the subject of science in the split, entail itself with the topology of Mobius strip, but also, as he says in Seminar 16, the topology of the subject via the Mobius strip is also the topology of jouissance. Like, so this is where we get object A, because object A in the discourse is the sort of product below knowledge, which is not just like an object, like the object of inquiry, but a sort of hole or a gap because of structure, right? And so its endeavor is to suture it, but it only sort of is, how should I say it? Its attempt is to suture the subject, but it's pretty much anathema because it ends up being defined by this deadlock of suturing itself.
Could we call structure the autonomy of the signifier?
Yeah, absolutely. Because
right?
In the sense, this structure, as Paris has said many times, and we see in Seminar 16, that structure is the realist. And I think with what Matilda pointed out about the combinatory factor, the mathematics of the signifier, this is why, like, for me, I think like when he's talking about modern logic, he's also talking about the way in which analytic philosophy like Frege, Cantor, and Russell were able to marry back mathematical logic with modern logic. And so to kind of show really, this sort of the science whose pseudo-formalism, brings about this deadlock via set theoretical axioms. So like the axiom of separation, which
so in other words, the subject of science is sutured to structure, but in a way
where it's also excluding itself from its own thing,
it's not sutured in some harmonious way. I mean, all of these things with Matilda mentioning about Jung, I don't know enough about Jung to even say if it's relevant to even entertain a comparison. I don't know, because the whole construct of a subject of science probably would not be even something Jung would entertain.
Right. And I feel like for Jung in his paradigm, if Freud, was able to create a Copernican revolution, well, then I think Jung ends up going back to a Ptolemaic, universe in that sense.
So it indexes the suturing of the subject of science to structure, indexes a continued failure. That reference to Sartre is interesting, where Sartre argues that the human represents a useless passion, full being in itself. And he argues that this names something similar to what Lacan is saying about the deadlock of that suturing mechanism itself as well, similar to the Sartrean position. It's fascinating stuff. Luis?
I think also that we need to point out the role of fantasy, right?
Fantasy.
Because even if modern logic refuses or sees a deadlock at the moment of formulating a meta language, right? They nonetheless believe in it. They need that as a fantasy, right? And this is what Lacan understands. That there needs to be this fantasy. It needs to be excluded, right? We cannot reach it, but it's still there, right? It's at the level of meta language that we cannot reach, but it's still there, necessary for this whole to be constituted, right? And this is exactly the same thing as happening in the case of structuralism of Levi-Strauss, in which the ethnologist needs to exclude himself from the objective world he's studying, right? So this is this
I see.
structuralist
I see.
mechanism going on.
So Levi-Strauss has the good sense. Maybe he doesn't name it fantasy, but he has the good sense to avoid this idea. So therefore, Levi-Strauss does have some premonition of the Lacanian maxim that there is no meta language. Is that what you're kind of saying? I don't know if that's fair, but yeah,
I don't know. But what I think he's clear is that what the ethnologist does depicts what Lacan is talking about, right? About meta language.
Akshay, please. Thank you, Luis.
It might be interesting just context because like when Levi-Strauss came onto the field, like into anthropology, like with the elementary structures, like people called it alliance theory because the big theory before him was sort of Ratliff Brown, which is like ego psychology for societies. It's like what defines a society? It's like lineage, right? Like, and what defines lineage? Lineage, right? Like, it's just a society is this unity. And he kind of goes like, no, society is like defined by the exchange of women between two different groups. So it's like inherently a kind of like relational concept. Like society is built by the exclusion of some people from society, where they're sent to another society. And that society is inside of this society because society itself is exchange. Like the birth of society is exchange. Right? Like, which is and if you compare that to ego psychology, like you can see sort of the inside outside relationships, right? Like in the
right, that makes a lot of sense because going back to seminar 2, he talks specifically on what you just pointed out, actually, and I think like I have not read on Levi-Strauss, but he specifically talks about that work on kinship and the elementary structures of kinship and alliances. And I think he says something about like how like Lacan says that like for like Levi-Strauss, like he was able to kind of overcome in a sense this sort of like dichotomy of nature versus culture through the invocation of the symbolic order and this combinatory factor. But I think what he says is that the only thing that he wasn't able to do was to ground exactly what the symbolic order was, because the symbolic order for Levi-Strauss ends up being like, okay, we let God out the front door only to bring him back into the back door. And the point that you just mentioned about exclusion, I think that's exactly what Lacan is referencing in regards to the discovery of Levi-Strauss's combinatory factor. It's like, well, what is the nature of this like sort of thing of exclusion? And I think that's like the point that Levi-Strauss sort of doesn't get around in Lacan's reading of Levi-Strauss is, you know, the function of exclusion or something that must be prohibited by nature of the symbolic order itself. Like the symbolic order is embedded on exclusion.
No, I mean, like this is Levi-Strauss's argument for why the incest taboo is universal, which he
Right.
given a lot of flack for. So I mean, he's I think very much on Lacan's side here. Like I think where he would differ is like, does the symbolic lack, right? Like kind of like I think the more Lacan turns to the real, the farther he gets away from Levi-Strauss.
Right.
Because
And that's exactly what I was gonna say with this the whole thing about exclusion, prohibition, that's this sort of real nature to it, not sort of hyper symbolic.
I mean,
By the way, this reference to the grammar of assent is interesting because it's actually what this is meant to reference is this idea that for Levi-Strauss in anthropological studies, you subtract belief, both of the anthropologist on an ethical basis, but you also, because the notion is that if you were to incorporate statements of belief, it would distract from the central object of the subject of science. And Lacan, I guess, is trying to make a comparison here to the ethical positioning of the analyst as also, so to speak, purging their own beliefs in engaging with analyst's hands. I thought that was kind of an interesting point. And Ed Pluth in his commentary says that you do this in order to assess statements at the level of probability, not at the level of unconditional belief. So, just as a side point. Are you guys, did you want to, I'm sorry if I interrupted. Was there another point, Akshay, on this debate on Levi-Strauss?
I wanted to mention that in that sense, we can think the exclusion of the ethnologist, but in the other sense, right, the role of the name of father comes from Levi-Strauss, right? Because the name of a father for the early Lacan is like this meta language that can suture the whole structure, right? Of course, he later takes that away. There is no other of the other, right? There is no meta language. But at the beginning, he takes the idea of the name of a father to be this meta language. Very close to Levi-Strauss, there is this universal rule of incest, right? So, of course, that's maybe something that he's not explicit here, but nonetheless important.
What year is this? Is 1960? Is that right?
Yeah,
the
this
year.
was one of the essays, or this is actually a lecture that he gives in seminar 13 on the object of psychoanalysis.
Oh, okay. Because I think that, yeah, it was 1959 that the Forbidden Seminar was delivered on the name of the father, which I think is 1 year prior to this. And I hadn't thought about Levi-Strauss's decisive role of influence on the name of the father, but it doesn't make sense. It does certainly make sense. Yeah. Okay, I propose we move back to where we were, and this very important distinction that is coming up here between conjuncture as a mode of science and versus exact science. Very interesting. We can discuss that, but we can also just move. Yes, please, Matan.
The opposition between between exact sciences and conjectural sciences is no longer sustainable once conjecture is subject to exact calculation using probability, and exactness is merely grounded in a formalism separating axioms and compounding laws from symbols. We cannot, however, be satisfied with the simple observation that a particular formalism is more or less successful, for in the final analysis, we must explain its trappings. Trappings that have not arisen miraculously, but that have instead undergone renewal after crises which, since a certain unswerving direction seems to have been taken in science, have been terribly effective. And I'll add my own note here. I think trappings, we can think of it in the normal sense, but also in the idea of like trapping the real. Let me reiterate that there is something in the status of science's object that seems to me to have remained unelucidated since the birth of science. And let me remind you that while certainly to now pose the question of psychoanalysis's object is to re-raise a question I broached upon first mounting this rostrum, that of psychoanalysis's position inside or outside of science, I have also indicated that the question probably cannot be answered without the object status in science as such being thereby modified. The object of psychoanalysis, I am laying down my cards now. You may have already guessed my hand, given this talk of the subject, is no other than what I have already proposed.
Given this talk of the object.
Of the object, pardon me.
No worries.
Is no other than what I have already proposed about the function played in analysis by object A. Is knowledge of object A thus the science of psychoanalysis? This is precisely the equation that must be avoided. Since object A must be inserted, as we already know, into the division of the subject, by which the psychoanalytic field is quite specifically structured. This is the point with which I resumed my seminar today. This is why it was important to promote, firstly, and as a fact to be distinguished from the question of knowing whether psychoanalysis is a science, that is, whether its field is scientific, the fact that its praxis implies no other subject than that of science. And by extension, I'm going to kind of go on a limb here.
That point about praxis means, by the way, I think that, everything we were talking about before is in reference to praxis, which is why a lot of the comments were indexed to the reference to the position of the analyst, right, and things of that nature. Now we're moving into, yeah, like almost a completely different question about what is the scientific object of psychoanalysis. And this does, by the way, remind us of Seminar 16, I think, in so many different ways. But by the time of 16, it's such a richer question about the historical origins of object A and so on. But go on.
What you will be so kind as to permit me to conjure up with an image like that of the opening up of the subject in psychoanalysis must be reduced to this great an extent if we are to grasp what the subject receives therein by way of truth. One senses that this is a tortuously circuitous process akin to taming. Object A is not peaceful, or rather one should say, could it be that it does not leave you in peace, least of all those of you who have the most to do with it? Psychoanalysts, or thus those I electively try to target with my discourse. It's true, the scheduled starting point of our meeting today, being the one at which I left you last year, that of the subject's division between truth and knowledge, is a familiar point to them. It is the one to which Freud urges them with his call, Wo es war soll ich werden, which I retranslated, or retranslate once again to accentuate it here as, where it was, there I must I come to be as a subject. Now, I demonstrate to analysts the strangeness of this point by taking it from behind, which consists here rather in bringing them back to its front. How could the obscure being who was forever awaiting me come to be totalized by a line that can only be drawn by dividing this being still more clearly from what I can know of it?
This is such an elusive, wonderful quote that you could extract from Lacan as like one of these spiritual, like Lacanian little points, you know? How could the obscure being who was forever awaiting me come to be totalized by a line that can only be drawn by dividing this being still more clearly from what I can know of it? I love it. It's so elliptical. It's dazzling, really, you know?
To me, that invokes in my head like someone mentioned there is no meta language. That's one of Lacan's, I don't know, like declarations. Well, to me, that seems to lead to this other claim he makes, which is that I hope I'm getting this right, is that the truth is structured like a fiction, precisely because there is no meta language.
But
yeah, or
to
also
make
like
sure
the
statement
splitness at the core of my subjectivity yearns for the one, yearns for totalization, right? But faces a barrier, which, yeah. Go ahead, Andrew.
I was just gonna say, but also in addition, it would make what Matan just said, that there is no meta language, also not a meta linguistic statement, right? And also going back to the point about is
what do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Like, say, like the statement there is no meta language, like it would keep it from falling into nominalism, but also making like that statement truth as a capital T as like the thing that would totalize the universe of discourse, right? Lorenzo talks about this clearly in the Not To, regarding that statement, and there is no sexual relation, as because in the or worse, he'll say there is no meta language, or worse, there is no sexual relation. That's the other part of his statement of there is no meta language. But but what I was gonna say is like it also ties in with that passage on the page before where he's asking, is the knowledge of objet A thus the science of psychoanalysis? Because he's saying like that's of course like that's not what I'm trying to get at, because then we fall into this other trap of like, okay, is psychoanalysis a science then? And then like we have to deal with again the suturing of the subject, which it is a deadlock. And so I think this is like something that's why he's so like specific with the term praxis. It's like, well, what we're doing is a practice, but we can't say it is science, but we can't say that it is also just not science at all. It has a relation, to scientific discourse or scientific thought, right? I guess there's something like a singularity to not to be Lazarus like, but a singularity to like this to Lacan's teaching, right? And like I think this still falls into like what Milner gets at in the first classicism of Lacan's relation to science with structural linguistics. But I think
the subject is only discovered through this retroaction,
right?
That is antinomic, so it's fundamentally split open, right? And that's why I like this question of totalized by a line that can only be drawn by dividing this being still more clearly from knowledge, from what I can know of it. It's such a it's actually, if you read that sentence, compacted within it is almost everything of what he's talking about. Go ahead, Matilda.
Yeah. This antinomic thing, if you read the Freud on like the fetishism, which I only read like a briefly something of it, like there's like these two demands, like one's internal, one's external, and like the subject has to deal with these like antinomic demands through misrecognition. And like I think that's where you get like the idea of a fetish, or the idea of like the subject has to be counted there but is lacking. You get this placeholder that like serves this purpose to suture whatever is going on in the situation. But that requires, you know, more exact thinking around it. But what I wanted to say was that the subject's division between truth and knowledge, he goes right into the where it was, there must I come to be as a subject. So he's like kind of overlaying this idea of the division between truth and knowledge onto the maxim.
Yeah.
And the question is like, truth goes on which side of the comma and knowledge goes on which side of the comma. And then he says like, and I assume that truth is where it was and knowledge is where I must come to be as a subject. And just, if you just will allow me that for a moment. And then he says like, oh, I'm going to demonstrate what's going on here by bringing them back to its front. And so we go from where it was to this obscure being who was forever awaiting me, like in front of me. So like the where it was, which seems like in the past behind you, to like where you must kind of uncover something. Now it's something that's awaiting you in the future, perfect in a certain way. And so you're approaching it.
Yeah.
Whereas it was once a trace, now it's something you're approaching.
Yeah.
And in order to come to know it, you have to further divide what I can know of it. So you have to like approach and come to know this thing by making it further, by accentuating its otherness.
Yeah. Do you think that's related? Do you think that's related to this question of taming?
That's possible. I was just going to add one last thing is like we get truth. Truth becomes very other to us, at least as Lacan will like say later. It's like truth is like without truth or something. It's like full of lies. It shares a locus with speech or whatever. And so perhaps it is that like this obscure being, we come to know it by realizing that truth is not something you can say much truth about or something.
Yeah, brilliant. Excellent, Matilda. Thank you so much. Luis.
I think maybe we can also differentiate it this way, the subject of science and the psychoanalytic subject, because like today, when science thinks about consciousness, right, they think, oh, why animals cannot have consciousness, right? And for psychoanalysis, it's not a question if humans have consciousness that is so different from animals, but the fact is that humans have a divided consciousness, or there is a division between conscious and unconscious, right? Of which, in the illusion, comes between knowledge and truth, right? But this division is constitutive of consciousness as such. It's not that animals don't have consciousness, but they need this division itself to have consciousness as such, right? And of course, this split is something that modern science forecloses, right? They foreclose that split, and they only see an objective knowledge, right? And in that way, I think there is a difference between the subject of science and this psychoanalytic subject, right? Or the subject that the psychoanalysis studies, right?
I'm slightly confused. So you're saying, so wait a second.
I'm saying that the subject of science that Lacan is talking about is
Wait.
still
He's talking about the object though. He's talking about the object, no, right?
Yeah.
Right? Tell me. No, so we talked about subject of science a moment ago in relationship to structure. Here, I see. Well, go on, because you're also reminding me of this distinction that he raises apropos Hegel, and that Hegel couldn't think the subject of science as well. But perhaps that's far afield from what you're saying.
I think this is a hypothesis, but I think that the split between knowledge and truth, of course, falls too much into the idea there is an other of the other, right? So the idea of truth already is caught in the belief of this meta language, right? Of which modern science is based on, right?
I see what you're saying.
They believe in this real object out there, right? From which you can get some knowledge. Right?
Yes, I see what you're saying now. Yeah. That tracks actually, because you're right. It's no longer the object of psychoanalysis that is the focus. It's here about what in the field of psychoanalysis pushes our understanding of scientific novelty as such. And I think now I'm tracking what you're saying. Yes. Okay. All right. So I think we took a little detour there. Matan, shall we pick it back up? But it is not only in theory.
It's not only in theory that the question of double inscription arises, having given rise to a perplexity whereupon my students Laplanche and Leclerc could have read its solution in their own split over how to approach the problem. The solution is not in any case of the gestaltist type, nor is it to be sought on the plate where Napoleon's head is inscribed in a tree. It is quite simply to be found in the fact that an inscription does not etch into the same side of the parchment when it comes from the printing plate of truth and when it comes from that of knowledge. The fact that these inscriptions commingle could have been simply accounted for by topology, there being at hand's reach a surface in which front and back are situated so as to join up at all points. This goes much further than an intuitive schema, for it is in, so to speak, wrapping around the analyst in his being that this topology can grasp him. This is why, although the analyst shifts topology to another plane, it can only be read, or it can only be in a breaking up of a puzzle, which must in any case be reduced to this basis, which is why it is worth restating that in the test of writing, I am thinking, therefore I am, with quotes around the therefore I am, it is legible that thought only grounds being by nodding itself in speech, where every operation goes right to the essence of language. While Heidegger gives us the expression cogito sum somewhere, serving his own purposes, it should be noted that he algebraizes the phrase, and we can justifiably highlight its remainder, cogito ergo. It is evident therein that nothing gets spoken without leaning on the cause. Now, this cause is what is covered over by the soll ich, the must I of Freud's formulation, which in inverting its meaning brings forth the paradox of an imperative that presses me to assume my own causality. Yet I am not the cause of myself, though not because I am the creature. The case is precisely the same for the creator. I refer you on this point to Augustine and the prologue of his De Trinitate, on the Trinity. The Spinozian self-cause can take on the name of God. It is something else. but let us leave that to the two words I will only play on by stipulating that the Spinozian self-cause is also something other than the whole, and that this God, being other in this way, is nevertheless not the God of pantheism. In the ego that Descartes accentuates by virtue of the superfluousness of its function in certain of his Latin texts, a subject of exegesis that I leave here to the specialists, one must grasp the point at which it continues to be what it presents itself as, dependent on the God of religion. A curious scrap of ergo, the ego is bound up with this God. Descartes' approach is singularly one of safeguarding this ego from the deceitful God and thereby safeguarding the ego's partner, going so far as to endow the latter with the exorbitant privilege of guaranteeing the eternal truths only insofar as he is their creator. The lot shared by the ego and God that is emphasized here is the same as that rendingly proffered by Descartes' contemporary Angelus Silesius in his mystical adjurations, upon which he imposes the forms of distichs. Those who keep up with my work would do well to recall here the use I made of the cherubinic wanderer's jaculatory prayers, taking them up within the trajectory of the introduction to narcissism I was working on, following my own bent in the year of my commentary on President Schreber. Now, one can be a bit shaky at this junction. That is how beauty walks, but one has to shake it just right. And first of all, by realizing that the two sides do not fit together. This is why I will take the liberty of letting it go a moment, so as to begin anew with the audacity I adopted at one time, but which I will only repeat insofar as I recall it to mind. For otherwise I will be repeating it twice, whereupon one could call it bis repetitia, in the true sense of this expression, which does not mean simple repetition. I'm referring to the Freudian thing, a talk, the text of which is that of a second talk.
Okay, I think we should pause and go back. And the fact that we're doing the seminar on identification next will be helpful for the subtleties and difficulties of the reformulation of cogito sum and cogito ergo, because the first three sections of that seminar begin with Lacan's elaborate revisitation of Descartes in that regard. I think this interesting point about the errors of Laplanche and Leclerc in their book on Lacan is interesting. I understand him to be saying that they're not able to, they're not seeing the central role that topology plays in the determination of the subject. I love this notion of Napoleon's head is inscribed in a tree versus this printing plate of truth. I find that very interesting. It's kind of like comparable in a way to the earlier comments on humanistic grounding of psychology, right? But also historicist.
Daniel, that Napoleon thing is a specific game in 19th century France he's referring to.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was plates that would be produced like parchment, that on the one side it's a tree, and if you flipped it from the other side, you could see Napoleon's face.
Oh, really?
So what he's trying to get at is that the two are incommensurable. You could have either truth on one side from the subject or knowledge on the other side from the science, but you can't have it both ways. That's what he's playing with.
Very interesting. Thank you. Yeah, I was, and I'm less sure about the errors of Laplanche and Leclerc because I don't have a recollection of the exact stake of that debate. But
yeah, I just know for the fact that like for Laplanche, he jettisons the signifier in his teaching because he thinks that
eventually,
because he thinks that that the unconscious is not a reducible to metaphor metonymy, which is a very straw man reading of the signifier, and he thinks that by introducing metaphor metonymy that Lacan jettisons displacement and condensation in Freud. And so like not only that, he creates an unconscious via the theory of seduction, which means that
Right.
the conscious comes before language, which is a total reversal of Lacan's teaching.
Yeah. I think at this stage he hadn't yet gone there.
Mhm.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Could I?
Please, Matilda, jump in.
Yeah, the Laplanche and Leclerc, it's they're brought up in the Cloud book by Kopchak, and in the section on retroaction, the après coup. I guess that Laplanche and Leclerc have a section on that where they compare and contrast Jung's version with Freud's. And it's in the book, it's within the context of like the theory of emanation and like Islamic theosophy. And it does kind of speak, I mean, like it seems like we were doing something kind of retroactive here just above with the Freudian maxim thing. And the idea that like down below, you do kind of get these topics and themes about like the Trinity and if God is self-caused and like how the subject, the ego and God are like kind of make their way. So I just wanted to point that out, that there might be something there as far as the reference goes, but that's quite speculative.
Yeah, I'll have to track that down. That's actually very, very helpful. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thinking about that line with the distinction between the Augustinian Trinity God at like, God as a divine aseity, right, self-caused, versus the Spinoza's one as like this, or I think that like he's trying to say like the Spinoza's God and the Augustinian God are kind of similar, right, with this sort of self-cause, but that what he's saying right here in relation to Descartes, I think kind of goes back to what who was it that mentioned the game of Napoleon, where it's like you can't have both, you have to have one or the other. And it seems like in this sense, the subject, right, trying to determine itself in the topology, but at the same time also trying to have knowledge of the other, right? It's because it's like when you look at Lacan's topology, sorry, I'm all over the place, can't really formulate my thoughts well today. It's like the subject is of course excluded from the formula, right, in the master's discourse, but at the same time it's also trying to complete the whole in the other, right? So does it continue to exclude itself, or does it try to complete the other via knowledge, right?
Yeah, there's a very interesting introduction about the cause of the subject in relationship to and this whole business about Heidegger as also leaving open. I mean, he's really opening up this kind of theological horizon of the divine creation at the origin of this splitting itself. So I suppose that movement is a little abrupt for me because I'm still trying to figure out everything that had been mentioned before. But nonetheless, I'd certainly see all types of overlaps with the Kopchak text without question.
I would add that this like where it was, so I will come to be, like the comments on retroaction in the Kopchak book are about like Freud as being like his relationship with determinism, like in your childhood, like things happen that like only really take effect later. And so like this maxim is, it in some way speaks to that idea. As like a form of Freudian retroactive causation. But I really can't speak anymore to what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, it's why you get these cheap accusations of Lacan as sort of smuggling in a Catholic determinism of the signifier, right? And here he is saying that the whole Cartesian system is dependent on the God of religion. In fact, we might want to go back up and go back through and begin in the ego that Descartes accentuates by virtue of this, and take that through a little bit slower. I don't know if others have thoughts. We have some theologically. Luis, please.
Yeah, I think that this is exactly what I was trying to say before. Like in the case of Jung, he represents, I think, this subject of science in the sense that he forecloses in this case the role that of retroactivity, the role of the split, right? As he presupposes this mythological unconscious, right? And from which, in the case of Freud, it can only emerge from the split itself, right? The division itself creates consciousness, right? And then conscious at the same time.
Yeah.
So, and this is, of course, something that the subject of science needs to, in the moment of splitting and creating knowledge, needs to foreclose, right? And I think that does go back to the case of Descartes. For Descartes to have knowledge, he needs to alienate God. He needs to annihilate truth, right? He has no knowledge about truth anymore, right? And that's necessary to be conscious about the world, right? And I think that's what it's at play here. There's a necessary foreclosure for science.
That makes sense. Yes, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Would you mind, given the density of this passage, restarting us at in the ego that Descartes accentuates? And then if people have thoughts or questions, please just jump in.
Is my mic on? Yes. In the ego that Descartes accentuates by virtue of the superfluousness of its function in certain of his Latin texts, one must grasp the point at which it continues to be what it presents itself as, dependent on the God of religion. So just to be clear, a criticism, maybe you could say, that's what I think superfluous means, of the executive religion or the executive position which relies on the God of religion, okay? A curious scrap of ergo, the ego is bound up with this God. Descartes' approach is, singularly, one of safeguarding the ego from the deceitful God, and thereby safeguarding the ego's partner, going so far as to endow the latter with the exorbitant privilege, maybe an overinvestment, of guaranteeing the eternal truths only insofar as he is their creator. The lot shared by the ego and God that is emphasized here is the same as that rendingly proffered by Descartes' contemporary Angelus Silesius in his mystical adjurations, upon which he imposes the form of distichs.
Does anybody know about this reference by chance? I myself don't know much about this reference. It's something for us to look at.
Certainly.
Please.
Those who keep up with my work would do well, or pardon me, with my work would do well to recall here the use I made of the cherubinic wanderers, jaculatory prayers, taking them up within my own bent, the year of my commentary on President Schreber. Now, one can be a bit shaky at this junction. That is how beauty walks, but one has to shake it just right.
Hold on a second. The text. So during the seminar on the psychoses, which I believe is 10 years prior, it's 1950, he wrote a text on narcissism. Does anyone know the title of that text? I mean, it would be interesting, especially with all of this Cartesian point about the causality of the I as bound up with God and so on. And I've been, as we studied before in seminar 16, Lacan's criticism of the Schmergel Freudians, right? Let's see.
Yeah, I'm not sure because I mean we've just finished seminar 3, and he doesn't really mention anything of a specific text he wrote on narcissism. He just talks about Freud's.
Oh, I think I know what it is. I believe that perhaps the reference is to the text that he wrote called The Neurotic's Individual Myth. Could that be it? We would have to check and see if this reference to Angelius is there.
Yeah, the cherubim wanderer.
Yeah.
I'll just add that he
We can
does
flag it for later.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what Science and Truth is. It's one of these, it's just so dense that it's like insane. We could make little indentations of every sentence, and probably we should. Go ahead. Sorry, Matan.
I don't know, maybe we can bracket what he's trying to get at with reference to this Silesius by kind of looking at who he references just in the next few paragraphs, which is
Okay.
Saint
Okay.
Just.
Mhm.
So we'll get there in a second. And I think
Sure.
the sort of political situation there, which he returns to quite often, it really fascinates him, of like kind of theatrically trying to lay claim to power, right, when it's undergoing a large transition. Anyways, I'll
Right.
continue.
Base 68.
Yeah. Now, one can be a bit shaky at this junction. That is how beauty walks, but one has to shake it just right. And first of all, by realizing that the two sides do not fit together there. This is why I will take the liberty of letting it go a moment so as to begin anew with the audacity I adopted at one time, but which I will only repeat insofar as I recall it to mind, for otherwise I would be repeating it twice, whereupon one would call it bis repetitia in the true sense of this expression, which does not mean simple repetition. I'm referring to the Freudian thing, a talk, the text of which is that of a second talk, deriving as it does from the occasion upon which I repeated it. It was pronounced the first time. May this insistence in its very triviality make you sense the temporal opposition repetition engenders. It was pronounced the first time in a Vienna, where my biographer will situate my first encounter with what must be called the lowest depths of the psychoanalytic world, and above all with a bigwig whose level of culture and responsibility corresponded to that required of a bodyguard. But it
Okay,
did not
sorry.
much
So
matter to me.
what's the footnote to here? Later in executed in the operation of destroying my teaching, the outcome of which the audience present was aware is of interest to the reader only as concerns the disappearance of the journal, La Psychoanalyse, and my promotion to the rostrum. Okay, that's fine.
But it did not much matter to me. It was idle chatter. I had simply wanted it to be in Vienna that my voice be heard in homage for the centennial of Freud's birth, not so as to mark the site of a deserted locus, but to mark that other site my discourse is now closing in on. It is well known that I already took for granted at that time, as others do now, that the way opened up by Freud has no other meaning than the one I have taken up, namely that the unconscious is language. Thus did the inspiration strike me, seeing in Freud's way an allegorical figure strangely come alive, and the nudity donned by she who arises from the well, quivering with a new skin, to lend her a voice. This gesture, in a sense, playfully echoing Saint Just's challenge, whereby he sent forth to heaven an avowal enshrined by the assembled audience of being no more than that which turns to dust. And which speaks to you, he added. I, truth, speak, and the prosopopoeia continues. Think about the unnameable thing that, by virtue of its ability to pronounce these words, would go right to the being of language, if we are to hear them as they must be pronounced, in horror. But everyone reads into the unveiling what he can. To its credit, let us chalk up the muffled, though no less derisory dramatism of the tempo at the end of this text, which you will find in Evolution Psychiatrique 1 by the title La Chaussée Freudienne. I do not believe I owed the rather cool reception my audience gave me upon the repeated delivery of the talk this text reproduces to that same horror people felt, while willing to acknowledge what they considered to be its oblative value, their deafness proved to be quite peculiar. It is not that the thing in the title shocked them, at any rate not as much as it shocked some of my fellow helmsmen back then, piloting the raft upon which, through their doing, I patiently bedfellowed 10 long years, for the narcissistic sustenance of our shipwrecked companions with Jaspersian understanding and vacuous personalism, working like mad to keep us all from being tainted by the liberal heart-to-heart. Thing is not a pretty word, someone told me verbatim. Doesn't it simply ruin our quest for the ultimate in psychology's unity where one obviously would not dream of thingifying? Tush, who can you trust? We thought you were in the avant-garde of progress, comrade.
Hold on a
One
second
doesn't.
here. Hold on a
Yep.
second here. How do you guys feel about these passages? I mean, on the one hand, this is a very interesting casting shade on the madness of the revolutionary who would speak in a valence in which they have no contradiction in, like, you know, the Munzer, the Saint-Just, right? The Nat Turner, right? And there seems to be some correlation between that subjectivity and the narcissist, right? Where the thing speaks without a division or something like that, but also speaks, and which speaks to you, which is quoting from Saint-Just, right? Yeah, I mean, Lacan seems to be playing with the libertine. Maybe libertine's the wrong word, but you see my point. Like he's
with that Freudian thing is where he introduces the Das Ding for the first time. Also, like what he says, that statement, truth speaks, but he's not saying that, like, you know, truth speaking is speaking the truth necessarily or speaking about knowledge. It's just that the unconscious, the it was, right? That it, the unconscious, is what speaks, and he'll develop that later on in Leo's ideas, like the half said, right? And it's the fact that it's like, yeah, like it, what you said, like it speaks, but it's not like, you know, me, the empirical individual, the ego, Andrew, is the one speaking. It's this unconscious thing that's speaking, absence of my own sort of agency or autonomy. And it would be a sort of narcissism in the psychotic sense for the psychotic to identify with the thing that speaks.
Well, what is this business? He says, thus did the inspiration strike me, seeing in Freud's way an allegorical figure strangely come alive, and the nudity donned by she, who arises from the well quivering with a new skin, to lend her a voice, this gesture in a sense playfully echoing Saint-Just. He's talking about Vienna, the origin of Freud's discovery of the unconscious. Is he not talking about the subjectivity of the hysteric at the origin of this? Is that the reference to the she, perhaps? Is it?
I think so, yeah.
Maybe?
Like with
I think it's a mix between that and I've mentioned this before in this essay.
Marhang, you think it is? You think the she is, you don't know? It's hard to say. Go ahead, Matan, sorry.
Oh no, sorry. In the prosopopia he was talking about in the Freudian thing, there's like a specific moment where he's talking from the perspective of, I don't know, some guy who had like a terrific night with a woman, but then he sees her the day after. Or he describes like the beauty of seeing the light play upon her skin or whatever. He describes like after the act of like this kind of eruption of like a drive to just segregate, like essentially. And so I suppose he is addressing psychoanalysts and the profession and their cause insofar as it's something that they can't articulate.
Well, yeah. No, he's talking about, he's playing with this notion of the depths of Vienna, and then he refers to this allegorical figure strangely come alive from the depths in a new skin, right? Who speaks the truth in a way similar to Sancho.
I would
Go ahead
say,
and build
yeah, I would say, I don't know if this is correct, but you know, like the where it was, that like, and so I will come to be, it's like where those things that like determined me, like, so I will come to be, like, because of them, but at the same time, like, I will come to encounter these things again, that like, and I suppose like if the truth is like this thing that's like causative, but that you can't really like approach very easily, it does seem like it's able to be approached by the way that Freud brought up, by saying like just by listening to the unconscious. The unconscious is a language. Like I'm thinking about like the mythographer again, and like how to do this scientifically. It's like you just listen and you kind of like annotate things. And the unconscious, I think, is like Saint Just, or like the truth that speaks. Because I think like the Saint Just analogy here is like he's about to be, I think, hung. Like I think he's about to be executed. And like this is a quote from like his last little words before. And he says like he's no more than that which turns to dust. He's like very object-like, like thing-like, but it's speaking. And so like this truth that speaks, I feel like is very much related to the unconscious that speaks. That is difficult to approach, but is like somehow what it says is important to what determines the subject, or what determines the person who shows up to therapy or something. And
Yeah, absolutely.
This idea about like the ego being bound up with God, and that like the ego like leans on the cause, but has to act like it's self-caused. I'm getting lost in my own thoughts here, but that's what I want to
No,
know.
that's excellent, Matilda. Excellent. Luis, please.
I think that maybe we should notice the fact that this truth that it speaks is not a beautiful voice, but a sublime voice of horror.
Horror.
Right, and as he mentions horror, yes,
Horror.
as
Yeah.
he mentions, yeah, I think about the unable thing that by virtue of his ability to pronounce his words would be right to be the being of language if we were to hear them as they must be pronounced in horror, right? And of course, this is the fact that the repressed truth is not it's not a pleasant idea, but it's something that creates anxiety, right? And of course is based on the fact that this is what was excluded, right, at the moment of consciousness returns, right, and this return creates anxiety, right? So this all comes in relation to this mechanism that we were thinking about in structure, right? Yeah. It's not a pleasant voice that it illuminates you and brings you to some nirvana, but on the contrary, that brings you to horror.
Yeah. No, I think you got it. I think that's excellent.
I wanted to mention
Please.
that I looked up the Angelus Silesius thing that he referred to.
Yeah.
So the poem Cherubim Wanderer was something that Angelus Silesius wrote. Right. And he was a mystic and an alchemist, but he, like Descartes, uses God as like the guarantor of like certainty in a sense, but he says that God is a master alchemist and also has knowledge of science and alchemy in that sense, and that the soul is lost in this in the material world, and the soul is not going through its own heroic journey, but is also the bride of God, and so it's trying to yearn for the master alchemist God and to unite with the soul, or the soul, or the soul as the bride is trying to unite. And in a sense, you can kind of see how he says further down in that passage regarding Schreber. Schreber's trying to do the same thing. He knows that God loves him and only him, and he's trying to unite so that he can repopulate the world. But in a sense, in a sense, with regard to the Angelus Silesius and Descartes, both of them put the field of the other qua God as the guarantor of alchemy, as science, the highest science, or of knowledge and certainty within the other, pretty much.
Excellent, excellent, comrades. So we are an hour and a half in, and we are halfway through, which is good. And I think we're making good progress. I propose that we read for maybe just a little bit further, and then we'll break for today's session and pick it up next Thursday. I know, Akshay, we want to move to the seminar on identification, but it's hard to go at a pace with this Science and Truth text that is at all any faster than what we're doing. So, Matan, where were we? We were left at, I do not believe I owe the rather cool repetition. Is that right? Okay, so Daniel says, according to the Pluth commentary, Lacan has a discussion of Silesius in Seminar 1. Aha. Very nice. Okay, very good. Yeah, I mean, it's an hour and a half in. How are you guys feeling?
Good, yes.
Should we read? I propose we read to 738 to the paragraph where he discusses how Marx's theory is omnipotent, and then we break at that point. Please.
Yeah, let's go. I do not believe I owed the rather cool reception my audience gave me upon the repeated delivery of the talk this text reproduces to that same horror people felt. While willing to acknowledge what they considered to be its oblative value, their deafness proved to be quite peculiar. It's not that the thing shocked them, at any rate, not as much as it shocked some of my fellow helmsmen back then, piloting the raft upon which, through their doing, I patiently bedfellowed 10 long years. For the narcissistic sustenance of our shipwrecked companions, with the Jaspersian understanding and vacuous personalism, working like mad to keep us all from being tainted by the liberal heart-to-heart. Thing is not a pretty word, someone told me verbatim. Doesn't it simply ruin our quest for the ultimate in psychology's unity, where one obviously would not dream of thingifying tush? Who can you trust? We thought you were in the avant-garde of progress, comrade. One does not see oneself.
He's taking on like the Marxist theory of reification here, right? Right? He is, right? He's taking on Lukács, god damn it. Go ahead.
Someone else want to say something? I thought I heard a voice.
I was just gonna say, I think this idea about the ultimate in psychology is like the violence of transparency, like this idea of like a quest for a totally transparent
Right.
subject of some sort.
I'm sure that it elicited a laugh when he said, "We thought you were in the avant-garde of progress, comrade."
One does not see oneself as one is, and even less so when one approaches oneself wearing philosophical masks. But let us leave that aside. To gauge the full extent of the misunderstanding, as it arose in my audience at that time over an issue of some consequence, I will take up a point that came to light at more or less the same moment, and that one might find touching because of the enthusiasm it supposes. Why, someone set the question rolling, and the concern is still in the air, doesn't he say the truth about truth? This proves just how futile my apologue and its prosopopoeia were. To lend my voice to support these intolerable words, I, truth, speak, goes beyond allegory, which quite simply means everything that can be said of truth, of the only truth, namely that there is no such thing as a meta-language, an assertion made so as to situate all of logical positivism, no language being able to say the truth about truth, since truth is grounded in the fact that truth speaks, and that it has no other means by which to become grounded. So it's like a long live Poland situation, long live truth.
Right.
This is precisely why the unconscious, which tells the truth about truth, is structured like a language, and why I, in so teaching, tell the truth about Freud, who knew how to let the truth, going by the name of the unconscious, speak. This lack of truth about truth, necessitating as it does all the traps that meta-language as sham and logic falls into, is the right place of Urverdrangung, that is of primal repression which draws toward itself all the other repressions, not to mention other rhetorical effects that we can recognize only by means of the subject of science. And this is why we use other means to get to the bottom of it, but it is of the utmost importance that these means be unable to release this subject. They have the advantage of no doubt touching on what is hidden from him, but there is no other truth about truth that can cover over this sore point than proper names, Freud's or my own, unless one stoops to old wives' tales with which to degrade henceforth ineffaceable testimony, a truth whose horrible face everyone is fated to refuse or even crush when it cannot be refused, that is, when one is a psychoanalyst. Crush under the millstone that I have occasionally used as a metaphor to remind people, via another mouthpiece, that stones too know how to scream when need be. People will thus perhaps consider me justified in not having the question, why doesn't he say the truth about truth, terribly touching, coming as it did from someone whose workaday role in a truth agency's offices made his naivete doubtful, and in having henceforth preferred to do without the services he provided in mine, which has no need of cantors who dream of sacristy. Must it be stated that we have to know other bodies of knowledge than that of science when it comes to dealing with the epistemological drive? Returning again to what is at issue, is this to admit that we must give up the notion in psychoanalysis that a body of knowledge corresponds to every truth? This is the breaking point whereby we depend upon the advent of science. We no longer have anything with which to join knowledge and truth together but the subject of science. At least this subject allows us to do so, and I will now go further into how, leaving my thing to sort things out by itself with noumena, in short order, I suspect. For a truth that speaks has nothing much in common with a noumenon that, for as long as pure reason can remember, has always kept its mouth shut. Okay.
Mm.
This reminder is not irrelevant since the medium that will serve us at this point is one I brought up earlier. It is the cause, not the cause as logical category, but as causing the whole effect. Will you psychoanalysts refuse to take up on the question of truth as cause when your very careers are built upon it? If there are any practitioners for whom truth as such is supposed to act, are you not them? Make no mistake about it, in any case. It is because this point is veiled in science that you have kept an astonishingly well-preserved place in what plays the role of collective hope in the vagabond conscience that accompanies revolutions in thought. In writing that, quote, Marxist theory is omnipotent because it is true, unquote, Lenin says nothing of the enormity of the question his speech raises. If one assumes the truth of materialism in its two guises, dialectic and history, which are in fact one and the same, to be mute, how could theorizing this increase its power? To answer with proletarian consciousness and the action of Marxist politicos seems inadequate to me. The separation of powers is at least announced in Marxism, in its criticism of democracy under private property and commodity production. The truth as cause being distinguished from knowledge put into operation. An economic science inspired by capital does not necessarily lead to its utilization as a revolutionary power, and history seems to require help from something other than a predicative dialectic. Aside from this singular point, which I shall not elaborate on here, the fact is that science, if one looks at it closely, has no memory. Once constituted, it forgets the circuitous path by which it came into being. Otherwise stated, it forgets a dimension of truth that psychoanalysis seriously puts to work.
Okay. Excellent. Very, very compelling and interesting. I mean, we'll have to decide if it's compelling in its indictment on Lenin's statement, because in a sense, what is he trying to say here is that the subject of speech, subject of science is not is not like a necessary feature of Lenin's materialism, which is pretty self-evident. But what he's moreover saying is the same thing he's saying all throughout Seminar 16 on this notion of the error of the Marxist intellectual is found in the fact that they have not been able to account for truth qua speech, or truth as like the problem of the savant, which
Right,
he
yeah.
just had just a second ago mentioned this distinction between savoir and cognitaire. That distinction is essential. And it is that distinction which makes the Marxist intellectual into what Lacan will eventually call like a dupe,
The dupe.
or like subservient to bureaucratic knowledge, or kind of a partial conception of knowledge. Yeah.
He says that like to fall into consciousness is to be duped. And what is a dupe? someone who exploits another person.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? I feel like this is a criticism of Marxism that he brings out, which a lot of Marxist Lacanians don't maybe pinpoint as much. I don't know if others agree with that, but he's also saying to the psychoanalysts that they themselves can ignore the horror of how truth appears in analysis, right? That they must be the figures that are like inserted. And I think he's also making a suggestion that this is this theory of the psychoanalytic act is a part of this as well.
Well, and also with this truth speaks thing, this goes to what Paris and I and yourself were talking about offline prior to the group meeting, when he was saying that when with truth speaks, like and this is why he's saying that he doesn't speak of truth, is because there is no truth that could speak about the truth or knowledge about that. It's just the fact that truth speaks, but it's not speaking about something true. It's just that. And Paris even said, it's like, this goes back to the whole thing about unary trait and Lorenzo's thing of just making the unary traits or the mark simply as just that tap. And it means nothing else other than just that it speaks or it marks this inscription that has no association to anything else, but other than the fact that it is this punctual moment, or the fact that the truth, the unconscious just merely speaks.
Yeah, it's Kantian, right? Interesting point
guess,
about, right? That's a whole discussion on Kant. Pagination 869, some way, right?
Interrupt, Louis. So what do you mean by it's Kantian? Like,
let's reread this section here, right? Returning again to what is at issue, is this to admit that we must give up the notion in psychoanalysis that a body of knowledge corresponds to every truth? This is the breaking point whereby we depend upon the advent of science. We no longer have anything with which to join knowledge and truth together, but the subject of science. At least this subject allows us to do so, and I will now go further into how, leaving my thing to sort things out by itself with noumena, in short order, I suspect, for a truth that speaks has no thing much in common with the noumenon that, for as long as pure reason can remember, has always kept its mouth shut. How are you reading this, Akshay?
I mean, I don't know if you want to say something, Luis, but I mean, like to me, like, I mean, I don't know, the thing about that we have nothing to join knowledge and truth together but the subject of science, like, and I mean, it's sort of like this disciplinary, like, the finitude of scientific knowledge is like, you can only have physics if you have physicists. And like, for every new domain of what we call knowledge, there has to be some subject that sort of articulates a particular kind of object, like chemists, psychoanalysts, like, you know, for any, but I don't know, I mean, but I felt like he was sort of saying like, but whereas like with Kant, there's a kind of like finitude to that relation, right? Like ultimately noumenon is like inaccessible. Like here there is like, I don't know, like I feel like psychoanalysis is sort of something that like Kant wouldn't be able to stomach, right? Like, because I feel like that runs against this notion of finitude in some sense, right? Like, because it's sort of like a science of finitude. Like,
Yeah.
But again, like it precisely can't be a science of finitude because then it
Well,
wouldn't
I mean,
be finite. But yeah,
I've always been baffled by the concept of das Ding, and I've asked my analysts, including my own analysts and others, how can you give a clinical account for this sort of basic meaning of das Ding? And they said a great answer, which is das Ding emerges for Lacan at the moment in analysis when the analyst says, that's it. That's it. That's cause of my desire. That's it. That's the attempt to place that cause, right? And the unknowability of das Ding, what does he say? I mean, it's a bit elusive what he says about noumena here. How are you reading this, Louise? How are you reading this because I think that's the sort of analytic index that I always think of, like that's it. this explains it, which if you've been in analysis is, I think, a common experience, right? One often is trying to kind of identify that thing, right? To give it, to assign it, but ultimately it's caught up within an unknowability. Go ahead, Luis.
Yeah, I don't think he's here talking too much about the what we call the even the interpretation of the symptom, but I think he's talking about the fact that for Kant, at least, there is no way to speak about the noumenon, right? And in the same way that sciences needs to be alienated from truth, right? But I think what he's trying to say is that in the case of, like we read before, the case of the hysterics, right, in the clinic, there is truth in a speech, right? And as Matan was said, that this is what there is no pollen without poles, right? I think this is exactly what he's trying to say when he talks about Lenin, and he says in writing that, the quote, Marx's theory is omnipotent because it's true. Lenin says nothing of the enormity of the question his speech rises.
Right.
Right. So in this maxim, right, what Lenin is proposing as a maxim, he doesn't take into consideration his own enunciation. Right.
Right. Exactly.
That's the loyalty of the working class, right? You can say. And that's different from the maxim. If it's logical or not, it doesn't matter. Right.
Did you say loyalty?
Yeah, loyalty to a maxim. Like if you say the same maxim to a bourgeois,
yeah,
it doesn't matter if it's logical or not. He's not loyal to that maxim.
Right. Mm-hmm. Which
in
goes
the same
back to
sense that there's no Poles without Poles, is the fact that the Poles are loyal to that to the nationalism of Poland, right?
Yeah. Which is interesting because a moment ago we were talking about beliefs and the suspension of beliefs on behalf of analysts. And here he's criticizing Lenin for not adequately taking a consideration of that dimension of truth, the veridicality dimension of materialism, which in a way is the common liberal refrain to Marxism, and has always been so. I mean, Lenin's full of unworked out presuppositions regarding, implicit presuppositions regarding exploitation, right? That formulas such as every worker is by nature socialistic, right? So things like that are presupposed. Is Lacan put, what kind of position is Lenin being put in here? Is he being put in the position? I mean, maybe it would explain why a lot of Lacanian Marxists think that the discourse of the analyst needs to be supplemented onto Leninism, perhaps. I don't know. What do you guys think? Daniel, what are your thoughts?
I'm lost in the source, to be honest.
Okay.
For the most part, with that question, the thing I'm mostly trying to work through at the moment is just the sort of discussion we were just having about Kant and the noumena.
Yeah.
Because at least and again, this is all kind of grasping, but it feels to me that this sort of distinguishment he's making between the noumena and his thing or his truth is kind of that, like the inaccessibility of the noumena is like you might say that truth is silent, or that it's kind of not speaking, which seems to be almost inverted to the truth he's talking about, the truth of the unconscious, which is speaking all the time. And also that inaccessibility or silence would imply a kind of fullness. Or I was thinking back to where he's talking about Descartes and God, and this sort of thing about that you are, I think it's the cause of yourself, but not the creator of that cause.
Yeah.
I think is the line he has. And in the Pluth commentary, he talks about that vis-a-vis Augustine, which is this idea that if God creates itself, then there's a possibility that God couldn't exist. So therefore, like, God can't be the creation of its own being.
No, you're right.
Um,
It's not
yeah.
it's not that he's aligning the theory of the Freudian thing with Kant. In fact, he seems to
Mm.
be disaligning it
Yeah,
precisely because
Mm.
whatever, for as long as pure reason can remember, it's always kept its mouth shut.
yeah. It's like the truth is
In that
silent.
sense, yeah, Lenin also falls sway to the same problem.
Hmm. But the thing again, I'm sort of trying to work
Please.
through the moment is I've been reading Russell Grigg has a chapter on this in his book on Lacan.
Yeah.
And it's quite interesting because he's working through with this Descartesian thing is basically the idea that the relationship with Descartes to this subject of science is this, as he plays with the formulation, is basically just that the Descartesian subject exists in its utterance. So it's because it says I'm thinking and it exists. Because otherwise it makes this mistake of moving from this like temporary knowledge in the act of thinking to like assuming itself a substance because of that. So it's this kind of devoid type of thing. And so I completely lost where I was going with that, but that's kind of the thing that is spinning around in my head at the moment is this kind of sorry, that was it. Yeah. And so it's because seems similar to like the Gödel stuff with the formalization that Paris is talking about, where it's almost like the utterance of thinking is given this formalization that therefore is unable to like guarantee itself. But and I don't know whether there's something, I don't know, there seems to be something kind of operating there as well vis-a-vis this Lenin thing, but I can't quite figure out a pathway to it yet.
Yeah, I guess the question would be, if you take Lacan at his word, how could Lenin's statement, right? Marx's theory is omnipotent because it is true, account for the enormity. Right? He's not necessarily saying Lenin's wrong. He's saying Lenin doesn't account for the question his speech raises. So that's very interesting. Leaving open some kind of door. Go ahead, Matilda.
Yeah. I have with regard to the noumena and the thing.
Yeah.
I think we're supposed to think about like the thing like the noumena. It's like kind of ungraspable, like you can kind of determine some things about it. In Kant, perhaps you can't really determine too much about it, but like with like maybe like Fichte and later German idealism, there's like a way to like kind of tease knowledge out of the noumena. And but like I think what's also going on here is like how can I'm gonna read a paragraph from Seminar 16 like on what I think this is about, like the noumena as the underlying thing. And like the theory of ideology in Marxism is like, where do thoughts come from? Well, they're like a product of being. And so it's like, how can you know reality if your thoughts are based on this thing? And so there's this wonderful passage in Seminar 16 that says, one can believe oneself to be a realist, like a materialist, a realist, when one takes thought to be something that is dependent on what in this case? On what is in this case is called reality. But does that suffice? Even within the mythology, that's what I call it, of ideology, as depending on a certain number of conditions, namely the social conditions of production, is it a realist position to refer to a reality that cannot be fully apprehended as such, owing to the fact that thought is always dependent on it, all the more so in that we believe that we are equal to the task of transforming this reality. And so like the noumena here in a certain sense is like the underlying thing. And in Freudian, in psychoanalysis, the underlying thing speaks. And so in psychoanalysis, you're able to kind of like create a determination or work with it and like generate action from this theory. Whereas the underlying thing in Marxism is silent, like the noumena. It isn't given speech in the same way that the underlying thing in psychoanalysis is given to speak. The unconscious is like language, but there's not like a similar underlying thing that has speech and Marxism. So when Lenin says that Marxist theory is omnipotent because it's true, then where is this potency? Where is the act here? Because the true, capital has a predicative value. It's like demonstrative and it points to things and it tells you about the world, but it does seem to be lacking in a certain way of like a stimulant to action. And so like if capital is true, then why isn't the potency more at work? So I suppose is a part of the question.
Yeah.
And so those are just some ideas I had.
Well, and then it brings back to the thing that he says in the which chapter in seminar 16, that Marxism was able to develop a theory of capitalism, which is a knowledge, and its truth is in the side of the proletariat. But as soon as the revolution happens and it takes place, now we have a proletarian state. No one speaks the truth anymore. You remember that line? Yeah, it seems to be like synonymous to what Matilda is saying. Like, the truth is on the side of the proletariat, but it's like the proletariat isn't the sort of subject who created the science of Marxism, right?
And I think
well, I mean that's why it's much easier to be Lacanian in our time, right? Because there is no party form which is capable per se. I mean, one could make an argument that neo-Stalinism and fetishization of China and Cuba and Venezuela fall sway to this, and perhaps to some extent you would need a bit of psychoanalysis to show that that's true, right? Like, can you think Marxism without a reliance on a meta language on the one hand, and can you think proletarian consciousness as a non-harmonious assemblage of split subjects?
I feel like that's where like Badiou comes in and assists the subject.
Yeah, in a way, right?
Yeah. I feel like we need the Badiou to help from Lacanianism falling into like its own ideology, or like which I feel like a lot of Lacanians become cynical, or they fall into like the Malarian like staunch liberalism, or like Zizek's sort of contrarian takes.
Yeah, and I think in this case about Seminar 16 that you were talking about, that when the proletariat becomes self-conscious, right, they no longer speak the truth. And I think it's again this idea that just by showing knowledge, you can convince everyone, right? Or you can think to be speaking the truth just by reaching some higher knowledge. When in fact, I think that what unites a group is not knowledge, but again, superegoic injunction for action, right? Which is something beyond the mere statement of this is my theory, and you need to follow it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's like the becoming savant of the proletariat does not resolve the overarching problematic of political action or class consciousness, but what it does is it divides a bureaucratization of the proletariat, whereby some have this bureaucratic knowledge that then use the science of Marxism in abusive ways or hierarchical ways, which of course is true and valid, especially in 1960, right? So I mean, it holds. Anyways, I think this is very good. Are there any other thoughts before we conclude? Very excellent session.
Just sorry, just flashed across my brain quickly when you were saying about like a Marxism without a meta language, and it made me feel very reminiscent of the Althusser study we did earlier on this year, and this kind of idea of the Marxism as a sort of theory that can account for its own. You could say maybe like account for its own kind of formalization of truth, or like specifically that process of transferring from like knowing it, like knows its own way, it's producing a method or something. And so just kind of curious, flash across my head as well with the sort of Marxist science of Althusser vis-a-vis this framework of the subject of science that Lacan's putting forward. And within that, coming back to the Grigg thing, one of the really interesting things in that essay was he has a little discussion of Lacan's talking about the Copernican revolution as being, sorry, let me find it really quickly, as being more to do with Kepler than Copernicus, because the change from the full circle to this like elliptical space is the like overcoming of the imaginary. And then how that kind of ends with Newtonian physics, because it can describe reality purely in a mathematical formula. So you kind of moved out of this like imaginary dimension. And yeah, so it was just swirling around in my head when you mentioned this idea like Marxism and meta language. Yeah.
I mean, you can see why Lacan is so provocative to Marxism, because here he's even going back to the Ricoeur example, right, which is wanting to sort of carve out an epistemological point of contrast to Marxism as such. And then he's saying, well, where's the scientific revolution? It's happening within psychoanalysis, right? If you have the courage to face it. And then he introduces Marxism and chastises it, which we are left to assume that Marxism is not participating in a grand revolution in some sense. Please.
I say, I'm sorry I won't be able to make these. I teach on Thursdays, so very soon semester starts. I can't continue being here. But I'm just on this issue of Marx, and if it's easier now than not, I think it's actually, that's a hard question, but
it is.
The most important aspect, I think, of it's not the meta language, is that the same way Lacan always insists that psychoanalysis is a praxis, and you have to read it as a praxis. And if you don't understand its praxis, then you have missed it, as in you have turned it into a reified set of concepts that he would reject, including his own students like Laplanche and Leclerc. Is like, you missed it. And this is why the combination with Marxism is always interesting, because to me, Marxism is also the thing that without the praxis, it's meaningless. If you don't see it as a lived potential for on the horizon, it's very difficult to understand it. And then you don't understand its mobility. I think it's a lot more mobile when it is available. This is why growing up with third world Marxism, it was such a lively scene, because the third world had its own say on Marxism, and there was nothing that Marxists could say to make it invaluable or invalid. So as long as you think of Marxism in terms of praxis, then I think you don't need the meta language either, the same way Lacan doesn't. That would be my 2 cents on that.
It's very interesting. Do you think that has anything to do with third world Marxism having a proximity to revolutionary situations in which the subjects are uttering statements such as, not only is this some concept, right, like we talk about, but like, no, I'm uttering the truth of Marxism in my revolt into this, like, in this, is that kind of what you're saying? In other words, the efficacy of Marxism is proved, as it were, in the street, or as it were in the resistance, is that what you're saying?
In the resistance, and in the subject formation of it, right. Because you become a subject of it in the praxis. And I'm not talking praxis as in if you don't organize, you don't have it, but it means that if Marxism is a living praxis at a given time, if it's a live option, then the way you work with it is very similar to psychoanalysis. It becomes singular, it becomes adaptable, it becomes much more movable, because it's not based on a meta language. Yeah. It is based on a grounded praxis. And if you adapt the praxis, it's like adapting to sessions of analysis. It's very different depending on the analysant and so forth. And I think Marxism is definitely, of all these schools of thought, it's the closest thing we can have to a living praxis that can defy the theoretical moment in order to change it on its own. Mm-hmm. It definitely has done that, wherever it's been applied, whether it's liberation theology doing it, it should not work. liberation theology should not work if we just stick to the theory, or if there is a meta language of Marxism, liberation theology doesn't work. It can't work. Marx is adamant it shouldn't work, and Lenin shouldn't work. But if the praxis is implemented, then Marx continues on, and you can have liberation theology. You could have third world Marxism. You could have Marxist-Leninism. I think this is the beauty of Marxism, the power of it, which is very. When Marx, people talk about the non-idealism side of Marx, but that's secondary to this praxis approach to it.
Yeah. And even I would say in workers' inquiry, you have the praxis embedded into it, because
what is
workers' inquiry? It's a study of the speech of workers.
Because they actually understand, they adapt. This is a language that when they understand it, then the praxis makes sense to them.
Yeah.
It's completely different.
But you can also test it through the workers' inquiry insofar as they're studying workers not on the basis of their study of capital. They're studying workers on the basis of their everyday speech, their everyday actions, right?
Yeah, basically, if the worker tells you, but I'm Catholic, the liberation theologian said it doesn't matter.
Right?
As in, it didn't say it doesn't meet the criteria of Marxist meta-language of we reject idealism, therefore all forms of transcendentalism, all forms of religion as opiate the masses, etc. If the worker can understand the practice of Marxism, Marxism adapts to it in that sense. It's very unusual as a school of thought. It's very unusual.
But even if there is no meta language, there is still the role of fantasy, right? Because the role of object A is not only that of meta language, right, but of fantasy, right? And still even then, there is still a way in which fantasy intermediates into a revolutionary process, right? Even if there is no conscious meta language that binds everything together, right? There's still the fantasy. I think that this is what Lacan is trying to show.
I have to think more about that. There are some glitches to me, but I can follow the logic of it. Anyway, thank you for this, guys. This was fantastic. I enjoyed listening to people.
It was really
great, nice not to be in charge of talking all the time.
It was really great, guys, as always. And don't forget to read Cloud. I was lucky enough that MIT Press sent me a copy. I wish I could give you all a copy, but hopefully the PDF is sufficient. And we look forward to the conversation.
I have the EPUB
I'll follow up
somebody
with you.
needs it, by the way.
Say again?
If you need the EPUB, let me know.
Oh, you have that. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Until next time, all the best. All right, welcome back to session 3 on Science and Truth. It is session 3, right? We're picking up where we left off on the conversation on St. Augustine and religion on page 742 in the Écrits. So why don't we begin at, I seem to have thus only defined.
Yep. I seem to have thus only defined characteristics of religions from the Jewish tradition. They are obviously designed to show us why the latter is of interest. And I am inconsolable at having had to drop my project of relating the function of the name of the Father to the study of the Bible. The key, nevertheless, lies in a definition of the relation of the subject to truth. I believe I can say that insofar as Claude Levi-Strauss conceives of Buddhism as a religion of the generalized subject, that is, as involving an infinitely variable stopping down of truth as cause, he flatters this utopia by believing that it concords with the universal reign of Marxism in society, which is perhaps to make too little of the exigencies of the subject of science and to lend too much credence to the emergence, in theory, of a doctrine of the transcendence of matter. Ecumenism only seems to have a chance if it is grounded in an appeal to the feeble-minded. As for science, I cannot say today what seems to me to be the structure of its relations to the truth as cause, since our progress this year shall contribute to an understanding of this point. I will broach the topic with the strange remark that our science's prodigious fecundity must be examined in relation to the fact sustaining science that science does not want to know anything about the truth as cause. You may recognize therein my formulation of Verwerfung, or foreclosure, does not want to know anything, which forms a closed series here with Verdrängung, repression, and Verneinung, negation, whose function in magic and religion I have indicated in passing. Now, what I have said of the relation between Verwerfung and psychosis, especially as Verwerfung of the name of the Father, is apparently at odds here with this attempt at structural situation. If one remarks, however, that a successful paranoia might just as well seem to constitute the closure of science, assuming psychoanalysis were called upon to represent this function, and if, moreover, one acknowledges that psychoanalysis is essentially what brings the name of the Father back into scientific examination, one comes upon the same apparent deadlock, but one has the same feeling that this very deadlock spurs on progress, and that one can see the chiasmus that seem to create an obstacle therein coming undone. So the current state of the drama of psychoanalysis' birth and the ruse that hides therein, by beguiling writers as conscious ruses, should perhaps be taken into account here, for I was not the one who came up with the expression successful paranoia. So I shall certainly have to indicate that the impact of truth as cause in science must be recognized in its guise as formal cause. But that will be so as to clarify that psychoanalysis instead emphasizes its guise as material cause, a fact that qualifies psychoanalysis as originality in science. This material cause is truly the form of impact of the signifier that I define therein. The signifier is defined by psychoanalysis as acting, first of all, as if it were separate from its signification. Here we see the literal character trait that specifies the copulatory signifier, the phallus, when, arising outside of the limits of the subject's biological maturation, it is effectively imprinted. It is unable, however, to be the sign representing sex, the partner's, that is, the partner's biological sign. Recall in this connection my formulations differentiating the signifier from the sign. It suffices to say in passing that in psychoanalysis, history constitutes a different dimension than development, and it is an aberration to try to reduce it to the latter. History unfolds only in going against the rhythm of development, a point from which history as a science should perhaps learn a lesson. If it expects to escape the ever-present clutches of a providential conception of its course. In short, we once again come upon the subject of the signifiers. I articulated it last year, conveyed by a signifier in its relation to another signifier. The subject must be as rigorously distinguished from the biological individual as from any psychological evolution subsumable under the subject of understanding. In minimal terms, this is the function I grant language and theory. It seems to me compatible with historical materialism, this having left this point unaddressed. Perhaps the theory of the object A will also find its place therein.
Okay, so
Yep.
a couple of points. I mean, this point above about history recalls the famous idea in Lacanian thought that Lacan is opposed to historicism. And here we have two ways to think about that. One would be the neologism that in other areas he'll fuse history with hysteria as a new neologism of history. And I take that to mean that the hysteric is a figure that punctuates moments at which the repressed signifier, which otherwise goes unacknowledged in historicist studies, is brought to the surface, is brought out, right? Then he pivots to say that we can revise Marxist historical materialism by giving an account of the production of the object A in history, which we'll get to in a moment. I think the other interesting point, of course, is that the history of Christianity through the concept of the name of the Father. We remember from the seminar on the psychoses that the name of the Father is a primordial signifier, and that the psychotic forecloses the name of the Father, which keeps the psychotic subject tethered to this kind of monstrous confrontation with the mother's Das Ding, and they have no capacity for generating a kind of metaphor of the mother's desire. That is the name of the Father. It's that precise capacity to sort of transpose the primordial signifier into a metaphor process. I would say that I think there's been a lot of Lacanian studies on Christianity at this point in time. They probably have achieved what Lacan never did achieve regarding a more coherent Lacanian account of the history of Christianity. I think Lorenzo Chiesa's work is good, but it's also more intra-theoretically, metapsychologically grounded. But even, what was that book? Lacan in the Middle Ages. I forget the author's name. Approaches something close to that. And then Miller, Dupuy, you know, this crazy French guy, Dupuy, he also tried to produce a conception of history of the big other, which is kind of close to this idea as well. In other words, and this is evident in the analysis of a very important text called Did the Greeks Really Believe in Their Myths?, which had to do with this radical reconceptualization about the status of belief for the ancients and their relationship ultimately to something like the big other or to the symbolic order. And so that's a very rich set of interventions. I'm not sure how familiar you are with those. And then I think, yes, as Luis mentioned last time, foreclosure, negation, and repression were certain index points to science, art, and I forget the other one from the ethics seminar. But those were indexed to the treatment of the Das Ding. Here they're being and religion, of course. Yes. So it is interesting that religion falls into a type of, well, yes, successful paranoia. Probably too strong to say psychosis, but it's in the family tree of psychosis, at least as far as the structures go, which makes a great deal of sense, of course, because President Schreber, if you follow the secondary literature on President Schreber, he was birthing a new religion as the great psychotic. So, and yes, I mean, this is the very interesting point even about Islam, because Islam achieved something that no other major religion achieved, which is that its founder was both a psychotic madman and the state builder in one. So therefore, he's both Christ and St. Paul in one. Whereas in the history of all religions, usually the founder is purely the psychotic figure, which I found interesting, you know? That figure that can kind of project revelation and so on is ostracized from society. Their existence is a scandal. I found that there's a very interesting book on this called The Special Case of Islam by Wilford Cantwell Smith that makes that argument, that Islam is unique in that regard. So those are my comments. Andrew, please.
Yeah, I find the Schreber thing interesting, given the fact that we concluded our project on it. And there's an interesting quote that Lacan says about like Schreber's a man of the Enlightenment, and so like his convictions about God and the revelations are from his vantage point of using the scientific method or rationalism. And so I think that kind of adds into this notion of like the avatar of like science or the subject of science, because if the subject of science is foreclosed, this means that, like, as he is saying, it doesn't want to know its origin or its cause, right? It rejects any knowledge of that, versus Verdrangon, because Verdrangon has to do with forgetfulness, like, you know, and it falls under the jurisdictions of whether it's displacement, condensation, Verneinung, and all like the other forms of activity that involve repression. But I think it's interesting given the fact that like he says right here about the name of the Father, and if we look at the name of the Father not in necessarily the psychoanalytic sense of like, oh, okay, like the name of the Father is my paternal metaphor that indoctrinates me into Oedipus, but no, like what the name of the Father, and I think it's something that I think Luis reminded us a couple sessions ago, the name of the Father acts as a sort of meta language to represent the closure of the mother's desire. And so I think in a sort of formalism, what the name of the Father represents for science is this desire for meta language, right? And I think it's only from the discourse of psychoanalysis that we're able to create a formalism or formalization to understand the sort of deadlock of the subject of science regarding meta language. Because we got to think about this. This was published in Seminar 13 and 14. He starts off the logic of fantasy with formalization of set theory and the impossibility of a universe of discourse, which also instantiates the impossibility of a meta language, because he wants to show that nothing unique about modern science other than the fact that what privileges modern science is not only this mathematical logic but logic as such. So like those are like my thoughts regarding this use of like foreclosure of the subject of science and name of the Father as the signifier of meta language. Because last thing I'll say is right here, there's this interesting paradox that he says right here about the signifier, is that the signifier is defined by psychoanalysis as acting first of all as if it were separate from its signification, meaning that we don't get a signifier produced aseity that it could only already exist in the constituted field of signifiers. But the paradox is that the signifier, and even when we get into the formalization of S1, tries to act on a constituted field as an intervention to sort of create closure or close the circuit and signification. And it's funny how he says that right here, and then he starts Seminar 17 with that as well to talk about.
No, I mean, it is interesting that founders of religious communities have that, do in fact, almost like seems to be that there's some structural precondition of the foreclosure of the name of the Father. The incarnation as the scandal of Christ as fusion with Father and God, and that whole weird transcendental empirical conundrum that has kept people busy for thousands of years to figure out. Muhammad himself has a total refusal to incorporate the Father in relationship to God. Father's totally absent in Islam. He insists that no one calls him Father, etc. And then, of course, Schreber's psychosis was spurned upon by his ascension as the highest judge of judges. He could not go higher in the symbolic order. And it was at that moment that he finally had a collapse with the primordial signifier of name of the Father, which was actually based on some new research that Lacan didn't have available in 1950 when he gave the seminar on the psychoses. I learned that from Larry Rickles, my advisor. I forget the name of the book, but they did like, oh yes. It's at University of Chicago, Lacanian scholar, who's also very good on the history of psychoanalysis and religion. His name escapes me, but he incorporates this beautiful reading on Schreber. Go ahead, Luis.
So, as I mentioned in the Discord, we overlooked the 4 causes, and now we just discuss the last one, the material cause. And I find it very interesting because, as you can see, we're talking about science, religion, and also magic, and that's not in the ethics of psychoanalysis. But by why magic? Because I think that with magic that fits the 4 causes. Why? Because if you look at in page 740, that's when he claims that magic is efficient cause. So what does the shaman? The shaman does some magical thing that he becomes the agent, right? He's the efficient cause. That's why magic related to the efficient cause, right?
Yeah.
And but with the problem that there is no knowledge, right? You don't know why. You're doing some shit, and you know that it works, right? And that's the shaman. You don't really know why, but it works, right? So that's the efficient cause. The shaman does something. But then this is then a place as God, right? So the efficient cause in religion, the efficient cause becomes God, but with the addition of including the end. So that we have the eschatology, we have the final end, right? So that's religion is based on the eschatological end, right? So it's defined by this causality. There is an end. All religion is based on the fact there is certain kind of end of the world,
And then
certain beginning and an end.
Levi-Strauss wants to say that Marxism falls into that, which is, I think, ridiculous. Right? But then psychoanalysis recognizes the material cause.
And and then we have science. So what's in science particularly is that everything that we have seen with magic and religion is foreclosed, right? There is a foreclosure of any efficient cause and an end, right? And then we have just a formal cause, right? The formal cause is based on this foreclosure, right? So we have delineation of knowledge and truth, and this foreclosure is what defines science, right?
Which is why
there is
science
knowledge
doesn't think
and truth is alienated, right?
Yeah.
And what's Lacan finds interesting is the material cause, right?
Right.
Which is that of the signifier. So the signifier. This is why when people say that psychoanalysis is pure idealism, it's like pure nonsense, right? Exactly because psychoanalysis is focused on the material cause of the signifier of its speech, right? So that's the material cause. What is let's say, what the difference between Lacan and Derrida is precisely that there is this material cause in Lacan, in psychoanalysis. Well, Derrida is just pure language games. There is still this material cause that is attached to jouissance at the same time, right? So with psychoanalysis, we have this material cause, right?
Yeah.
Which is different from how we understand in the Aristotelian sense what is the material cause, right? It's something different, but that Lacan is understanding here.
Excellent. Yes, that's great. And I think this bothers me also regarding the statement that Lenin's conception of historical materialism as a science is not materialist, which had to do about a claim about ultimately the status of speech. I mean, he's not making this point at that juncture when he comments on Lenin's conception of the omnipotence of Marxism. But now he's clearly trying to do something which is very, very close to the late Althusser, I think, in aleatory materialism, in his revisions of historical materialism, perhaps even in for Marx as well, actually, even though he's not incorporating this precise point and he doesn't invoke the concept of objecte. Yes, Matilda, please.
I'm wondering if, like, it seems like Marxism doesn't put truth to work. I guess, like, there's here that, like, religion, it says, like, puts truth, or puts into play truth as cause. It seems like all like magic, religion, and science and psychoanalysis like put truth to work in various ways, but it seems like Marxism doesn't. Like, I just kind of flip back to where he was saying, like, Marxism like separates truth as caused as distinguished from knowledge put into operation, but it forgets a dimension of truth that psychoanalysis puts to work. And then, like, the comment about Levi-Strauss that, like, this generalized subject seems like neutralized in a certain way that bothers Lacan. he says that this Buddhist generalized subject involves an infinitely variable stopping down of truth as cause. And so like the subject that Levi-Strauss imagines for Marxism seems to like disregard or separate itself from truth as cause. I don't know what to make of it exactly, but it seems like there's like a particularity of the subject that is related to each of these like disciplines or something, like of religion and magic and science, that is good in some way. I'm not clear what he's getting at, but just wanted to point that out.
Okay, excellent. Yes.
I mean, it makes, to Matilda's point, it makes me think about that passage in Seminar 16 when he talks about Marxism was able to create a theory of capitalism and its truth is the proletariat. And so in Lacan's thought, it makes me think, is he trying to say that Marxism doesn't put the truth, which is the proletariat, to work with their demands? Basically, in regards to May 68, the focus on the students and the intellectuals were split from the demands of the workers. Whereas psychoanalysis puts truth to work, regards with the subject via truth because it speaks, and not that it speaks the truth, but that it speaks.
I think we can read that in the master discourse, right? In the way that the analyst speaks, and then this is synthesized, right, and interpreted. Maybe we can understand it that way.
Yeah, and especially like if he says like, you know, in communism or like, you know, after the revolution, truth is no longer there, where nobody speaks the truth. Because isn't it the fact that he thinks that the university discourse par excellence is Stalinism, and so truth no longer speaks? You have pure bureaucracy.
I think so. I think also it's important to recognize that Marxism is understood here, I think, as a commodified form that was very popular in Parisian society, not only in the intellectual class, but I think the Marxism that they're speaking of here was like this pop Marxism that's very, it's like tangibly different than the Marxism of our epoch by a long stretch. And I think there's also in every projection of Marxism by a liberal, you find this appeal to a kind of misportrayal of Marxism as a utopia that is aimed at ending contradictions. I think you could almost read that as like a symptom of a sort of anxiety over facing like perhaps like the bourgeois class contradiction itself. I mean, it's always bothered me that people perceive Marxism this way. Of course, the obvious reason being that Marxism is founded off of like a strong criticism of utopianism from its inception to its end. Marx is fighting the utopian socialists. So it's in a way, it's even a perversion of Stalinism, in fact, to say that Marxism is utopian. It's some kind of liberal fantasy, really. But nonetheless, yeah, he still wants to incorporate a new way of thinking about historical materialism. I can't believe actually we are so close to the end of this text. That's remarkable. So we can spend our precious time on these final few paragraphs. It's amazing. Go ahead.
On your note, right, we can even think that Lacanian is more Marxist than we usually address, right? That he is actually thinking of the proletariat as the one that speaks and the one that we need to historicize in a way. Right?
Sure. 100%. Yes, 100%. No. Yeah, of course. And of course, yeah, it was the Marxists that gave Lacan refuge after he was barred from the psychoanalytic associations. So I think, yeah, for sure, there's a kind of a tough friendship that's being staged in all Lacan's conversations regarding Marxism, for sure. but also maybe you could say a kind of brutal honesty regarding the vulgar aspects of Marxism, which again, the vulgar aspects of Marxism in our time are so probably palpably different than the vulgar aspects in this time. Especially because this is coming at the time of like the purges that was happening on a mass scale with thousands of bureaucrats and so on. But yeah. Okay, how about we go back to the signifier is defined by psychoanalysis as acting and move from there.
Sure, let's get to it. So the signifier is defined by psychoanalysis as acting, first of all, as if it were separate from its signification. Here we see the literal character trait that specifies the populatory signifier, the phallus, when, arising outside of the limits of the subject's biological maturation, it is effectively imprinted, the signifier. It is unable, however, to be the sign representing sex, the partner's sex, that is, the partner's biological sign. Recall in this connection my formulations differentiating the signifier from the sign. It suffices to say in passing that in psychoanalysis, history constitutes a different dimension than development, and it is an aberration to try to reduce it to the latter. History unfolds only in going against the rhythm of development, a point from which history as a science should perhaps learn a lesson.
Mm-hmm.
If it if it expects to escape the ever-present clutches of a providential conception of its course.
Sorry, just one quick clarification. I think two things are going on here. There is the basic premise, I think, that that historical materialism, because its foundation is in the overcoming of the capitalist mode of production, that has historically, of course, not in Marxism, in post-Marxism that we unfortunately have to read, but in classical Marxism, this is the status of the communist movement. It's about the capacity for the proletariat to galvanize a certain class consciousness over the seizure of the processes of social development to steer them in a different direction, you know? So I think there's that, but that's also being called providential. I'm not so sure about the latter claim. I don't know about you guys, but go ahead.
Well, for me, providential, I think he's trying to connect like religion and discourse insofar as he's just talking about the transmission of knowledge and opening up the question of, well, how does knowledge enter the body?
True. I suppose that's true. I think that, yeah, no, that's valid, but and he's trying to differentiate psychoanalysis relationship to truth, which we already saw as what he calls material cause. So yes, Akshay.
I'll just add, I mean, I guess like I think the opposite of developmentalism here is sort of politics, right? Like, but like in the sense that like with developmentalism, it's like I got the idea that a sort of again, like I don't know why I keep referring to Kautsky as like this straw man of like, but like that the revolution will sort of just arrive by itself, right? As opposed to there's sort of like this dynamic shifting entity with like two tendencies, right? Like class antagonism as opposed to development. And I mean, like development, I guess it's also like the orthodox theory of history, right? Like you went from Iron Age to Bronze Age or the other way around, you know, like and so on and so forth. But as opposed to, no, it's class struggle, right? Like which isn't developmentalist, it's political, right? Like in a
Yeah, that's true. Although I'm not, yeah, I guess that's true. Although I want to probe the notion that the achievement of the dictatorship of the proletariat, even in Marx's civil war in France after the Paris Commune, does not entail the halting of class struggle, but rather its sort of transposition into a sublated new new stage of I mean, I think because the proletariat is a uniquely subordinated class, it permits it the opportunity to develop a sort of relationship to collective social existence in a way that's qualitatively different than the ruling class. And I feel that that can go by many different monikers or names. That can be called something like progress, that can be called social development, that can be called productive, seizing the means of production. You know, there's a number of different things, but I just worry that we risk treating class struggle as an abstract conceptual form, which doesn't touch the strategic and tactical dimension of class struggle, which does necessitate a kind of yes, well, I mean, this idea is the abolition of the proletariat as a subordinated class, as much as it is the opening of communal productive capacities. Please, Akshay, please. I don't want to get too in the weeds on this, but
No,
please.
me neither. But like you mentioned a second ago that it's sort of proximate to 4 Marx, and I think you're right? Like, and especially like in the opening pages of On the Reproduction of Capitalism, it's like it's not really the mode of production is determinant, but like what in the mode of production, it's the relations of production, right? Like, and like, yeah, I didn't mean to say class struggle in the sense that, oh, post-capitalist future there won't be class struggle. So, but in the sense that like it's not just the mode of production in the sense that like, if we had more technology, we would have more progress, right? It's sort of like the social distribution and the relations that technology capacitates, right? So it's not just having factories, it's like how a factory is organized in a way that they sort of build a capital labor relationship. So it's like to keep industrialization without capitalism, you would have, a post-factory, you know what I mean? Like a factory that in its very structure doesn't assume capital and labor, like, which is like relations of production, right? Like not exactly absolute technological development, but like the social relationships within which it's sort of like inscribed.
No, I think that's valid. And I also think that the proletarian movement to a kind of new realm of socially shared and kind of communal basis of production, if you read the Grundrisse, this becomes what the party becomes. This, I think, is essential, because I do think that part of these problems that Lacan is indexing regarding the regression of the Marxist party form, if you read the Leninist literature, one of the maybe shortcomings of the Leninist literature was a poor reading of Marx's post-Commune, post-Paris Commune thought regarding the very concept of the party itself. Now, here I sound like very much like a council communist, but I mean, in some sense, the council communist movement as this kind of like non-hierarchical form of kind of like mutually free producers aiming to create a productive system in which the value form is not the determining basis of surplus, right? That can be named party, but then you have to face the reality of the existing state, and a détente was made and probably will have to be made with a social democratic existence of within the state. And that's exactly what happened after 1917 in the various places where social democracy fused with the Soviets or with the communes. There had to be some fusion there, right? It couldn't be pure council communism. It couldn't be pure Soviets. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think there's a lot of things in there to think through. Yeah. But let's see where he's going with this revision of historical materialism, if we might, unless there's other thoughts on this Marxism piece. Daniel, what are your thoughts on the Marxism debate?
I guess the only thing I'm thinking about, because most of it's beyond me, is just back to where he's talking earlier about the Lenin Marxism is omnipotent because it's true. Because the way that made sense to me was like he's working through this. I forget exactly what it was, but there's the knowledge and know-how that kind of split, because it's like within the theoretical development of Marxism, it kind of contains within itself an account that the theory is insufficient to be actually transformational. You need like like organization, concrete action. And so when I was reading that was kind of what I took him to mean on the bit on Lenin, which is that like he's correct that it's omnipotent because it's true, but the truth of it is this split. It's like in itself, it's split is constantly active. So that's sort of, that's the only really kind of connection I can forge to it at the moment.
Yeah, that's very useful. I suppose the other point about that point about connaissance versus knowledge as savant is the division you were just mentioning. And I think in Seminar 16, Lacan wants to suggest that Marxism is deficient in its kind of democratic capacity to dispense with knowledge of know-how in its image, which means in a way we're confronted with the consumptive problem of capitalism and its desiring system, which then becomes the fundamental hallmark of Lacan's understanding of capitalism ultimately, which why after Lacan, most Freudian Marxism, as Kluskard argues, I think rightly, tend to place so much emphasis on subjectivity from housed within consumption, not production. Right? The problem is revolving around their libidinal investments in systems of enjoyment and addiction and jouissance and, all of these monstrous kind of sticky points that enjoyment superimposes upon us. So there's that issue. There's a lot there, though, because I think also this point about, I think this point about knowledge of the savant sort of knowledge was very interesting, because you'll remember that Lacan was referring to that in chapter 7 of Capital about the status of peer domination in the workplace. I don't know if you remember that. Yeah, there's a whole thing, the whole rabbit hole we could go down, but I don't want to do that right now. But yeah, I think Andrew probably has some recollection since we really analyzed it piece by piece. But oh, and by the way, there's this interesting scholar, Nick Nesbitt, who's writing a book right now specifically on the kind of totality of Lacan's relationship to Marx. So it's kind of, I suppose he's doing what Semo Tomsik did, but like in a way, I guess, different than Tomsik. He just recently published this interesting book on Althusser himself. Maybe we should have him on the show at some point in the future. So, yeah.
I think a question I have here is like, why on earth did the association with like history and development come up like right after the paragraph above about the signifier being like separate from its signification and the phallus and stuff?
What's your guess?
I don't have one at the moment.
It is interesting though, isn't it? Yeah.
It is.
My best guess is that he's responding to this, as he often does, right? To this kind of the zeitgeist at the moment, maybe, you know, this kind of I don't know. Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
Matilda, was the question regarding in relation to Marxism or just in general about the signifier outside of signification?
Oh, I was just commenting like the paragraph, the paragraph above the one that references development in history, like why did that paragraph spark the association? I see some vague connections, but it's not clear to me. I mean, I could see like biological maturation being related to development, and
I would throw out there that, so I mean, like Bronislaw Malinowski, the guy who wrote the Trobriand Island Argonauts of the Western Pacific book, he also had a volume called Magic, Science, Religion. And that's like it's a course that, in fact, I got an email 2 days ago. We're looking for an instructor for Magic, Science, Religion. It's a very stock phrase in that sense, but like, and it's precisely a stock phrase about like historical development and its stages, like magic, religion, science. And if you think about what like in sort of the classical descriptions of magic, it's always like sympathetic magic, that like, and it's sort of about what is the relationship between like and like, you know, between the hair on a person extracted from their body, like a voodoo doll. And I mean, so those are just some associations. I don't know if that's a definitive answer, but
Yeah, I was gonna add to that because Luis brought up the whole thing about the signifier is not idealism, which like if anybody thinks that, I mean, it's because they're probably conflating language with ideas. But I mean, I don't know if I have anything to add to your bit actually, but from Matilda's question, it's this fact that like Luis was saying, there is a material cause to the signifier, and it's the fact it's like this paradox between the primordial signifier, which doesn't mean it's the very first signifier because the child is already thrown into language. And so through the message in the code, it's like, what is it that if the other is the battery bank of signifiers and the child via need transformed into demand, which permutates into desire, what is it about the signifier that emerges via a material cause of the cut, right? The cut that constitutes the subject and allows it to be submitted by the signifier. And at the same time, even though it acts as if it were separate to constitute the subject who will be split by it, it is also not alien from the field that is constituted of signifiers via the big other, right? And that's, and I guess how that relates to history is because in psychoanalysis, you're reconstituting the subject's history, and via the signifiers, reconstituting the originary signifier that caused its origin.
Yeah, I mean, that is true as so far as remember the points about Lenin referenced, I think, Saint-Just and the Jacobins. And then that does open up a question of historical materialism, which was only opened in the like 30s, regarding whether it is valid that historical materialism study revolutionary sequences pre-capitalism, right? Marx didn't really, I mean, Engels kind of did that in the Peasant War, but it was never, it's always like a question, you know?
I mean, they did a lot of anthropology, like Morgan, and hence like the origin of the family, like property and the state.
True.
And like he's also reading about like Slavonic communes. Like it's like there is like real.
It's there.
Yeah,
it is definitely there, but it still is an interesting question that Lacan's sort of provocatively putting forward, which I think many Marxist Lacanians have followed him, which is like, what does it look like to do a kind of discourse analysis on the speech of revolutionaries in history? Badiou's beautiful analysis of the Spartacus slave revolt comes to mind. Badiou's very good on that point, you know, because he is a good Lacanian in that way, is he'll always go to the naming procedure in the revolutionary sequence to discern where is the unnameable operating? Where is the unnameable in the atmosphere of the revolutionary scene? And that is obviously something that's uttered through some type of some kind of maximal demand / naming, like the demand and the name almost fuse, right? Like we were talking yesterday about Leclau, where Leclau thought that he could kind of formalize that in a hyper way and sort of like coordinate. That was like Leclau. Leclau was like trying to coordinate that process onto politics, like force it. But it's otherwise a spontaneous fact of revolutions, you know? But I do think it's valid. I mean, like, I think it's valid to say that it's necessary to say, and Lukács is good on this, that the proletarian movement is facing distinct structural coordinates of its class struggle that are qualitatively different than past. So you risk a kind of strange conflation if we start to compare the proletarian movement to the Middle Ages, for example. Like, it has to be done very carefully, I feel like, you know?
I think
Yeah.
also the introduction of history, where he says that it's not developmental, is, of course, when we think about historical materialism, the idea that there is certain stages, right? And there is this end in communism, right? And of which we don't really have to analyze the world anymore, because we know that there is a past and an end to history, right? But of course, in this foreclosure of truth, we also foreclose the fact that there is a material cause of which he's focusing right now as speech, right? That's actually what's moving history, right? The history is not moved by some, let's say, Hegelian ideas, right? But it's moved by certain material cause, let's say speech, let's say actions, whatever, that are grounded, right? And not just some idea that has an end, right? Because in a way, what is foreclosed of eschatology, right, at the beginning of religion, returns, let's say, in science, a certain end that in historical materialism is very evident, right? But of course, then it's this proposed as science. That's the thing, right? This is foreclosed, but returns as a clear science that negates its own lack, right? And that's the thing about foreclosure, repression, negation, right? And in repression, you still repress the fact that this thing returns. In negation, you negate it, but you know, it's like, this is not my mother, but it still is present in speech, right? In foreclosure, there is nothing at all, right? There is no even considering the fact that there is the name of the father present, right? So I think that's how he understands that in science, there is complete foreclosure of this lack, the lack in the other, right? There is a complete totalizing view of the world, right? That's in this way doesn't need to listen to the world. Let's put it that way. Doesn't need to consider the material cause, right?
But again, if we go back to Marxism, how would we fit it in? Because I don't see it as a neat fit within his definition of science, which he formerly accused Lenin of falling sway to, where science doesn't have have a history, quote unquote, and that if you don't ground your conception of the omnipotence of Marxism off of the speech of proletarians, of the masses, because I mean, how would one account for a bourgeois revolution? The utterances of bourgeois leaders themselves have to have a kind of discourse analysis, right? I'm even thinking here of Bloch and the not yet conscious, insofar as he goes further and says that what is staked down in revolutionary sequences is a refusal of the social constitution of class repression. So you can kind of see proletarian activity not merely by analyzing the speech of proletarians, but by analyzing the way that they disrupt temporality and time. So they point to an unopened future. Because I think that's the other thing that a lot of these bourgeois people, when they look at Marxism, fail to remind us, which is, what is the bourgeoisie's position on providence? What is, in some sense, you could argue, and I think many people have rightly shown, that bourgeoisie position is caught within a type of presentism, or a kind of like fatalism, tragedy. There's a lot written on tragedy. So they're caught within a tragedy, which becomes the preferred relationship to history. So Bloch wants to say that actually proletarians open up the future. But then his theory of materialism supplements that by saying, yes, but that future is fundamentally left open. It's not teleologically sealed as the kingdom, and that's it. It's like still a dynamic process of development. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of ways to get at this, not to mention this notion of invariance, this idea that if Marxist history is marked by invariance, maybe you would have to have a kind of rapprochement between Badiou and Lacan on this point.
Yeah, because I was going to think of, in theory of the subject, this idea that what Marxism does in extracting the rational kernel is the idea of periodization, which he says Hegel doesn't have.
Right.
And I even go further to say, with regards to this whole thing about Lenin, I would say, like, well, I mean, again, fitting Lacan's notion of science, maybe dialectical materialism or historical materialism for Lenin maybe isn't a science, but the fact that, as Lazarus points out, he makes a sort of a sequence of politics as a thought, and breaking from Marx in that sense and creating a new thought by not privileging the politicization of the workers' movement and the international, but the people in the national liberation.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. I like Lazarus's framework quite a lot, actually. Yeah, that's very helpful. But yeah, I just feel like, yeah, sometimes these stereotypes of Marxism can get under the skin. But I still appreciate what he's trying to do without doubt. Shall we run it to the end, Matan, and discuss? To our providential end? Our teleological undoings?
Certainly. In minimal terms, this is the function I grant language in theory. It seems to me compatible with historical materialism, the latter having left this point unaddressed. Perhaps the theory of object A will also find its place therein. As we shall see, this theory is necessary to a correct integration of the function from the standpoint of knowledge and the subject of truth as cause. In passing, you might have glimpsed in the four modes of the cause's refraction just surveyed here an analogous nominal schema and the same number of modes as in Aristotle's physics.
That was Luis's point.
It is no accident, since his physics is marked by a logicism that still retains the savor and sapience of an original grammaticism. Will it seem valid to us that the cause remains exactly as many-sided and polymerizing? It is not the sole goal of this exploration to afford you an elegant take on frameworks that in and of themselves fall outside of our jurisdiction, magic, religion, and even science itself. My primary concern is to remind you that, as subject of psychoanalytic science, you must resist the temptation of each of these relations to truth as cause, but not in the way in which you are at first likely to understand this. Magic tempts you only insofar as you project its characteristics onto the subject with which you are dealing, in order to psychologize it, that is, misrecognize it. So-called magical thinking, always attributed to someone else, is not a stigma with which you can label the other. It is just as valid for your fellow man as for yourself, within the most common limits, being at the root of even the slightest of commandments' effects. To be more explicit, recourse to magical thinking explains nothing. What must be explained is its efficiency. As for religion, it should rather serve us as a model not to be followed, instituting as it does a social hierarchy in which the tradition of a certain relation to truth as cause is preserved. Meaning that disavowal does function. Simulation of the Catholic Church reproduced whenever the relation to truth as cause reaches the social realm. Once the disavowal no longer works, there are literary comprehensive effects. Simulation of the Catholic Church is particularly grotesque in a certain psychoanalytic international, owing to the condition it imposes upon communication. Censorship. Need it be said, although censorship through enjoyment, need it be said that in science, as opposed to magic and religion, knowledge is communicated? It must be stressed that this is not merely because it is usually done, but because the logical form given this knowledge includes a mode of communication which sutures the subject it implies. Such is the main problem raised by communication in psychoanalysis. The first obstacle to its scientific value is that the relation to truth as cause, in its material guises, has remained neglected by the circle of its elaborators. Shall I conclude by returning to the point with which I began today, the division of the subject? This point constitutes a knot. Let's recall that Freud unties this knot in his discussion of the lack of the mother's penis, where the nature of the phallus is revealed. He tells us that the subject divides here regarding reality, seeing an abyss opening up here against which he protects himself with a phobia, and which he at the same time covers over with a surface upon which he erects a fetish, that is, the existence of the penis as maintained, albeit displaced. Let us, on the one hand, extract the no from the no penis to be bracketed out and transfer it to the no knowledge, that is the hesitation step of neurosis. Let us, on the other hand, recognize the subject's efficacy in the nomon he erects, a nomon that constantly indicates truth's sight to him. Revealing that the phallus itself is nothing but the sight of lack, it indicates in the subject. This is the same index that directs me to the path along which I want to proceed this year. That is, the path you yourselves shy away from, as you are always called forth as analysts in that lack. And that's the end of the essay.
Okay. I feel like we should make a couple of points about how Jean-Claude Milner situates the importance of this essay in Lacan's wider schema. I don't know, Andrew, if you wanted to weigh in on that, because I do think that Milner's reading of Science and Truth is one of the better kind of ways of extracting the central like force that this intervention had on Lacan's wider oeuvre. Did you want to jump in on that real quick?
Yeah, it's interesting thinking about how Milner situates it, because I mean, he breaks in Lacan's thought into what he calls classicisms, which relate to Lacan's relationship to science. And for the first classicism, it shows it's probably like up to like Lacan of like the 1950s all the way up to just around this point of Science and Truth, in which of course he is finding a sort of axiomatic kernel within structural linguistics and the theory of psychoanalysis. But this classicism is rested on a historicism that is unstable, which he'll define in classicism too, which has to do with matem, of course, and a non-historicist reading of science. But the historicist reading has to do with, which he talks about in the beginning of Science and Truth, his relationship to Koyré and Kojève. And that matters because I think I've said this like probably ad nauseum in a lot of our other groups, but in Science and Truth and for Milner, he says that the relationship of science and Lacan comes from Koyré's reading of the modern universe versus, or the infinite universe versus the finite universe of the Greeks in antiquity. And that's because their focus on theory or praxis was heavy, and episteme kind of aligned with that, but they didn't have a theory or an efficient techne to make their model of science or episteme more precise. And there is a major break, and that's what makes science important for Koyré, even Kojève, and Milner's reading of Science and Truth, that a major break from the world of antiquity to the modern universe constructed by Galileo, and the way that technology or techne and episteme become unified. And you get not only an infinite universe thanks to Galileo and the Copernican revolution, but you also get a mathematical universe in which mathematical physics and precision dominate that, as well as the cogito as the subject of science, to which Lacan will reiterate. And so this notion of science, at least for Lacan right here, still has some sort of historicist implications regarding the sort of scientific major break with Koyré and even Kojève, because Kojève's reading is that there's a difference between the ancient world and modern world, and that's because of the advent of Christianity, which allows for a theory of time and history and an end of history. So that ties in with philosophical and scientific thought.
Yeah. Yeah, that's important. He says an interesting thing that Lacan's subject of science is what opens the door to philosophy, because in allowing for this kind of like nebulous structuralism at the origin of the subject of science, that permits a dialogue to occur with classical metaphysics. And that's why that's where you go from science to philosophy in a certain way, through the conception of the subject of science. I think the other point is that he makes in the text that I found interesting was that Lacan understood Freud as a scientist who was unique in the history of science, because he established a science that didn't rely on existing institutions of scientific validity. And this is why Freud is granted the status of, well, this explains two things. It explains the autonomous discourse of psychoanalysis, the discourse of the analyst, and how it functions as an outside yet also mediatory discourse to the university itself, always hostile, always other, always teaching it something. And it also explains why mathematics and set theory and axiomatic set theory became important for Lacan, because if Lacan is truly to rival Freud, he has to develop something which is of a pure formalism. That's the later classicism of the math theme, and that pure formalism can, whatever, exist in a form of science which cannot be challenged by institutional hegemony of science or something like that. But I felt that that explains quite a lot about Lacan's both like channeling of Freud, but also this idea that the conclusion of that is that what you're left with is a lot for philosophy. I found that to be quite compelling. I think everyone should read this book. We did the study or the podcast on it with Gabriel a couple years ago, but I don't know if it's a bit difficult to read, but it's worth it.
It's also interesting how he makes this sort of preliminary remark regarding Lacan, that he is able to combine culture and science and the question of Ove, versus Freud, who could not, because he was remained in, even though he was at odds with the institution, he didn't rely on the institution. He could only create a monograph. And so everything in Freud is just a repetition of the monograph of the botanical plant, which is very telling to Freud's own unconscious, but also his desire as a scientist. And so Freud was continuously locked within the ideals of science. So he couldn't go past that. And it's Lacan's achievement by being able to combine science and culture.
Well, he also says that in the Saussurean conception of a signifier, it clearly has no properties. But because Lacan wishes to grant it properties, it's that granting of it properties that makes the Lacanian discourse so open and fecund to philosophical dialogue, which I found was a very interesting point. Right? Because there's all sorts of revisions that he's constantly making regarding the genesis of the signifier, which immediately links the subject of science to philosophy, which kind of goes against what Levi-Bryant was saying in Discord in a certain way. Like, no, actually, you can see it this way as something like a grand opening of a new way to engage with philosophy, right? I prefer to see it that way in a certain way. He also talks about this idea that that Lacan's idea of science is minimalist. Meaning that the objective is to reduce the number of axioms and concepts that have a descriptive power onto the phenomena that Lacan is interrogating. And that is sort of a blessing and a curse, I think, because it shows, it kind of gives you a reason or an account as to why, as Gabriel Tupanamba suggests, the Lacanian field is impervious to new ideas. Like, you can't go to a Lacanian and say, I want to bring in category theory now. They're not going to say that because they have some transferential relationship to Lacan, and Lacan didn't do that, so that's not going to work, right? So I found that to be interesting.
Well, I guess which is interesting, because if we take the point you made about theory of minimalism, because there's theory minimalism, which like
theory, object and
property,
right.
And object and property seem to be the dominant one. And if we go towards the second classicism, which focuses on Lacan's use of the matheme, but the way that he inaugurates the letter and matheme through set theory, he focuses on a specific group of set theory from Verbachtian mathematics.
Right.
And from my understanding of Verbachtian mathematics, I've only read their set theory one. You get new axioms from the combinatory factor of the way the mathematical devices or set theoretical properties inaugurate that. So in a sense, even reading Badiou and the way Badiou appropriates property, or what is it, a category theory, I don't see like a conflict between creating new categories and new axioms in psychoanalysis.
I do. I think that's an interesting point. Yeah. I do want to reference one thing that explains the point that Matilda mentioned. I forgot to mention this, but I wrote it in my paper. Jakobson, right? In his account of language, Milner interprets that he grounded an absolute reference point on natural, quote unquote, natural languages, and that this was ultimately in line with Stalin's grounding of linguistics beyond the determination of base or superstructure. So you see what Stalin did was he gave fodder to the bourgeois scientists to kind of abandon Marxism. And once you realize that, you then can see why Lacan is actually trying to do something other than Stalin, which may sound very fucking weird to you, that Stalin made an intervention that influenced bourgeois scientists because every liberal claims that he's something, right? No. But the truth is that he did, right? And I don't think we should lose sight of that. And this also, according to Milner, is why history cannot be the reference point of science. So it's not only about this structural point he's making about foreclosure and psychosis and stuff like that, but he's developing science's core doctrine that the absolute reference point is without history, because he's trying to contest this Stalinized general environment that's affecting, well, I guess you could say sort of science writ large. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this. When I read it in Milner, I was like blown away. And I think it's a beautiful point because a lot of Lacanian Marxists don't talk about this. I think it's super interesting. I think the other point is that I guess Kojev also obviously was Stalinized in his own way, but I'm not as clear on the Kojevian theory of science and the history of science. That would be worth looking into. Anyways, I don't want to talk about a book that others are less familiar with. Perhaps that might not be best, but it's quite worth looking into.
I mean,
So,
unless
yeah,
were you
please.
about to close, Daniel?
No.
Okay. I did wonder about like why communication and psychoanalysis came up at the end. And it seemed like there was a
Well,
question
it had
of
come up before.
there's a question of communication on like all of these levels, it seems like as well.
I think it was a general response to the humanistic psychology and the references to Piaget and Lacan's focus. I don't know. I mean, that's a good question. What's your intuition tell you?
I'll just reread something real quick. Like it says, need it be said that in science, as opposed to magic and religion, knowledge is communicated? It must be stressed that this is not merely because it is usually done, but because the logical form given this knowledge includes a mode of communication which sutures the subject it implies. Such is the main problem raised by communication and psychoanalysis.
Right.
Well, I would say like that's like the point right there of knowledge being communicated. Is knowledge communicated in psychoanalytic discourse?
Yeah.
Especially when you look at the analyst discourse, we have knowledge in the position of truth as repressed. And so it's never communicated. It's only brought up as a symptom to be tethered with. And the problem of is psychoanalytic knowledge or non-knowledge something that's going to suture the subject or not the subject?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Please. No.
No, I'd say two things, right? Like there's like it's, if you're thinking about it sociologically, like a sociology of knowledge, like as compared to all magical and religious knowledges, which are sort of esoteric, right? Like it's part of what science is socially that you communicate its results, right? Like so as compared to guild knowledges, which are secretive trade secrets, like it's in the quote unquote enlightenment that you publish this thing called an encyclopedia where you just said, here are all the things, here are how you build them, this is how they work, right? And it's part of both like the cosmology of science, but also like if you want to produce scientists, like, you know what I mean? Like as a social relation. So, I mean, for all of those things, you need to communicate. And I think that's one sense of communication. And the other one is like psychoanalysis is sort of insisting on like truth, right? Like, so kind of like a materiality to communication, right? Like, which is sort of like the symptom as like repressed truth, right? Like, and that people can't help but communicate, right? Like there's sort of no, and I don't know exactly what's linking those two things together, but it does seem to have something to do with this. And right, the last third thing I would say is like, in opposition to this, like Freud collaborated with a lot of universities, like he was, you know, and the drive in Freud is always like there are new editions of the introductory lectures to psychoanalysis delivered to a lay public to sort of justify. I mean, like for it to be a science, it has to be communicable. You know what I mean? Like in a kind of for pasteurization to be a scientific fact and not like a theological dogma, people need to sort of be able to get it. Right? Like, and you can't just claim expertise in this sort of like only psychoanalysts will understand, because then that's not a science. You know what I mean? Like if only physicists understood physics, like in the sense that, sure, you could say that maybe only physicists are qualified to make certain kinds of statements. But if like literally no one outside physicists understood what we meant by atoms, it's not science, like in a certain sense. So I would stop there.
Yeah, well, I actually think that Freud's exclusion from predominant institutions was mixed. Obviously, for the majority of his life, he experienced pretty significant marginalization, in fact. But that's a whole separate thing we can look at. I mean, look at the correspondence with Jung in the early days and the extremity of that, not to mention how the war and his exile from Germany affected that. But anyways, I'm not sure that he's making a claim about no, I think that what he's saying is that it's not a question of truth as a validity. It's not like we need the validity of the mark of the university for recognition or anything like that. And I think the point about communication is actually about, because how he ends it is that you psychoanalysts refuse to see the truth as cause because, quote, you're subsumed by the lack of the signifier that the analyst hand brings to your door. And it's that I'm trying to allow you to see, and it's that I'm trying to transmit to you. And that relates to Milner's point about the subject of science, or the truth of science, the core doctrine of science has to be mathematized in order for the psychoanalytic audience to truly, deal with it. Maybe because, as he says at the end, it cannot be communicated in the clinic, maybe. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
I think I just wanted to say, Matilda, I have the Miller's text, and if I could read something from it. Suture names the relation of the subject to the chain of its discourse. We shall see that it figures there as the element which is lacking in the form of a stand-in, tenonu. For while they're lacking, it is not purely and simply absent. Suture, by extension, the general relation of lack to the structure of which it is an element, inasmuch as it implies the position of a taking the place. So in delineating the concept of suture, I think Miller establishes a relation that the subject is lack entertains with the signifying chain. And I'm not sure, I want to relate that to actually, and Daniel, your discussion of truth, but I'm not quite sure how to get there. I think the emergence of self-identity as preserving the consistency of truth, and it's necessary for the non-self-identity to not only be elided, but also repressed. This is kind of all over the place, but.
Yeah, so you're interested in how the concept of suture is fitting in with this larger point that Lacan is ending with regarding communication, because suture refers to this careful operation of the signifier and how it marks the body and things like this. Is that sort of what you're getting at?
Yeah, as a discourse, I don't know if I don't mean to make like an elementary connection between discourse and communication.
Yeah.
But
Oh, I see.
How are those things connect? Like basically, how do we get truth out of discourse? I suppose would be my question.
Did somebody want to jump in? I heard a voice. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think to these points, one of the things with regards to the subject is that when we talk about the subject that lacks, is that it lacks a place, right? And yet it's intervened by the signifier. Remember how in this essay he was saying that that science's sort of attempt to suture is not only its sort of cause and condition, but also its fundamental deadlock that it runs into.
Right.
And that I think with the four discourses, as Ellie put in the Discord just now, relate in a way that these discourses are not scientific, and Lacan is in no way trying to make psychoanalysis a science, but because we use terms like in metapsychology, like the big other, the phallus, the signifier, you're not going to walk around in town and an everyday person and be like, oh, there's the signifier or there's castration, but that these sort of formalizations help us to kind of, again, create a formalization of what is discourse. And how truth emerges, in my opinion or my understanding, is that it's from the fact that Lacan says that, because science is both an attempt to through logic to suture, but also run into this deadlock, which is the inability to suture, that this is the cause of any discourse, and so fact is that we speak in psychoanalysis, and that the cause of the discourse is this subject that is out of place and cuts itself to between knowledge and truth, and that in psychoanalytic discourse, it's to be able to identify this impasse, right? Its convergence towards its own impossibility, right? And that it inevitably just speaks, right? That is the truth, that the unconscious speaks. And I think as the analyst, in the discourse of the analyst, is to create some sort of formalization of these scansions of the unconscious that speaks, and its attempt to, or failed attempt to, suture itself. Because remember, when we look at the subversion of the subject, when he talks about the circuit of the small s big A and the big A, right? We have the moment, which is a failed moment of closure of the circuit, which is scansion, and then A, which represents the place in which I fail as a split subject to be. I lack a place, right? And it's only through the attempt of the signifier that I try to suture and make a mark in that place.
Yeah, that's really good. I think that's a good point, that the concept of suture indexes this kind of internal exclusion of the object, that the subject is not like symmetrical or cannot be symmetrical with it, and this is sort of the failure of science, which I think we hinted at before, that in a way there seems to be sort of like a contrast between the Freudian idea of the subject of the unconscious and the subject of science. But at the same time, Lacan, we'll sort of, I mean, if you're asking the question of how is truth generated in discourses, it's generated as a product. And if you look at the four mathemes, you can sort of see but each one has its own variation on that, like production of that excess object. From the masters to the hysteric to the university to the analysts. So we could reference those. But I don't know, Elizabeth, if you wanted to respond to what Andrew said as well.
I forgot that the truth speaks. I think that kind of yeah. Whoops. So thank you for that.
Luis.
So I think a way to understand what is this communication and knowledge has to be how magic and religion relate to truth, let's say, right? Because in the case of magic, there is this agency, right? That's a cause, right? So in a way, you don't need knowledge, right? Someone does it for you, right? In the case of religion, there is also that, but that is the end, right? And so the way that there is no way of attachment to knowledge, right? You're not defined by certain knowledge, right? In religion, on the contrary, you disavow this knowledge, you disavow any responsibility, right? God knows, right? You don't need to know, right?
Yeah.
It's only with science when there is a complete foreclosure, right, towards the truth that retroactively emerge, right? Let's say in that way, because it's not truth, as he says before, it's not that truth can be found in magic and religion, right? As these two causes, right? It's not the effective cause, it's not the eschatological cause, right? It is the material cause of psychoanalysis, right? Of which magic and religion didn't repress, foreclose, negate it, right? But deal with it in some ways, but only with science, that there is a complete foreclosure of truths. We have knowledge, and that is how we can say, and this is the way that there is communication in psychoanalysis about consciousness, right? Because there is a difference, split between conscious thought, that is thought that is spoken. This is what Lacan understands. Is he reads Freud, is well, the conscious thought is spoken thought, right? The fact that you are able to speak, that's what emerges in consciousness, right? Because there can be thoughts, but they're not like they're spoken and caught in your brain, right? They are there, they're symptomized somehow, but it's only the moment of speaking, right? And speaking clearly that they become conscious, right? They're able to communicate and they're able to create knowledge, right? But there, nonetheless, there is this material cause, right, of speaking itself, that of which science forecloses, right? Science doesn't count the fact that there is this materiality. And of course, we can think about, even with Plato, for example, there is already somehow some set of form of science, right? But it's the emergence of idealism too, right? The complete foreclosure of the material, right? And in that sense, we can think of Marxism and psychoanalysis as two branches of knowledge, let's say, that trying to include the material. I think there are only the two of them. They're trying to include the material. In Marxism with history, although I think it creates a system of which Lacan understands that has to be scientific, right? But it tries to understand the material cause, right? That is not included into the ideology, right? And psychoanalysis too, the material cause as the one that is in speech itself, right? So I think that's the formal division that creates science. Science completely forecloses the fact that there must be, it needs to exclude it, right? For consciousness to be knowledge, to be clear and objective, it needs to exclude this other object, it needs to completely foreclose it, right? And yeah, I think that's what it means by communication and knowledge, right? And for which is the subject of science is defined by this knowledge, right? It is responsible at the same time for this knowledge, of which the magic and religion, the subject of magic and religion, were not really responsible, didn't care for this knowledge either, right?
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's very elliptical. This where it was I will come into being as a subject is it's oracular, it's circular, but it also disrupts temporality as well. And it is this idea also, I think, of truth as the production, this idea of production only occurs in analysis when you have effectively created like a proper artificial scene of the of an otherness that allows for the unconscious to appear in speech, and that it sort of can be located, and then, but I suppose in a way, like it does raise that question about the sort of status of how we sort of locate in this elliptical operation in culture, in politics, and so on. Is every speech utterance truly marked by this elliptical operation? Go ahead, Matilda.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment a little bit longer on the last pages. It does seem like science communicates knowledge, but at the cost of kind of like hiding the subject, it implies. Whereas maybe it's the case that psychoanalysis, in its communication, it has a mode of communication that doesn't hide the subject, but it doesn't communicate knowledge. And I do agree that the suture paper, like the logic of it does, I mean, like seem to map on to this whole question of the divided subject and all these questions here. It's hard to know what's really going on. I guess he's trying to say something like, it does seem like truth as cause and its material guise is related to the signifier, like as the phallus, perhaps. And it looks like Freud unties the knot and kind of exposes this divided subject and its logic in his own language. It's perplexing because this paragraph where Freud unties the knot, it's like this in Freud is supposed to be happening when like the child is like 3 or 4, but at the same time this seems like a very like primordial phenomena, and like the suture paper seems like very much related to like getting language started, like kind of getting it going, and like the logic that's like kind of precedes getting the signifying chain moving. But then this next paragraph where it's like he's kind of playing on these words with like no penis and no knowledge. It does seem like maybe this logic is exposing that there is no knowledge communicated by the neurotic, or something. I don't know. Yeah, it's about all, as far as I can say.
I think you're onto something, because if it is the case, this play on no penis, no phallus, no knowledge, it would be that, you know, the attempt to sort of plug the hole, which would, even though the phallus is in the penis, let's just say the intuitive act of or this intuitive logical act of plugging the lack with something that would suffice as an intervention, it would be that this organon doesn't lead to knowledge, because psychoanalysis isn't in the business of sexual knowledge. It doesn't teach us how to properly court somebody or hold somebody's hand in a romantic way, or how to be better in bed. It exposes the lack that constitutes sexuation and the non-rapport. But then also the fact that in this originary moment, this fact of the mother not having a penis is also what constitutes the lack in the imaginary instantiation of the pre-Oedipal dynamic.
I think we had one more comment from Akshay, or no?
It's a pretty wild association, so I don't know if I should share it, but it was just, but I guess like both what Elizabeth was saying and Matilda, and like this whole conversation about like identity and like, but I guess, I mean, sorry, but like I was thinking about like scientific objectivity, and it's kind of striking that like with this comment about like the scientist is like hidden, but it's like, you know, most sciences start from like a sort of like distrust to a perception. So instruments do our perception for us instead, and that's what makes it scientific, right? Like I don't just like look at a cloud and tell you. I like find devices that take photographs of it, and but I mean there's a sort of like delegation of my perception sort of out of an essential kind of distrust of my perception, you know, like in the but I don't know, I mean, like, and I guess like the ideal of scientific objectivity is the sort of like deletion of the subject. And then that raises the question of like, okay, what is the relationship of psychoanalysis to that? Because on the one hand, you know, like the analytic discourse is a sort of deletion of the subject, right? Like rather than like earlier discourses where, say, you have someone who's providing an analytic function, but doesn't sort of disavow any transferences that they accrue. if you kind of turn them into a god king, they're like okay with it, right? Like, but on the other hand, I guess like you can't really remove the subject from psychoanalysis, right? Like in the same way where you can't like have a measuring instrument sort of record analysis in the way that you would like with the spectrophotometer, or but yeah.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Okay, very good. Yes. Obviously much more to be said. I agree that these final pages regarding the emptiness of the phallus as the thingly side of truth that opens up some kind of intense lack is certainly very good. I'm excited to move to our study on identification. I wanted to ask when would be best to begin that. Obviously, I think Thursdays are ideal. So same time. Today's August 28th. Just so we're clear, I'm
Would we
Go
would
ahead.
it be okay to still do it Thursdays, but an hour later than usual? Kind of like we do with the Tuesday group.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's possible. Yeah, I think that's possible. Let me get back to you guys on Discord on that precise question. I got to run that by the home crew. That should be fine. I don't know if that works for others. I know it's hard because you're Pacific standards, so that makes sense. So yes,
Can I
okay,
just
very good.
add
Sorry?
just one more comment about the science thing?
Sure.
I think that also we have the way that how this Descartes talks about science, right? It's a pure formalism, right? Devoid of any content, right? So
Yeah.
you can do mathematics, for example.
Right.
So, right, and in mathematical knowledge you find some absolute certainties, right? And so even back to the Greeks, right? The idea of mathematics revolutionary, right? To think about ideas as pure mathematics, right? And this I think is back to the idea that you can separate completely foreclosure form from the content, right? And from which scientific knowledge emerges, right? There is pure forms without any necessity of content, of any necessity of material causation, right? And I think this is what he's hinting at, right?
Yeah, it still befuddles me a little bit about this question of the knowledge of the neurotic and the know of their speech. If it is like a pure refuse, like a pure trash, maybe is something similar to that. And I think that Matilda is correct in that point that the analyst listens for the truth, and there's sort of a priority over truth over knowledge in this thing. Yeah. Okay, very good. So Thursday we will pick up identification. And what is the translation we're using for that seminar?
Should be the Cormac one, right?
Is that the one?
Ellie and I sent a version. I know Akshay also posted one. I don't know which one he's using, but we posted
I'm
that.
a partisan of the Ben Hussein version,
Okay.
just because it has very, very nice diagrams. That's that.
Yeah, I would say the Cormac one is always chicken scratchy.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. I'm not sure if I can make the Althusser group, only because I have writing commitments, but it sounds amazing. And yes, I mean, I'll try to make to some because I just wrote an essay on this whole intervention on the ideology. Are you guys planning to read the entire text? Or just the beginning parts? It's unstructured?
It's I don't know. I guess like we haven't really figured it out yet.
Okay, got it. Okay, excellent, guys. All right, fabulous. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Matan, for reading.
Bye.
Peace out.
In writing that, Marx's theory is omnipotent because it is true. Lenin says nothing of the enormity of the question his speech raises. If one assumes the truth of materialism in its two guises, dialectic and history, which are in fact one and the same, If one assumes the truth of these to be mute, how would theorizing this increase its power? To answer with proletarian consciousness in the action of Marxist politicos seems inadequate to me. The separation of powers is at least announced in Marxism, the truth as cause being distinguished from knowledge put into operation. An economic science inspired by capital does not necessarily lead to its utilization as a revolutionary power, and history seems to require help from something other than a predicative dialectic. Aside from this singular point, which I shall not elaborate on here, the fact is that science, if one looks at it closely, has no memory. Once constituted, it forgets the circuitous path by which it came into being. Otherwise stated, it forgets a dimension of truth that psychoanalysis seriously puts to work. I must be more precise, however. It is widely known that theoretical physics and mathematics, after every crisis that is resolved in a form or for which the term generalized theory can in no way be taken to mean a shift to generality, it is widely known that theoretical physics and mathematics often maintain what they generalize in its position in the preceding structure. That's not my point here. My concern is the toll, the subjective toll, that each of these crises takes on the learned. The tragedy has its victims, and nothing allows us to say that their destiny can be inscribed in the Oedipal myth. Let us say that the subject has not been studied to any great extent. J.R. Mayer, Cantor. Well, I'm not going to furnish a list of first-rate tragedies, leading at times to the point of madness, the names of certain of our contemporaries in whose cases I consider exemplary the tragedy of what is happening in psychoanalysis, would soon have to be added to the list. I posit, moreover, that this tragedy cannot itself be brought within Oedipus without throwing the latter into question. You see the program that is being sketched out here. It is not about to be realized. I even consider it to be rather blocked. I am broaching it prudently, and for today I ask you to see yourselves in the reflected light of such an approach. Which is to say that we are going to bring this light to bear on other fields than psychoanalysis that lay claim to truth. It must be said that, to the subject of science, magic, and religion, two such fields that are distinct from science, so much so that people have situated them in relation to science as a false or lesser science in the case of magic, and as going beyond its limits or even in a truth conflict with science in the case of religion, of metaphysical subtleties, are mere will-o'-the-wisps, but not to the suffering subject with whom we deal. Will it be said, oh, he's coming to it now. What is the suffering subject, if not the one from whom our privileges stem? And what right do your intellectualizations give you to him? In response, I will start off with something I came across in the work of a philosopher recently awarded full academic honors. According to him, and this is something that Zizek says as well, the truth of pain is pain itself, or rather, there is no deeper lesson to our pain. And this is something Lacan refutes as well in Seminar 16, if we remember. But anyways, leaving this matter for today to the realm he explores, I will come back to it later in the year to explain how phenomenology serves as a pretext for the counter-truth and to explain the latter's status. I will take it up now only to ask you analysts a question. Does or doesn't what you do imply that the truth of neurotic suffering lies in having the truth as cause? There is a subjective reason that can be engaged with to alleviate unconscious symptoms. That is the presupposition he's pushing across here. I propose the following. Concerning magic, I begin with a viewpoint that allows for no confusion as to my scientific allegiance, but is confined to a structuralist definition. This viewpoint assumes that signifiers answer as such to signifiers. Signifiers in nature are called up by incantatory signifiers. They are metaphysically mobilized. The thing, insofar as it speaks, answers our insistent prayers. This is why the order of natural classifications I invoked from Levi-Strauss's studies permits us, through its structural definition, to glimpse the bridge of correspondencies by which the effective operation is conceivable, in the same way in which the operation was conceived. This is, nevertheless, a reduction that neglects the subject here, who is alienated from standing on top of their shoulders, so to speak. Everyone knows that the reading of the subject, the shamanizing subject, is essential here. Let us observe that the shaman in the flesh is part of nature, and that the operation's correlative subject must hew himself from this corporeal medium. This mode of hewing, recoupment, is debarred from the subject of science. Only his structural correlatives in the operation are situable for him, but they are exactly situable. It's in the form of signifiers that what must be mobilized in nature appears. Thunder and rain, meteors and miracles. Everything is organized here in accordance with the antinomic relationships by which language is structured. I must thus investigate the effect of demand in magic, with the idea of testing whether the relationship to desire defined by my graph can be detected in it. Only in this way, to be described later on, using an approach which does not involve recourse to analogy, can psychoanalysts consider themselves qualified to say anything about magic. Their comment that magic is always sexual has its value here, but does not suffice to authorize them to do so. I will conclude with 2 points worthy of your attention. Magic involves the truth as cause in its guise as efficient cause. Knowledge is characterized in magic not only as remaining veiled for the subject of science, but as dissimulating itself as such, as veiled, as much in the operative tradition as in its action. This is one of magic's conditions. As for religion, I will simply, and by the way, sorry, I'm on my phone right now, so if any of you are raising your hand, feel free to interrupt me at any point because I won't be able to see and point it out. As for religion, I will simply indicate the same structural approach and just as summarily that this outline is grounded in an opposition between structural traits. Is it possible to hope that religion will take on a more straightforward status in science? I ask this because for some time now, strange philosophers have been giving the flimsiest definition of the relations between science and religion, primarily taking them to be deployed in the same world, religion having the more encompassing position therein. On this delicate point, about which certain people would want me to adopt analytic neutrality, I promote the principle that befriending everyone is an inadequate policy for maintaining intact the position from which one must operate. In religion, the putting into play of truth as caused by the subject, the religious subject, that is described earlier, is taken up in a completely different operation. An analysis on the basis of the subject of science necessarily leads one to bring out in religion mechanisms that are familiar to us from obsessive neurosis. Freud perceived them in a flash that gives them an import surpassing all traditional criticism. The intent to measure religion against obsessive neurosis is in no way incommensurate. If one cannot begin with remarks such as this, that the role played by revelation in religion translates as a negation of truth as cause, that is, revelation negates what grounds the subject in considering himself to be a party to the cause, namely the transmission of knowledge into a body, then there is little chance of giving the so-called history of religions any limits, in other words, any rigor. Let us say that a religious man leaves responsibility for the cause to God, but thereby bars his own access to truth. Thus he is led to place the cause of his desire in God's hands, and that is the true object of his sacrifice. His demand is subordinated to his presumed desire for a God who must then be seduced. The game of love starts in this way. Religious people thus confer upon truth the status of guilt. The upshot being a distrust of knowledge, most evident in the case of those church fathers who proved to be the best reasoners. Truth in religion is relegated to so-called eschatological ends, which is to say that truth appears only as final cause in the sense that it is deferred to an end of the world, an apocalyptic judgment. Hence the obscurantist stench that permeates all scientific uses of finality. I have noted in passing how much we have to learn about the structure of the subject's relationship to truth as cause from the writings of the Church Fathers and even from the first conciliar decisions. The rationalism organizing theological thought is in no way a matter of fancy, as the platitude would have it. If there is fantasy therein, it is in the most rigorous sense of the institution of a real that covers over the truth. The fact that Christian truth had to formulate the untenable notion of a three-in-one God does not strike me as inaccessible to scientific investigation. On this point, ecclesiastical power makes do very well with a certain discouragement of thought. Before accentuating the impasses of such a mystery, it is worthwhile reflecting upon the necessity of this mystery's articulation. Thought must be measured against this necessity. The questions must be broached at the level at which dogma lapses into heresy. And the question of the filioque seems to me to allow of explanation in topological terms. Structural apprehension must be primary therein. It alone permits an accurate assessment of the function of images. The Trinitat here has all the marks of a theoretical work, and we can take it as a model. Were this not the case, I would advise my students to encounter a 16th century tapestry awaiting for them in the foyer of the Mobilier National, on display for another month or two, that forces itself upon one's gaze. The three people, who are all represented identically, perfectly at ease talking among themselves on the fresh banks of creation, are quite simply anxiety-provoking. And what is hidden by such a well-made machine when it confronts the couple, Adam and Eve, in the flower of their sin, is certainly of the sort to be proposed as a mental exercise on human relationships, ordinarily imagined to never exceed duality. But my audience should first become versed in Augustine.
Okay, why don't we take a pause and discuss?
Yep.
Great. Yeah. Please have a seat. Thank you so much. Well. I mean, this opening bit on magic and the truth as cause reminds me of this question of the oracle and even of the primal scene, like this idea that you encounter, at least that I encounter quite a lot in myths, this notion that there is like a that your subjectivity is sort of forever tethered to some primal scene that has a determining effect. And there's so many ways to get at this. I feel like Lacan is introducing some type of variation on the two forms of God that we saw in Seminar 16 here once again, because he's about to move on to a definition of the Jewish God. Here we have the definition of the Augustinian version, but what's missing in this discussion of the Augustinian version of God, which is usually invoked by him in other reflections on religion, is how in Augustine's Confessions, he also develops some theory of the object A. So I think this notion of the primal scene is not actually what's going on, but that in Christianity, each subject tethers something like an object A, which is different than the premise of the shaman and magic, because in that sense, it's almost more Jungian in the sense that there's not a field of God as otherness that's at work. There's not an alterity in the same way. Although, frankly, I'm not as clear on the magic section because it's lacking in references. Levi-Strauss may come to mind to some people. I knew Akshay would raise the hand. Please.
It's just a very short comment. It's not like, I
Please.
wouldn't say the alterity is absent, it's the respect. Right? Like with magic, you're not praying to, when you cast a spell and you expect an effect, you're not praying to the spell. Like it's the word use is efficient, right? Like, but like as a cosmology, so there's supernatural entities, right? Like, but that doesn't imply that they deserve respect. Right? Like, whereas religion is like an entirely different attitudinal structure, right? Like, so if you think about the sacrifice in magic, right? Like if I sacrifice a goat, right? Like, and in a religious mode, I think it becomes a slightly different kind of sacrifice, right? Like what is exchanged changes. I mean, you know, that I don't think either of them is like less object A, but like I think there's a shift in respect or trust or
Yeah, that's very good. Yeah, that's very good.
Right. And what does Lacan say that like with the religious man, that he leaves his responsibility of cause and truth to God, right? Because well, I mean, it gets a little, I guess, complicated when you see like, the scholastics that like blend Aristotle with philosophy, because it does sound like the God of the philosophers, but like God is apparently like the truth, right, as well as the cause, who speaks, is the word and is with the word. And I think that's where like we get into like what he's talking about with the Trinity, because the whole part of he references Augustine's Trinity is like a whole polemic against what's happening with the ecumenical, with Arianism, where it's like Jesus is just a creature and is unequal to God the Father, but they all are equal in Augustine's Trinity because they both carry the Holy Spirit, which is the whole purpose of the Philoque. I mean, I don't know how that really ties into like what he's getting at with the primal scene that you were referencing, or like well, I think maybe like in terms of like psychoanalysis.
Well, I was thinking more for like the Greek myth of Oedipus.
The Greek myth, yeah.
The Greek myth of Oedipus is a slightly different modality, right? Because you notice he made this point originally about Cantor and madness and how it affects the body, which is important apropos Oedipus, because he's making a point that they went psychotic. Wasn't it the notion that this notion of the completeness and the incompletability of a system drives one to psychosis, right? So this unfinished status has an effect on the body. And then, of course, in Christianity, you think about the body, you think about incarnation. He's not mentioning incarnation here, but I feel like that's the materialist rub, which has something to do with Freud's thesis in, I think, Future of an Illusion on religion, about obsessional neurosis as the primary expression of the very religious subject. Of course, there's Rosich-Nair's point, which is that religion functions as an opium of but thought through Freud, meaning that religion functions to help the subject cope with this kind of like covering over of a traumatic reality, covering over of the real kind of thing. It's like a palliative to that.
What he says is that like, this whole point of Christianity and universal love, it covers over the originary violence that enacts when Christianity is sort of instantiated in station. I believe that's like what Rosich is saying as well. That's a really good passage, by the way.
Yeah, it's interesting though at the same time, because he does want to part of this is because he's speaking about a repressive Christian society, and as such, the religious fanatic. You see, for Rosich-Nair, the neurotic is akin to the artist or the madman. It's a rare subject. In some sense, therefore, it's valorized. But the function of religion is not to produce madmen. It's to produce conformity. It's to produce passivity. It's to produce greater adhesion to a denial of reality and reality principle, right? And so in Rosichnier's world, which makes total sense and actually has some resonance with evangelical Christianity in America, if you think about it, that is the function of religion. I think Lacan's coming at it from, obviously he's mentioning rationalism, and he's mentioning like this Augustinian tradition, which yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
I was
Much to
gonna
be
say,
said.
I was just gonna say last thing, that whole point that he says about dogma turning into heresy, it kind of makes me think, and hopefully I'm not like forcing too much in the text, but like something similar in relation with like dogma and heresy and religion and science with I think it's the second lesson in theory of the subject of the subject action manner, where he talks about the sort of homology of the regression of the materialist dialectic to the idealistic one, with the whole ecumenical argument of the Trinity versus the fall into Gnosticism, right? It seems like in this way in which like following tradition or following the sort of hyper rationalism can sort of be its own impasse and release or split into a sort of another mode of like I don't know what the term would be, like heresy or some sort of like hyper politics or reactionary tendency.
Yeah, you could write an essay about how Lacan's various introductions of the theory of religion function, right? Because in Seminar 7, he has the way that art, religion, and science relate to the thing, to the Das Ding. Here, he's giving us a new formula. And then later in 16 and elsewhere, he has the theory of the two gods, the God of the philosophers and the God of the real. I think Chiesa obviously has elaborated these things for us in precise detail. Go ahead, Matilda. Chiesa is a real madman, a real religious madman. I always have this vision of him almost like a dream, as like he's like this wild Lacanian mystical priest. You know what I mean? No, Lorenzo Chiesa.
Well, his last name means church, so it's also funny.
Oh, he's so much like that. He's so much like that. Sorry, go ahead, Matilda.
Yeah, I was interested in kind of recapitulating what we just read. It looks like we have a question about truth in relation to psychoanalysis, and right before he like starts in on his proposals about magic and religion, he says, does or doesn't what you do imply, does or doesn't what you do as a psychoanalyst imply that the truth of neurotic suffering lies in having the truth as cause? And I'm thinking about how truth, like the whole like where it was, so I'll come to be, as like kind of this Freudian mode of causality. And in Freudianism, there's kind of the idea that like sexuality is like the cause of everything or something. And so what do we have? What like it's a bit confusing about what's going on. It looks like he's trying to describe like truth as cause in a few different instances.
Who do you think? Who do you think the reference is to the man of letters who recently made the declaration about suffering in truth? Because this is a big thing that he repeats. I mean, in a certain way, I think you could take it from different angles. I think in vulgar, like Reichianism, this could be a conception of subjectivity. Even some Freudian Marxist conceptions would have it that even in Protestantism, the truth is that which suffers. The whole thing he says in television about the psychology as a state apparatus that's trying to be a palliative to suffering. So I think there's probably a lot of different modalities in which this suffering, the speaking suffering subject becomes a question Lacan has to answer. which of course today is overwrought in the notion of the trauma discourse and so on, right? So, but who's the point of reference? Does anyone know specifically?
Yeah,
Matilda?
No, I
think
don't know
it's-
specifically, but it is mentioned in Seminar 16 and Miller. I'm fairly certain in one of those like notes at the end, he does say which one it is. I can't say any more than that's in terms of specifics, just because I don't remember.
It's the same thing with Goldman in the criticism we saw of Goldman in 16, which was effectively that the thesis of the worldview Marxist would be that you can go out on the street and each proletarian can speak as a savant, and that will be adequate for some transmission.
I
Right? I think
there
it's
was an
very much
actual-
related to
yeah.
that. Go ahead. What did you say,
No,
Matan?
please, whoever. I was just gonna pretty much repeat what I already said.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Matilda, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess like for magic and the magician, like it seems like the magician is like fleshier, has a relationship to flesh that like is maybe like problematic to knowledge or something. Like he says in both the magician and the religious person, there's like the subject of science is invoked, and like in the magician it says like everyone knows that the reading of the subject, the shamanizing subject, is essential. Let us observe that the shaman in the flesh is a part of nature, and that the operations, maybe that's as distinct from the shaman, is and that the operations correlative subject must hew himself from this corporeal medium. This mode of hewing is debarred from the subject of science. So like somehow the operation that the shaman does has its own subject, and it has to like, somehow the operation has to like remove itself from the corporeal medium in some way.
Could I say something about this fleshy thing? Like just, I don't want to cut ahead of Jonas, but I mean the flesh, there's just this, like there's a really nice practical example. There's like this book where this guy called Brinkley Messick, or the Calligraphic State, and it's like about like the culture of writing around the Quran and like how it shifts after like the Gutenberg kind of print revolution. But it's like the pre-print universe, it's like you have a lot of priests. The way you imbibe the knowledge of the Quran is you burn it and you eat it. And then once you do that, you are the people who hold the sacred knowledge, that like in a very kind of like fleshy sense. But post the Gutenberg revolution, you have a totally different like body ontology of what knowledge is. It's not a thing that you can burn and eat. You know what I mean? Like at least like, and what's shifting is a whole like social set of relationships, like what the secrecy or publicness of knowledge. Because if you think about like what magical knowledge is characterized by, it's like it's esoteric. It's like no one knows how it works, but you believe that it works, right? Like, and the whole point of it is to maintain the esotericism of the mystical elite, right? Like, whereas like scientific knowledge is like encyclopedic. It claims to inform the public, right? Like I can't just have a guild knowledge. I have to like tell you how this works. So it's a different social relation in that sense.
Okay, there's
and I think. Oh, sorry. I'll just
go
say
ahead.
this.
Go ahead.
Pardon me. And just in terms of like that cleansing process from the shamans, I just thought it was noteworthy that we went from that to this like process of seducing God, of like being in front of the makeup room and preparing yourself beforehand for all that. If anyone's read St. John of the Cross, I really love that whole I don't even, the ascension of Mount Carmel. I thought it was like kind of funny for that. But anyways.
That is good. That is very good. Jonas, please.
Okay. Well, I don't know if I remember what I was going to start saying, but I'll just keep going. No, this is what it was. So like, you're talking about like the opium of religion, but it also works with magic too. You know how popular like tarot is You know, it just gives you a thing to play with. I'm not in control of my life, but I don't have to submit to like everything. It's just a practice you can do here and there, or like Satanism and voodoo, and actually, you know, like wine tasting. You know, no one really knows what a good wine is, but there's some shaman out there who's going to tell you, actually, it's this.
Mm.
And it might even be quasi-scientific. You know, like someone could dump the wine into a machine and have it spit it out, but no one could ever really corroborate that in the way that science can. The other thing I was going to say, though, is that like science, he does equate science with religion and magic, you know, like, so like against Popper, who's saying like, well, things aren't scientific because there's so much like magic and religion. It's like, well, science is like that too, you know? So.
Right. No, it's true, because in each instance, there's a presupposition to omnipotence, just as there is in Marxism, right? And
yeah,
each,
Marxism is another one of them, you know, like it's the trouble we run into is that where it becomes magical or scientific or I mean that's something that needs to be kind of worked through, and that each has a way of sort of extinguishing knowledge.
Yeah, but I mean, if you say that Marxism must abandon its scientific foundation,
well, I wouldn't say that.
I know you're not saying that, but it's almost as if Lacan is suggesting that it's not that, it's that Marxism must include in its own overtures or sort of gestures to practice, which is the basis of its truth, an additional mode of thinking subjectivity, namely as subject of science, which is this split subject of the unconscious that lingers on and hangs on any enunciated act, right? And obviously eternally threatens to divide that speech so that, yeah, truth becomes illusion, truth becomes fantasy, and so on. Without an analysis of that, especially for a discourse like Marxism, which Lacan will later call a gospel that comes to announce the end, or rather not the end, but the transition between one discourse to another, right? That's what Marxism, that's what the truth of Marxists ought to speak. We ought to speak as proletarians, meaning that we are friends of the revolution. So for friends of the revolution, even Marx, before Trotsky, said that there's something like the necessity of that revolution being permanent. Do you know what I'm saying? But he only said that in the face of the defeat of the revolution, right? Because you have that whole Karl Korsch piece, right? Karl Korsch, Marxism and Philosophy, says that Capital itself was a quietist text written, we often forget, in the sequence of Marx and Engels' experience.
I always distinguish quietism versus science. But I suppose you could see them together.
Maybe you could. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know, because then you have this question of the fact that actual socialist revolutions never went according to Capital. They've never went according to Capital. It's the intelligentsia of Marxists, particularly academic Marxists, that want it to. You see?
Yeah.
In some sense, it's true. Look at Gramsci on 1917. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, this is like all interesting stuff, and I don't want to get into digression to Marxism stuff. But I think, like, from what like Jonas is saying, and even with Matilda, I'll start like kind of with what Matilda was saying about like cause and truth. I mean, I think it kind of, I put it in the comments, but to elaborate more, like we could see like how truth as cause functions is in his theory of the discourse, which he's setting up by the fact that the subject of science, you know, or just the subject that is split is also the cause of its own discourse, because it speaks, and not because it's speaking the truth necessarily, but the truth is that it speaks, and thus that it speaks, it's creating discourse, and this has consequences. And I'm paraphrasing off of what he's saying in page 20 and all the way to 24 in seminar 16, when he's talking about, like, you know, this discourse as structure. is real because it converges towards its own impossibility and is also aiming at its own cause of discourse. And its own cause is like, of course, as we said, like is that cut, and the cut of its surface is able to converge into a Mobius strip when you look at like basic topology. But I think like the point being is that like it's because of like psychoanalysis or because like the subject of science, like the subject in psychoanalysis, causes its own discourse. It's able to have consequential effects that are discursive and related to its truth that psychoanalysis is able to account for with, you know, like Lacan's topology of, you know, for discourses. That psychoanalysis is not science, right? And it's not necessarily religion or logic, but, you know, what we could say is that, like, to me, in my reading of Lacan, psychoanalysis is able to come about in Freud's ingenuity from being in relation to science, that he's able to create a sort of epistemological break from the subject of science, because science itself is a major break, modern science, as Lacan says and Milner, you know, says as well. That modern science is a major break in the Galilean one, but psychoanalysis is also representative of a break, but not necessarily a major break, but an extension insofar as that it's breaking from the science, which is different from, like, you know, epistemic breaks in Foucault, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the shaman is permitted a world in which madness is more normalized, right? So the strength of the shaman is actually found in their capacity to stabilize their own psychosis, probably, which then would imply like a different division of labor for the believer in a certain way, because the lure of truth for the follower of the shaman is going to be, like, I think, fundamentally different in many cases than in Christianity, especially Protestant Christianity, which sees itself as beyond hierarchy, which, of course, whenever you see yourself beyond hierarchy, you know that you're actually reinforcing hierarchy worse than the people that affirm it. It's some way I feel. Go ahead, Luis.
I see a correlation between this text and Seminar 7 when he talks about art, religion, and science.
For sure.
But of course, the shift here is that instead of talking about the thing, we're talking about truth. But both of them represent the same topological space, right?
And he had just mentioned the thing before, remember?
Yes, he briefly talked about it too, right? And in that case, when we think about religion, we think about the thing. In 7 he talks about how the thing is elevated and it is respected, right? So it follows what he already also talks about here, the negation, right? Which is what is it? This is a vowel, right? So in a way, it's a fetishization of the thing, right? But the thing about Marxism is he reads Marxism as a science, right? And the issue with science that he mentioned before is that it forgets its past, right? It has no relationship to the moment where there was a speech, there was a desire enunciated. So they foreclose that, right? So this reminds me of Zizek's. I don't know which is that the movie. Is it the Sublime guy for one of the movies? He talks about what probably he talks about the Walter Benjamin. He says that the revolution will be the moment where all the past failed revolutions will come to an end, right? So there is a reminding all the past, right? All the past failures will finally find its resolution, right? So this is, of course, something of a desire that is almost foreclosed in Orthodox Marxism, right? There is no question about whose desire are we talking about, right? If we read it as a science, right?
Yeah, I wonder if that's really true, though. I'm not sure if that's accurate. I mean, the claim that you just made that this is foreclosed.
This is what Lacan claims, right?
Yeah, I know. But like, we should interrogate it further on Marxism's own Marxism on its own grounds in some sense, because if we want to say that Marxism doesn't possess an understanding of how truth cuts the truth teller or divides the intellectual. Well, I mean, that's not true, because this was Kautsky's fundamental premise in the invention of the concept of the merger thesis itself, right? Or even Lenin's notion of what an intellectual is to do in the task of the intellectuals, you know? So, which is to, so I'm not sure that I agree with this notion that Marxism doesn't think this through. I don't know. I need to think about it further.
It's interesting because we're thinking of like Lazarus and Badiou's take of like how after Marx, like, you know, there's a radical break in political thinking with Lenin, whereas like Marx focused on the Workers' International, Lenin focused on the party vanguard, and then there's a break with that in Mao as well. And so Marxism as such doesn't exist. We just have different political breaks with thinkers that are oriented around Marx. I don't know. Like,
well, no, that's interesting too, yeah, because then is there not a particular conception of an understanding of the discursive limits of truth as tethered to what a thinker opens in terms of political possibility? So that's why he is allowed to make these clean breaks or hard breaks, where the Leninist mode ends at the very precise moment in which its experimentation is exhausted. And then he gives this beautiful theory for how you can invent a new mode, right? By testing the presuppositions in the last mode, but differently. It's very ingenious. It's actually a book about maybe the invention of scientific truth in Marxism, maybe.
Yeah.
Right? I have to go to the other session now, unfortunately. Matilda, do you want to say something briefly?
Yeah, just briefly. I think that the magician thing, it's like saying about like knowledge, does the subject, or does the magician like develop knowledge? And it's like, no, knowledge kind of stays like veiled even to the magician. And that's like a condition for magic. And like that tracks with the sorcerer and his magic, the Levi-Strauss that Akshay shared. That like the sorcerers like and magicians like really don't know. Like they even think that like what they do is like kind of like fraudulent. Anyway, I could keep rambling, but
no, it's really good. Yeah, I'm sorry to cut this short.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you want me to give somebody the hosting whatever, or do you guys want to?
How would we go into the YouTube channel?
You just have to like watch it from YouTube, I guess.
chat.
Or you can also come on to the StreamYard if you want, and like watch it from there and chat from there if you'd like.
I like the YouTube chats. I like to chat with the public.
All right, cool. Yeah, you can fight off the trolls.
Yeah,
little reactionary bastards.
Yeah, because I want to watch this talk.
Yeah, take on those whoever stalks us. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, okay, cool. All right, we're good. And then we'll do it next time, next week. We'll go much longer. All the best.